Chapter 1575. Xiao Chen slowly stood up, and the strong yin essence energy in his body spread out uncontrollably. The cave was suddenly filled with a chilly air. Mixed within this cold energy was Xiao Chen's original thunder true essence power. Ice and thunder true essence fused together. A visible purple cold qi, carrying with it an irresistible pressure, pressed towards them. The veritable essence energy lake in Xiao Chen's Dantian essence had already merged with the yin essence energy. The primordial yin energy refined from the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy completely covered the quintessential energy. The cold yin energy filled Xiao Chen's entire body. Since he had just entered the yin essence stage, the two had yet to completely fuse. Xiao Chen would have to spend a lot of time to consume the yin primordial energy of this 10,000-year-old yin qi. 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. As expected of a 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. Right now, Xiao Chen's cultivation had already reached the peak of the yin essence stage. 10,000-year baleful yin energy, you actually refined it all. Fang Yun had a look of extreme disbelief on his face. He already expected Yi Bai to be very strong, but he didn't expect Xiao Chen to be this strong. Xiao Chen swept his gaze over Fang Yun, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The next moment, his body appeared in front of Fang Yun, his fingers clenched into a fist. Kacha, 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 the sound of ice shattering rang out in the space, accompanied by the crackling of lightning. Xiao Chen's long hair and clothes trembled as he threw a simple punch. It was like a true dragon of thunder and lightning, with a body full of cold air, cold, and violent. Bang! This punch was very destructive. It shattered the martial technique that Fang Yun sent out with his full power, leaving him unable to resist at all. The huge advantage brought by the powerful yin energy allowed Xiao Chen to crush his opponent. He did not even need to use any martial skills. Just a light punch. Xiao Chen had a pensive look on his face. After absorbing this 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy, his combat power had at least doubled. More importantly, the bottleneck had been broken, and his potential had increased by countless times. In the following days, the berserk yin essence energy in Xiao Chen's body was slowly digested and refined. His strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Fang Yun's right hand was sent flying, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Run! The group did not dare to stay any longer. They got up, turned around, and ran. What 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy! What fortuitous encounter! Fear spread throughout his body. Escaping was the most important thing. All of them ran for their lives at the same time. Xiao Chen couldn't chase after them one by one, but there was one person he had to catch. Sure of the Lotus sect, Feng Yun. Xiao Chen pushed his feet off the ground and tried out some of the footwork that he learned from the ink flame tiger while executing his movement technique. When Xiao Chen's body shot out, a faint layer of flame appeared on the surface of his body. It was because his speed was too fast, and the friction between his protective Zhen Yuan and the air caused it to burn. At this moment, he finally understood why the ink flame tiger's body was always burning with a black flame. It was just a slight attempt, but Xiao Chen's speed was so fast that it was impossible to see with the naked eye. When he reached Feng Yun's side, the latter was only halfway through getting up from the ground. Pu Si. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, grabbed Feng Yun's neck, and lifted him up. Only now did the others get up and flee. They were so frightened that they stumbled and nearly fell again. Right now, Xiao Chen focused all his attention on Feng Yun, not caring about the others. He urgently needed information about the Black Lotus Church. Speak. Do you know my identity? Xiao Chen looked at Feng Yun coldly, his gaze icy like that of a grim reaper. An intense feeling of suffocation accompanied by fear completely shattered Feng Yun's mental defenses. He spilled everything he knew without missing a beat. After hearing that, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The Black Lotus Church still did not know where he was. It seemed like the Black Lotus Church did not want to rely on an outsider to deal with him. No matter what the deeper meaning was, this was good news for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen needed time. As long as he had enough time, he would trample on the Black Lotus Church sooner or later. I already told you everything. Can you let me live? Feng Yun begged. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, you are shameless. When you instigated Wei He's group to kill me, you already knew that this would happen. Naturally, Xiao Chen could not let off such a person. Berserk veritable essence energy mixed with Yin essence energy and poured into Feng Yun's meridians. Instantly, it shattered all of Feng Yun's meridians and internal organs, extinguishing his life force. When Xiao Chen let go, Feng Yun silently fell to the ground, dead. Big brother Xiao Chen, Luo Nan and Fei Er walked over in fear and shock. As they looked at Xiao Chen, their eyes revealed some fear. After interacting with him for so long, this was the first time they saw Xiao Chen's cold side. I owe you two a favor. There is no need to say anything else. This place is not safe. Let's go first. Xiao Chen had always been cautious. He did not become arrogant just because he entered the Yin essence stage and absorbed the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. There were still many unanswered questions in this place. Furthermore, for some reason, Xiao Chen felt like someone was watching him from the moment he entered this place. His intuition told him that this place was not safe. Ah! Just as the three were about to leave, startled screams suddenly rang out in front. Those were the horrified voices of Feng Yun and the other two. What's going on? Luo Nan and Fei Er felt confused. In the next moment, Feng Yun and the other two, who had already fled, retreated in a fluster. Before Lu Mu and Tuoba Yun could stand firmly, two ferocious beasts bit them into their mouths and started chewing on them. The clear feather sect's Feng Yun fell to the ground in fright, retreating continuously. The black demonic ape, the two-headed ferocious dog, and the blue lion appeared, radiating strong auras as they looked coldly at Xiao Chen. Ferocious beasts that just advanced to the primal core realm. Fei Er's and Luo Nan's expressions changed drastically. No wonder Feng Yun and the other two looked like they had seen ghosts. To think that there were three such horrifying ferocious beasts guarding this place. It looks like you are the person that Lord Jiao Snake instructed us to deal with. The black demonic ape did not even look at Feng Yun, staring straight at Xiao Chen. Upon seeing the three ferocious beasts, Xiao Chen's anxious heart calmed down. If the strongest existences here were just early-stage primal core realm ferocious beasts, then there would be nothing to fear. At the very least, leaving would not be a problem. As Xiao Chen stood in front of Luo Nan and Fei Er, he looked at the three ferocious beasts without fear. Then, he slowly unleashed his aura, which contained Dao Might. Facing three ferocious beasts alone, he did not retreat at all. At this moment, Xiao Chen was confident of facing these three ferocious beasts. No matter how strong the black demonic ape was, it was just an early-stage primal core realm ferocious beast. Compared to a middle-stage minor primal core expert like the blue-clad old man, the black demonic ape was far from comparable. As for that two-headed ferocious dog and the blue lion, they were merely on the same level as the ink flame tiger. When Xiao Chen was in the veritable essence stage, he did not fear the ink flame tiger, much less now. Wielding his saber, Xiao Chen stood upright with his head held high, not fearing a fight. Before Xiao Chen's sharpness, the two-headed ferocious dog and the blue lion trembled and took a step back. Only the black demonic ape did not retreat. However, when facing such sharpness, its originally relaxed heart tensed up. Simply put, the black demonic ape was afraid. Ferocious beasts that could survive until now and reach such a cultivation were extremely precious, so they were not willing to take the risk. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The entire underground suddenly shook intensely. No matter who it was, they all felt an irresistible chill. Trash. All of you are trash. What is the point of keeping you around? A strange, deep, hoarse voice rang out in everyone's ears. The three ferocious beasts were immediately frightened into kneeling on the ground, trembling continuously. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong suction came from the entrance of the cave. This was an irresistible suction. No one, not even Xiao Chen, could block it. Fear stiffened their bodies, and they flew forward uncontrollably. Ka Xie! Ka Xie! The three ferocious beasts and Fang Yun flew out of the cave and were instantly swept away. When the suction vanished, Xiao Chen's group of three stopped at the same time. A swallowing sound rang out, and a gargantuan snake head suddenly landed on the ground, blocking the three. The snake head had scarlet eyes as it looked down at the three from above, making them tremble involuntarily. Xiao Chen was immediately struck by lightning. So, this is the little snake that little yellow feather mentioned. How small, 2 half-step primal core ferocious beasts, an early-stage primal core demonic ape, and a little snack. Without waiting for a breather, the three directly swallowed them, not even leaving scraps behind. Chapter 1576. Xiao Chen's group of three stuck close to the cave entrance and looked at the gargantuan Jiao snake's head. They did not dare to move, not even daring to breathe loudly. The Jiao snake's head was like a small mountain blocking the cave entrance. Its scarlet eyes looked down at Xiao Chen from above. The Jiao snake brought with it an extremely strong pressure, making breathing difficult. Xiao Chen was still fine. However, Luo Nan and Fei are already flushed red, feeling the pressure on their qi and blood. If they continued like this, it would be hard to say whether they would explode in blood and die. At this moment, Xiao Chen even felt like eating little yellow feather. If Xiao Chen had known that the one guarding this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy would be such a Jiao snake, he would not have taken such a risk. The Jiao snake before Xiao Chen could give off such strong pressure was not because of its huge size. Instead, it was because it was too strong. Xiao Chen estimated that this Jiao snake was already a late-stage major primal core cultivator. Its cultivation was infinitely close to the Cloud Sea realm, and its strength was extremely horrifying. Cloud Sea realm experts could calmly cultivate their soul energy. Wherever they went, they would be considered experts. In the nearby Great Realms, Cloud Sea realm experts were the peak experts. A great realm would not have more than 3 Cloud Sea realm experts. Even in the entire Purple Sun region, there would not be many Cloud Sea realm experts. However, this Jiao snake before Xiao Chen was in existence equal to a Cloud Sea realm expert. It went without saying how strong he was. Not to mention Xiao Chen, even the middle-stage minor primal core blue-clad old man would be like an ant before it, easily crushed. An opponent on a completely different level would not be able to resist at all. However, to everyone's surprise, the Jiao snake seemed to have some reservations and did not immediately make a move to kill Xiao Chen's group. The Jiao snake glanced at little yellow feather, and rage immediately blazed in its heart. It was this little bird. The golden crow holy beast. The Jiao snake in profound Yin Mountain had been the spirit pet of a major character long ago. That major character had moved unhindered in the starry heavens, a character who could leave his name in the history books of the entire martial epoch. As the spirit pet of such a major character, the Jiao snake's eyes naturally would not be bad. When little yellow feather came over, it immediately recognized the identity of the golden crow mythological beast, which was an extinct mythological beast. Even the golden crow race, which was the strongest of the great desolate 100 races, did not have a pure-blooded golden crow. The Jiao snake immediately turned small and chatted with it. When it learned that the Jiao snake would not consume 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, it relaxed. He wanted to build a relationship with her. Back then, they had agreed on a good deal. Who knew that he would change his mind in the blink of an eye and bring a group of people over? This was terrible. Snakes were of the Yin attribute, and 10,000-year-old Yin baleful energy was a rare tonic for Jiao snakes. The Jiao snake guarded this place because it wanted to wait another 1,000 years. When the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy matured, it could directly consume it and advance to the Cloud Sea realm. Who knew that the people brought by Little Yellow Feather were even more difficult to deal with? It had great eyesight and could tell that Xiao Chen's bloodline was extraordinary at first glance. It vaguely felt that Xiao Chen must have the bloodline of the primitive 100 races. However, after observing for a long time, the Jiao snake could not figure out which great desolate Ian bloodline it was. This was because the blue dragon bloodline had been removed from the dragon race for too long. Furthermore, Xiao Chen wore the Buddhist jade pendant, which suppressed the aura of his bloodline. Hence, the Jiao snake could not make an accurate judgment. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen's bloodline would not be weaker than that of the great desolate 100 races. Such a character would definitely be backed by a powerful figure and a powerful force, no matter where he fell. No matter where he fell, the seniors behind him would quickly find out. At that time, the Jiao snake would not be able to escape responsibility and would definitely die. In its early years, the Jiao snake had seen many things and was very clear on the means of those major characters. They were not things that it could contend with. Fearing Little Yellow Feathers and Xiao Chen's identities, the Jiao snake could only watch as Xiao Chen entered this place. Originally, the Jiao snake wanted to find some scapegoats to get the ferocious beasts of Profound Yin Mountain to come over. Who could have imagined that this group of ferocious beasts would not come even after so long? By the time the Jiao snake arrived, Xiao Chen had already completely refined the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, not even leaving a speck of it. What was the use of it? What was even more frustrating was that even though it was 3 against 1, the Jiao snake still cowered and did not dare to step forward. The Jiao snake raged but had nowhere to vent it, so it could only target these 3 ferocious beasts. At this moment, the Jiao snake stared at Xiao Chen's group and Little Yellow Feather, who was hiding at the back. The Jiao snake's scarlet eyes flickered with a faint light. A sinister killing chi spread out, numbing everyone's legs and deterring them from doing anything overboard. The Jiao snake hesitated, wondering if it should go all out and directly swallow up this group of people and that golden crow holy beast. However, when the Jiao snake thought about the terrifying consequences, it trembled in fear. Scram! In the end, between life and rage, the Jiao snake chose the former and roared. A berserk roar rang out in the minds of Xiao Chen's group of 3. The shock caused them to vomit a mouthful of blood, and their bodies flew back uncontrollably. A strong wind howled by their ears, and rocks fell continuously from the sky above. Xiao Chen was the first to land. He stabilized himself and caught Luo Nan and Fei before taking another step back. "Are you all right?" Xiao Chen asked. After the 2 landed, they panted continuously. After resting for a long time, their complexions slowly recovered to normal. Luo Nan said with lingering fear in his heart, "What a terrifying Jiao snake. It is much stronger than our sect master. Why did it appear here?" Fei whispered, "Let's leave quickly. Who knows when that Jiao snake will go back on its word." That Jiao snake frightened the 2 too much. Now that they had a new lease on life, their bodies were still trembling slightly. Xiao Chen looked around. There were many top-quality Yin essence stones near the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Yin essence stones were also divided into different grades. The ones near the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy were clearly the best. It would be too much of a pity to waste so many top-quality Yin essence stones. "You guys go first. I'll catch up soon." "Big brother Xiao Chen, you should leave with us," Fei said somewhat worriedly. Xiao Chen shook his head to indicate that he was fine. He vaguely felt that the Jiao snake did not dare to fight the 3 of them. It seemed like it had some reservations. If it had attacked, it would not have survived until now. Now that he understood, Xiao Chen's worried heart calmed down. The 2 could not go around Xiao Chen. In the end, they left first and waited for Xiao Chen to regroup. Without any delay, Xiao Chen stayed behind and quickly mined the nearby Yin essence stones. Soon, Xiaochen finished mining more than 10,000 Yin essence stones. The cold qi in the cave vanished, and the air became much drier. The value of Yin essence stones was rather special. Cultivators with higher cultivations would not even bother to look at them. However, sects would purchase treasures like Yin essence stones in large quantities all year round to nurture their disciples. Some alchemists and blacksmiths also had special needs for Yin essence stones. Xiaochen had such a large number of top-notch Yin essence stones in his hands, so he did not have to worry about not being able to sell them. When everything was packed and Xiaochen stepped out of the cave, he felt as if he was being stared at by a pair of eyes. Could it be that the Jiao snake hasn't left yet? Xiaochen was deep in thought. He was in no hurry to move forward. Young man, you are really greedy. The Jiao snake suddenly appeared from the river, revealing half of its body as it looked down at Xiaochen. Just half of the Jiao snake's body was already several hundred meters tall, like a mountain. Xiaochen did not panic. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior. If we are fated to meet again in the future, I will definitely repay this favor." Xiaochen's ability to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and obtain such a fortuitous encounter was entirely due to the help of the Jiao snake. There was no falsehood at all. Humph. If it wasn't for the fact that I followed Lord Pan Huang in my early years and my fierceness had diminished greatly, I would have been killed by him. It really won't care about the great desolate Yin bloodline in your body. You're on your own. Not every ferocious beast has my good temper. Clearly, the Jiao snake was still in a bad mood. Even though Xiaochen's words were polite, it did not give Xiaochen much face. Lord Pan Huang. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. As he looked at the other party, he revealed a suspicious expression. The Pan Huang you speak of, is he a bladesman who uses a saber? The Spring Snow Bladesman and the Kunlun Realms Pan Huang. Could there be a second Pan Huang in the Great Thousand Realms? Chapter 1577. Xiaochen was stunned for a moment. He only reacted after a long time. This was too much of a coincidence. To think that he could run into Pan Huang's former spirit pet here. What's wrong? You have not heard of my master's name before? That should not be the case. Few people in the boundless Great Thousand Realms, even in the core Central Great Realm, do not know about the Spring Snow Bladesman. Spring Snow Bladesman? Good name. Xiaochen immediately understood the meaning of these words. When Xiaochen first met Pan Huang in Pan Huang Hall, the thing that left the deepest impression on him was Pan Huang's smile. Spring snow probably meant that Pan Huang's smile was like the warm wind of early spring, able to melt the last snowflakes of winter. For a cultivator to be given a title, it would undoubtedly be a very tyrannical title. Xiaochen rarely heard of a title like Spring Snow. It could only be said that Pan Huang's smile left a very deep impression. Xiaochen did not say anything, only taking out the Saber Sovereign Medallion. The atmosphere changed visibly. The Jiao snake exclaimed in shock, "What is this? It has Pan Huang's aura on it. It looks like I was right." Xiaochen honestly explained his fortuitous encounter with Pan Huang. Ha ha ha. The matters of this world are really coincidental. Since you received Pan Huang's inheritance, you can be considered half a disciple of Pan Huang. In that case, I will give you this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy without a word of complaint. After the Jiao snake heard that, it was in a great mood, sweeping away all its depression. Xiaochen asked, "Is Senior Pan Huang still around?" "I'm not sure. Pan Huang's master has a carefree nature and is very open to everything. He likes to roam the world. Back then, I was too severely injured. After Pan Huang extended my life, he let me go. Why? After I recovered, my cultivation fell too much. Furthermore, Master had too many enemies. Clearly, I was no longer suitable to follow Master. Master took pity on me, so he removed the contract and let me go." At the mention of Pan Huang, the Jiao snake felt somewhat sad. Its thoughts drifted to the time it followed Pan Huang. Clearly, the Jiao snake had a very deep relationship with Pan Huang back then. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that this Jiao snake was extraordinary when he first saw it, giving off a strong aura. Back then, it wasn't just a great origin core realm. Although his cultivation was not as high as before, his aura was still there. With a thought, Xiao Chen looked at the Jiao snake and asked, "Senior Jiao snake, what are your plans now?" The Jiao snake smiled and said, "What plans can I have? I definitely cannot remain in this profound mountain. I should roam around and see if I can run into some fortuitous encounters to break through to the Cloud Sea realm." Is the Cloud Sea realm that hard to break through? Of course, one can cultivate soul energy in the Cloud Sea realm. You need some spiritual light to illuminate the sea of consciousness. If the divine light didn't appear, everything would be in vain. I'm still in a good state. I just need to come across a suitable opportunity. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. After some consideration, he said, "Senior Jiao snake, there will probably be some trouble in the second half of the month. At that time, I would like to ask for your help. In the future, after I become the Dragon Emperor, I will definitely repay this kindness." The Jiao snake's eyes narrowed. Dragon Emperor? Could it be that your bloodline is the dragon race's bloodline? That's not right. The dragon race has a total of 6 bloodlines: the white dragon, black dragon, red dragon, blue dragon, golden dragon, and green dragon. I have seen every single one of them. I am of the blue dragon bloodline, Xiao Chen answered honestly. The Jiao snake exclaimed in shock, "The blue dragon bloodline. So, that is the case. I was wondering why your great desolate Ian bloodline was so familiar, but I could not recall it. It turns out that it is the long-extinct blue dragon bloodline." Xiao Chen nodded. Then, he looked at the other party and asked, "Senior, what do you think?" "It's fine. It doesn't matter what bloodline you have, what identity you have, or what background you have. Just based on the fact that you are half a disciple of Pan Huang, I will definitely help you with this." The Jiao snake appeared exceptionally straightforward. It did not ask Xiao Chen what the trouble was or ask for any other details. The Jiao snake immediately agreed, making Xiao Chen feel very touched. Just cultivate properly first. Right now, the baleful Yin energy is leaking out of your body uncontrollably. Not to mention the waste, if others discover the signs, they might not let you leave. Xiao Chen indicated that he understood. There were many methods in this world, even if one absorbed 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Like them, they can get it out of your system. Following that, Xiao Chen told the Jiao snake about the trouble he encountered in detail. The Jiao snake smiled and said, "I was wondering what it was. It turns out that it is just such a small matter. Don't worry. I will help you with this. I will go to Profound Yin Mountain first and take a look around before leaving." "Many thanks." After leaving the underground river, Xiao Chen saw Luo Nan and Xiao Fei who had been waiting for a long time already. Both of them appeared somewhat anxious. After Fei saw Xiao Chen, she revealed a smile. "Big brother Xiao Chen, you finally came out. If you still did not come out, senior brother and I would really have to go down and look for you." "It's fine. I just spent some time collecting the Yin essence stones. There is still half a month. There is no need for us to go anywhere. Let's just stay here and stabilize our cultivation properly." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. "Right, that suits me." Since Luo Nan and Fei already gained something, they were not willing to take any more risks. A complete 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy was sufficient for them to cultivate the entire Yin essence stage. The vast Yin essence energy that the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy brought far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Right now, baleful Yin energy leaked out of Xiao Chen's entire body. It was as the Jiao snake said, it was a great waste. The veritable essence energy and yin essence energy in Xiao Chen's dantian mixed together and merged. Xiao Chen found it strange that the veritable essence energy was clearly much weaker. However, when the two merged, the veritable essence energy was the main one. The appearance of the yin essence energy merely strengthened the veritable essence energy, perfecting it. If Xiao Chen guessed right, it should be the same when he advanced to the yang essence stage in the future. Yin essence energy and yang essence energy were used to supplement and strengthen veritable essence energy. Cultivators still focused on veritable essence energy. At this moment, the yin essence energy of the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy had yet to merge with Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy, just a simple mixture. What Xiao Chen needed to do now was to slowly infuse this vast yin essence energy into his veritable essence energy, slowly merging it. When the yin essence energy completely merged, he would have cultivated to the peak of the yin essence stage. Half a month passed peacefully. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, the sharpness in them was much more withdrawn. His body no longer leaked any yin essence energy. It was no longer as exaggerated and horrifying as when he first advanced to the yin essence stage. Luo Nan and Fei Er opened their eyes one after another, giving off the impression that their eyes had lit up. It looked like the two had gained a lot in just half a month. Fei Er smiled and said, "Master definitely did not expect us to improve so much. He will definitely be very happy." Luo Nan smiled embarrassedly and did not say anything. He and Fei Er were still in a cold war. Back then, Luo Nan did not know what got into him, saying those words and making his junior sister so unhappy. However, it did not matter. It was fine as long as his junior sister was happy now. Let's go. It's time to leave. 1 month had already passed. The surviving sect disciples in the inner region of Profound Yin Island all rushed back. Near the transportation formation, when the sun set, the old man by the transportation formation stopped waiting. By this time, those who had not returned had probably died in the inner region of Profound Yin Island. To think that the Clear Feather sect's Fang Yun and the Flying Snow Palace's Lu Mu did not appear. Could they be dead? This is incredible. The absence of Lu Mu and the others stirred up a commotion in the crowd. Luo Nan and Fei Er felt somewhat nervous. However, Xiao Chen appeared calm and unruffled. After a while, the group was sent to the edge of Profound Yin Island. Then, they all flew into the sky to meet up with their sections. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm expert had been waiting on the Tianyi sect's ship for a long time already. When the two saw Xiao Chen and the other two flying over, they revealed expressions of joy. The blue-clad old man's eyelids twitched slightly. He had waited too long for this day. Ha ha ha. Brother Xiao Chen, this old man knew that you would definitely bring them back safely, the blue-clad old man said with a smile as he strode forward. Ha ha ha. Brother Fei Er and Luo Nan handed over their yin essence stones. Fei Er and Luo Nan handed over their yin essence stones. This is a superior grade yin essence stone. Fei Er, Luo Nan, you ran into 1,000-year-old baleful yin energy, the blue-clad old man said as he looked at the two in shock. Fei Er nodded and smiled. Right. Big brother Xiao Chen helped me and senior brother each find a strand of baleful yin energy. What? This time, the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man were even more shocked. As they looked at Xiao Chen, their eyes filled with complicated emotions. If they had not found out that the Black Lotus Church had placed a bounty on Xiao Chen's head, perhaps they could have let Xiao Chen off. For these 2 strands of 1,000-year-old baleful yin energy, the Tianyi sect would have to thank Xiao Chen properly. Xiao Chen looked at the blue-clad old man and said, "These are my yin essence stones. Seniors, please keep them well. I'll take my leave first." The blue-clad old man carefully put away the yin essence stones that Xiao Chen handed over. However, he did not seem to care. He smiled and said, "Young hero Xiao Chen, I really do not know how to repay this great favor. How about we return to the Tianyi sect together? At that time, I'll get the sect master to entertain us properly. Xiao Chen looked around and discovered that the Tianyi sect disciples on the fortress ship had already surrounded him without him realizing it, blocking his way out. That half-step primal core realm old man already placed his right hand on his sword hilt, storing up killing intent. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly in surprise. After the other party learned that he helped Fei and Luo Nan refine a strand of baleful yin energy, they still wanted to make a move on him. Killing the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. Chapter 1578. Xiao Chen repaid his kindness, only to receive such an ending. This was indeed somewhat disappointing. However, Xiao Chen had seen all sorts of people in his life, so his mental state did not fluctuate too much. Revealing a smile, Xiao Chen raised his head to look at the blue-clad old man and said, "Senior, are you planning to force me to stay?" Fei still did not know what was going on. She smiled and said, "Big brother Xiao Chen, how about you go over? Our sect master is pretty nice." Luo Nan felt that something was not quite right. His expression changed in astonishment. "Brother Xiao Chen, you should leave quickly. The situation is not right. My junior brothers are standing in the Tianyi sect's 9 sectors formation." Compared to Fei's naivety and kindness, Luo Nan would sometimes act foolishly because of her. However, Luo Nan was usually more observant. Although Luo Nan did not know what was going on, he immediately sent a voice projection to warn Xiao Chen after discovering that something was wrong. "Many thanks." Xiao Chen immediately felt gratified in his heart. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. However, only the young would not care so much about the pros and cons. "Master, martial uncle, since brother Xiao Chen is not willing to stay, then never mind. I'll go and send him off," Luo Nan said with a smile as he squeezed between the blue-clad old man and Xiao Chen. Luo Nan said with a smile as he squeezed in between the blue-clad old man and Xiao Chen. "Scram to the side. It is not your place to speak." The half-step primal core realm old man did not stand on ceremony, directly smacking Luo Nan to the side with a palm strike. The half-step primal core realm old man did not stand on ceremony, directly smacking Luo Nan to the side. The force was so great that a strong wind suddenly rose on the deck, whistling loudly. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Fei felt startled. She ran over worriedly and helped Luo Nan up. Fei turned her head and frowned. "Martial uncle, why did you hit him so heavily?" Fei turned her head and frowned. "Martial uncle, why did you hit him so heavily?" The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man did not even turn their heads. However, the blue-clad old man said coldly, "Luo Nan, watch your junior sister properly. Don't be a busybody." The atmosphere of the place instantly turned cold, as a murderous aura spread out. The 9 people behind him gripped their sword hilts at the same time, their killing intent firmly locked onto Xiao Chen. "Senior brother, what is master trying to do?" Fei asked, puzzled. "It looks like he's going to make a move on Xiao Chen." "Why?" Luo Nan smiled bitterly and said, "Who knows? It is probably just some benefits. Actually, it is easy to understand just by thinking about it. How could master be so kind as to tell Xiao Chen the location of Profound Yin Island? He must have planned all of this beforehand." Luo Nan felt somewhat bitter in his heart. His martial uncle's palm strike was really merciless. It even broke his bones. The blue-clad old man looked at Xiao Chen and said indifferently, "Xiao Chen, you have to stay today even if you don't want to. It's not up to you." Xiao Chen sneered, "I, Xiao Chen, have never seen a shameless person like you in my life. On account of Luo Nan and Fei I'll give you one last chance. Just obediently let me go, and nothing will happen. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." When the blue-clad old man heard that, he guffawed. "Is that so? I have never seen a youth as arrogant as you before. Let me ask you this, What right do you have to make me bear the consequences? As the blue-clad old man laughed maniacally, his aura burst forth. The aura of a minor primal core venerate pressed down on Xiao Chen. The advantage of cultivation allowed his aura to look down on everyone present. Everyone felt a faint pressure, and they did not dare to resist it. The blue-clad old man looked like a king, unstoppable. Xiao Chen, don't think that we do not know your background. We are spies in the Lotus Sect Temple. Our spies in the Lotus Sect Temple inadvertently learned that you are wanted by the Black Lotus Church. Now that the Black Lotus Church is after you, you are a street rat. To think that you still dare to be so arrogant. You must be tired of living. The half-step primal core venerate old man beside the blue-clad old man spoke maliciously as he glared at Xiao Chen. The old man was extremely dissatisfied with Xiao Chen's fearlessness and arrogance. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and said sullenly, "So, that is the case. I was wondering what was going on. Why did the two of you become so bold all of a sudden? Xiao Chen, you are not allowed to be disrespectful to my master." Just at this moment, Fei Er suddenly shouted at Xiao Chen with a stern expression. Before Xiao Chen could react, he saw Fei Er soar into the air and thrust her sword at Xiao Chen. This sword strike was strangely fast, and it was very sudden. Xiao Chen's timing was pretty good. However, there was no killing Qi at all, just a straightforward attack. However, the sword move was extremely chaotic, lacking any sharpness. Aside from speed, there was no other threat. Xiao Chen moved back slightly. Then, he flicked his finger and knocked Fei Er's sword out of her hand. "Big brother Xiao Chen, just hold me hostage and leave. Master has always been very good to me. He will not make a move on me." In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen could not make a choice. He could only grab Fei Er's neck with one hand. "Junior sister!" Luo Nan cried out in fear. His complexion paled somewhat as he felt a strange heartache. "Fei Er, you don't have to do this. I can leave as well." "I know. From the first time I saw Big Brother Xiao Chen, I knew that Big Brother Xiao Chen would never boast. I'm just worried about Master and Martial Uncle. How about this?" After seeing Xiao Chen's various performances on Profound Een Island, as well as his coldness and emotionlessness when he killed Feng Yun, Lu Mu, and the others, Fei Er knew that Xiao Chen would not put on a show. He definitely had a trump card. Fei Er felt somewhat afraid. Fei Er worried about Xiao Chen as well as her master and martial uncle. Right now, this was the best solution. At the very most, her master would punish her when she returned. As long as Big Brother Xiao Chen, her master, and martial uncle were fine, it would be fine. Xiao Chen felt somewhat speechless at Fei Er's kindness. After a while, he said, "I promise you." Holding Fei Er hostage, Xiao Chen retreated step by step. The Tianyi sect disciples behind him had no choice but to open up a path for him. "Master, save me!" The blue-clad old man raged in his heart. How could he not tell that Fei Er was being held hostage by Xiao Chen on purpose? "You unfilial bitch. This old man raised you for 10 years and treated you like my own daughter. In just one short month, you actually worked with someone else to cheat me. What use do I have for you?" Upon seeing Fei Er's actions, the blue-clad old man became utterly enraged. Killing Qi spread out, and his figure flashed as he directly sent a palm strike forward. Boom! When the blue-clad old man sent out his palm strike, his body seemed to merge with space. As he moved forward, space compressed intensely. This put immense pressure on Xiao Chen and Fei Er. Being one with nature, the blue-clad old man's body seemed to merge with the surrounding space. As he raised his hand or raised his foot, he could compress space. This was a huge advantage that a primal core cultivator had over a veritable personage. The might of this palm strike did not exceed Xiao Chen's expectations. What exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations was that the blue-clad old man was deranged, losing all humanity. To think that the blue-clad old man would attack Fei. This stunned Xiao Chen for a moment. However, Luo Nan, whose heart had been on Fei from the start to the end, was not stunned. When Luo Nan saw danger, he did not even think, acting instinctively. Luo Nan leaped over from behind and shielded Fei in the time it took for a spark to fly. For the sake of receiving this palm strike, Luo Nan drained all his veritable essence energy, raising his speed to the limit. His defense was close to zero. Pu Ci. The instant the palm strike landed, Luo Nan vomited a mouthful of blood. All the bones in his chest broke, and his heart exploded on the spot. His internal organs all shattered. Luo Nan's life force vanished at a visible rate. Senior brother. Fei was so frightened that she started crying. Then, she struggled free of Xiao Chen's hand and hugged Luo Nan. Senior brother, why were you so silly? Fei hugged Luo Nan, feeling incredible pain. When she checked his injuries, she felt despair, and her tears flowed even more profusely. Junior sister, don't cry. It's fine as long as you are fine. Senior brother knows that you like heroes. However, I really can't do it. I've always been very, very weak. Senior brother, don't say anything. I don't know anything anymore. Don't say anything. Fei hugged Luo Nan tightly as if she could save him by doing so. No, there are some things that I need to say. Otherwise, I might not get another chance in this lifetime. I like you. I liked you from the first time I saw you. Back then, I did not really make junior sister angry. I just felt that I was not worthy of junior sister. Blood leaked out of Luo Nan's mouth continuously. However, he showed a smile on his face. This was his first time being so close to his junior sister. He was so close that he could hear her heartbeat, feel her warmth, and understand her worries. Perhaps that was enough. Xiao Chen's expression turned scarily cold. He raised his head to look at the stunned blue-clad old man and said coldly, sometimes, people really shouldn't be too kind, especially when facing beasts like you, who are even worse than dogs or pigs. You bastard! You are not qualified to scold me. Everything happened because of you. I'll kill you. The blue-clad old man roared somewhat crazily. It's all because of you. Whoosh! However, just at this moment, a horrifying aura flew over. Before the 9 Tianyi sect disciples on the ship could react, a huge force pulled their bodies out. The Jiao snake opened its mouth and gulped, easily swallowing the 9 people. Then, it leaped onto the ship. A late-stage major primal core ferocious beast. You are a beast tamer. A huge shadow immediately encased the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man. Sorry, I came too late. Profound Yin Mountain is too big, so I was delayed for half a day. It's fine. You are not too late. Xiao Chen said expressionlessly. The Jiao snake roared and swung its tail. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man could not block at all. Pu Ci. The blue-clad old man vomited a large mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. This was especially so for the half-step primal core realm old man. With this strike, he directly fell to the ground, his limbs and bones suffering from a huge impact. Chapter 1579. Whoosh! The Jiao snake opened its mouth, and the half-step primal core realm old man, who could not move in the first place, got sucked into its mouth. The sound of swallowing rang out as the Jiao snake directly swallowed the old man. Such a huge difference in strength was not something that could be made up for with skill or experience. Before the Jiao snake, the old man had no chance at all. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and stopped the Jiao snake, which was preparing to attack the blue-clad old man. Brother Xiao Chen, don't kill me. I can agree to anything. I'll give you this ship and all the spirit jades on me. When the blue-clad old man saw this scene, he thought that he had a chance to live, so he immediately begged Xiao Chen for mercy. Xiao Chen revealed a disgusted expression as he said indifferently, Fei did not let me hold you hostage to help me but to beg me to spare your life. Unfortunately, you old thing, you do not treasure it at all. Is there any use in begging now? What? When the blue-clad old man heard that, he looked at Fei in disbelief. Who could have imagined that Fei would not even look at him, only hugging Luonan tightly? Young hero Xiao Chen, please spare my life. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a new person. Just take it as giving Fei some face. Fei help master and say a few words. The blue-clad old man was in a sorry state. He only wanted to live, so shameless that it made others want to vomit. Do it, then. Xiao Chen said coldly. The Jiao snake roared and launched itself at the blue-clad old man. Whoosh! The blue-clad old man knew that he was no match for the Jiao snake. After he stood up, he fled in a panic. The Jiao snake turned into a flash of black light and quickly followed. One man and one snake entered the starry heavens. Xiao Chen did not continue watching. It was just a matter of time before the Jiao snake caught up to the blue-clad old man. Big brother Xiao Chen, please save my senior brother. Please save him. Fei was already covered in tears. When she saw Xiao Chen walk over, she quickly said, You definitely have a way, right? You definitely have a way. Xiao Chen remained silent, not daring to answer. He only said softly, Let me take a look. Yes. Senior brother, don't fall asleep. Big brother Xiao Chen will definitely save you. After a simple inspection of Luo Nan's injuries, Xiao Chen frowned heavily. Actually, there was no need to check. Just by looking at the life essence that Luo Nan's body slowly gave off and his increasingly pale complexion, Xiao Chen knew that he was on the verge of death. Xiao Chen had seen too many parting by death in his life. During the Kunlun demonic calamity, Xiao Chen would never forget the scenes of the Kunlun geniuses dying one by one. However, when looking at Luo Nan's current appearance, Xiao Chen still found it hard to remain calm. That blue-clad old man was truly ruthless. Xiao Chen showed no mercy at all. He had used his full power as a minor primal core realm cultivator to kill Fei back then. Big brother Xiao Chen, how is it? Fei looked at Xiao Chen in anticipation. Xiao Chen shook his head, indicating that there was nothing he could do. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all shattered, especially his heart. However, this was not a problem. At this cultivation realm, the heart was no longer a vital point. The most important thing was that the blue-clad old man's palm strike had destroyed Luo Nan's dantian. This had already destroyed a cultivator's foundation, causing the physical body to lose its ability to recover. Unless there was a supreme method to help Luo Nan reconstruct his dantian. Senior brother. When Fei heard that, she revealed a sorrowful expression and cried in pain. Luo Nan squeezed out a smile, wanting to console Fei. However, he found that he could not raise his hands. Fei quickly grabbed his hands and placed them on her cheeks. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he took out a medicinal pill from when he left the Blue Dragon Palace. This was one of the treasures that the item spirits left for him, the Blood Cloud Pill. No matter how severe the injuries were, it could heal them. However, it could not help Luo Nan reconstruct his dantian. It could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. It could only preserve Luo Nan's life for now, unable to truly save him. Even so, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to let Luo Nan consume this precious Blood Cloud Pill. This is the Blood Cloud Pill. It can temporarily stabilize his injuries. When Senior Jiao Snake returns, I will think of a way with him. After consoling Fei Xiao Chen left silently. Soon, the Jiao Snake's gargantuan body reappeared before Xiao Chen. I already killed him. Xiao Chen, what happened over there? The Jiao Snake asked in a whisper as it looked at Fei and Luo Nan, giving a simple explanation. Xiao Chen gave a rough account of what happened earlier. Sorry, I really came too late. I went to find the profound Yin fruit for you, wanting to help you refine the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy as quickly as possible. Had I known, I would not have let that old thing die so easily. He is truly heartless. After the Jiao snake heard that, it felt both rage and regret. Shao Chen thanked the Jiao snake softly. Then, he asked, Senior, do you know if there are any natural treasures or medicinal pills in the Great Thousand Realms that can reconstruct the Dantian? I already used the blood cloud pill to stabilize his injuries. It should be able to delay for some time. Blood cloud pill? That is a holy pill of the dragon race. Even among holy pills, it is at the peak. At the crucial moment, it is equivalent to having an extra life. You are really willing to part with it. After the Jiao snake heard that, it felt greatly shocked. Shao Chen smiled bitterly and said, What's the point? His internal organs are all damaged from the inside out. The damage to his meridians is severe as well. His physical body's foundation is already damaged, and his Dantian is destroyed. Even the blood cloud pill cannot save him. We need to find a medicinal pill or natural treasure that can reconstruct the Dantian. The Jiao snake thought for a while. After a while, it said, there are definitely medicinal pills that can reconstruct the Dantian in the Great Thousand Realms. I followed Pan Huang when I was young and saw some. However, I do not know how long the blood cloud pill can help him last. 1 month should be fine. In that case, bring him to Purple Sun City. That is the center of the Purple Sun region. There is the largest auction house and the largest market in the Purple Sun region. There is no lack of talented alchemists there. The experts of the other astral regions also come there. Purple Sun City, Shao Chen thought to himself twice. The next destination should be Purple Sun City, right? Since it was the center of the Purple Sun Great Realm, there should be a lot of information there. He should be able to find out something about Ancestor Dragon City and the dragon race. Whoosh! The Jiao snake opened its mouth and spat out an azure-colored spirit fruit. A faint layer of frost covered the surface of the spirit fruit, exuding a cold qi. This is the profound Yin fruit. I specially found it for you. I fought with an old turtle for this profound Yin fruit, delaying me. Many thanks, Senior. After Shao Chen received it, he immediately felt that this profound Yin fruit was very valuable. The most important thing was that it could help him quickly refine the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. There is no need to be so polite with me. Since I have nothing to do, I'll send you off. Purple Sun City has a lot of people. I'm afraid that you will be at a disadvantage when you go there. That would be great. The Jiao snake's figure continuously shrank, turning into a small snake and entering the ship's hold. Shao Chen turned his head back and glanced at Luo Nan and Fei Er, who were still leaning on each other. Then, he sighed softly and returned to the ship's hold. Purple Sun City was a long journey. This ship happened to be ownerless, so it was best to use it as a means of transportation. Inside the ship's hold, Shao Chen continued chatting with the Jiao snake. He still had many questions to ask the Jiao snake. Since he had just arrived in the Great Thousand Realms, he could gain a lot of experience with a veteran around. Time slowly passed. The ship quickly flew towards Purple Sun City in the starry heavens. Purple Sun City was in the Purple Sun Great Realm. The ship traveled at full speed. Actually, 1 month was somewhat rushed. 4 days later, the ship flew past the profound light Great Realm. After another 4 or 5 Great Realms, it would reach the Purple Sun Great Realm. Shao Chen, who was doing his best to refine the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, was startled awake by Fei Er, who knocked on the door. Big brother Shao Chen, there is a ship following us from a distance. An astral pirate ship? When traveling in the starry heavens, the thing one worried about the most was running into pirate ships. Such a ship following them from a distance was very likely a pirate ship. I'll go and take a look. Xiao Chen followed Fei out to the top of the ship. He had already torn down the Tianyi sect's banner by the side. From a distance, there was indeed the silhouette of a ship. However, it was at the limits of Xiao Chen's vision, so he could not see it clearly. Heavenly Eye. A divine eye quickly flew out from Xiao Chen's forehead. After a while, everything on that ship appeared in his eyes. Black Scimitar. It was indeed a pirate ship. When Xiao Chen clearly saw the banner on the ship, he muttered to himself in surprise. Wasn't the Black Scimitar pirate group already destroyed? Chapter 1580. Big Brother Xiao Chen, what should we do? This ship has been following us for at least 8 to 10 hours without changing direction. Fei said somewhat worriedly, I saw that Big Brother Xiao Chen had been meditating, so I did not disturb you. Xiao Chen smiled and consoled, it's fine. There's no need to worry. Just go and take care of Brother Luo Nan. I'll deal with this. Fei nodded obediently and silently withdrew. After Fei withdrew, the shrunken Jiao snake slithered to Xiao Chen's shoulder and said softly, there's no need to be nervous. This is just a mediocre pirate group. The strongest is just an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. After all, the Jiao snake was one of the top 10 pirate groups near the profound light great realm. However, in the eyes of the Jiao snake, it was not a mediocre pirate group. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, I know. This Tianyi sect's fortress ship is a little slow, and my cycle throne is not completed yet. Coincidentally, I can borrow this pirate ship to travel, saving me some time. I was thinking the same thing. There are strict standards for the construction of pirate ships. The Pirate Alliance has refining rooms, formation masters, and other strange people who study all sorts of pirate ships and provide them to the various pirate groups. When Xiao Chen heard that, he asked somewhat interestedly, Pirate Alliance? Yes. This Purple Sun region is rather remote. Most of the great realms it governs do not have any major faction stationed there. Only Purple Sun City is slightly more bustling. When you go there, you can see their branch. Interesting. Even the pirate groups have an open and above-board alliance. Huh. This great thousand realms is much more interesting than you imagine. You just entered and have not even seen the tip of the iceberg yet. When you reach Purple Sun City, you will be able to broaden your horizons. They're coming. As the two spoke, the Black Scimitar pirate ship caught up at an extremely fast speed. They are rather tactful, taking the initiative to stop when they see the Black Scimitar. The merchant ship in front, hand over 10,000 spirit jades, and this great lord will let you off. When the black-clad man on the pirate ship saw the fortress ship stop, he thought that the ship feared the Black Scimitar. He rejoiced in his heart and did not demand an exorbitant price. When Xiao Chen heard this, he revealed a faint smile. It was still an old acquaintance. He had not expected that Xiao Chen would make a comeback and obtain another big ship. 100,000 spiritual jades? It's not a lot. Come and get it. The burly man in black frowned slightly. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Captain, this person is really tactful. I'll go and retrieve the spirit jades, the pirate at the side said with a smile. What are you laughing at? Give me the boat and drive closer. The black-robed man was a bit annoyed. He ruthlessly knocked on this fellow's head, got up, and walked to the bow of the ship. When the ship came closer, they saw Xiao Chen, dressed in white, at the top of the ship. The eyes of the burly man in black immediately popped out. Motherf ****. So it's you, you little bastard. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge into it yourself. Charge over and kill everyone on the ship. Don't touch the one in white, leave him for me. His memory of Xiao Chen was still fresh in his mind. His pirate ship had been dismantled while he was still alive. This made the burly man the laughing-stock of the surrounding pirate groups. This was a great humiliation that he would never forget. There's no need. I'll come over myself, Xiao Chen said indifferently. Then, he leaped into the air and flew towards the deck of the pirate ship. Don't stop him. Let him come over. The black-robed man revealed a sinister smile as he placed his right hand on the saber on his back. Come on. This old man will hack you to death with one saber strike. The black-robed man mocked in his heart. An insignificant in-essence stage cultivator dares to steal a ship single-handedly? I will definitely teach him a lesson today. Whoosh! The murderous intent in the black-robed man's eyes suddenly condensed. Before Xiao Chen landed, he suddenly drew his saber and hacked. Prediction. Given Xiao Chen's current speed, he would be struck by this saber light the instant he landed. The black saber light was like a terrifying gale, incredibly tyrannical. This was the black-robed man's signature move, Black Wind Flash. However, who could have imagined that when Xiao Chen landed, he would suddenly accelerate? Xiao Chen's body tilted slightly, looking like a streamlined ink flame tiger. Flames burned on his body. Xiao Chen's speed suddenly tripled. The black-robed man's berserk saber strike instantly broke the afterimage that Xiao Chen left behind. The remnant saber light shot out, eliciting miserable cries from the surrounding pirates. Xiao Chen turned around and drew his saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he also made a prediction. Whoosh! When the black-robed man's saber strike missed, he quickly changed his move and turned around to face Xiao Chen. A ghostly saber light suddenly appeared and sliced towards the black-robed man's neck. This startled the black-robed man into retreating frantically. His feet knocked over the railing, and he stumbled, nearly falling over. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and hugged the lunar shadow saber. Then, he looked at the black-robed man and said, "There is no need to kneel. I cannot accept such a big bow. I'll kneel to your mother." Xiao Chen's mockery was like adding oil to the fire. The black-robed man stood firmly and leaped up, hacking down at Xiao Chen's head. The black-robed man only had one thought in his mind, to kill Xiao Chen to vent the hatred in his heart. However, when the saber light arrived, Xiao Chen did not move at all. Instead, he looked at the black-robed man with a trace of mockery. A trick? After all, this brat before the black-robed man had managed to turn the situation around by sending out many demon-tone bats for no reason. It was another ruthless person who had dismantled his pirate ship with his bare hands. He had to be careful. The black-robed man felt uncertain. He felt conflicted, and many openings appeared in his perfect saber technique. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he smiled faintly and did not draw his saber. Xiao Chen struck the openings in his opponent's saber technique before launching a strong counterattack. He brandished his scabbard and flustered the black-robed man. The black-robed man moved back continuously. He could not bring out the advantage of his cultivation at all. Damn you! How dare you toy with me? After being toyed with by Xiao Chen, the black-robed man was enraged. He wished that he could immediately kill Xiao Chen. The black-robed man could no longer care about anything else. His aura suddenly surged. The aura of a primal core expert was completely unleashed, making the hearts of the surrounding pirates tremble and forcing them to retreat. The pressure on Xiao Chen increased significantly. He knew that the black-robed man was truly enraged and wanted to fight it out with him. Xiao Chen could not help entering deep thought. This black-robed man's strength is passable. However, his mental state is extremely weak. Xiao Chen shook his head and said softly to the Jiao snake. Seeing that Xiao Chen still did not move this time, the black-robed man roared, "Damn you! You want to toy with me again? If this old man does not chop you to death this time, I will change my surname to yours." Bang! 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 The black-robed man ran over quickly. With every step, the pirate ship shook intensely. The hull of the ship rocked as if it was being tossed by monstrous waves in the sea. All the pirates on the ship could not stand still. Their bodies swayed left and right as they did their best to grab onto something. It looks like you are destined to change your surname to mine. Boom! The unremarkable little black snake on Xiao Chen's shoulder suddenly swelled up. The Jiao snake stood upright beside Xiao Chen. The aura of a late-stage major primal core expert spread out from the Jiao snake's body. A pair of scarlet eyes looked down coldly at the black-robed man from above. Pu Si. The black-robed man's aura instantly crumbled. A strong sense of helplessness spread throughout his entire body. Before the Jiao snake's cold gaze, the black-robed man trembled and took the initiative to scatter this move. His body trembled in fear. Then, he directly fell to the ground and retreated continuously. A late-stage major primal core ferocious beast. The black-robed man revealed an expression of extreme horror. The berserk rage of the black-robed man seemed to be extinguished by a pool of ice water, replaced by boundless fear. This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. To senior, no; to young hero, no; to big brother, I apologize. The black-robed man put down his saber and knelt on the ground, apologizing to Xiao Chen. There was an uncrossable chasm between a minor primal core cultivator and a major primal core cultivator. Furthermore, the black-robed man was only an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. The Jiao snake, whose cultivation was infinitely close to the Cloud Sea realm, was like a god before the black-robed man, unable to exist at all. The Jiao snake could kill the black-robed man without any suspense, easily crushing him. Even if he did not want to, he had to kneel. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Get up. I already said that I cannot accept your kneeling." "I can accept it, I can accept it. When Big Brother speaks, this lowly one will just kneel and listen." The black-robed man endured the humiliation as he spoke in a submissive voice. This person was someone who knew when to submit and when to stand tall. Since he wanted to kneel, so be it. "What is your name?" "This lowly one is Wang Suo." "Good. Wang Suo, I'll tell you. This ship is mine now. You and your subordinates have to listen to me. Immediately change course and go to the Xiang Great Realm." "Damn it!" Wang Suo could not help cursing. Previously, Xiao Chen tore apart his ship. This time, he was even more ruthless, directly confiscating it. Xiao Chen looked at the other party, not saying anything. Big Brother is right. This little brother will change the contract and transfer this ship. The black-robed man, Wang Suo, felt his heart bleeding. However, he had no choice but to submit. Why am I so unlucky? I ran into this jinx twice, each time worse than the last. Chapter 1581. Pirate ships have contracts? Xiao Chen felt suspicious. When he saw the contract, he confirmed that it was true. Every pirate ship was custom-made by the Pirate Alliance and had a special serial number. The Pirate Alliance had a record of the purchase. If one wanted to transfer it legally, the contractor had to take the initiative to do so. Xiao Chen held up the contract and looked through it. When he saw the last line, he read it out softly: "All those who officially own a pirate ship will automatically become an honorable member of my Pirate Alliance. This cannot be reversed or withdrawn. Our journey is far from just the Starry Sea." This last line was written in an extremely unremarkable font. If one did not pay attention, one would not notice it. "Wang Suo, what's up with this last line?" The black-clad man smiled and said, "Big Brother, call me Xiao Suo. I already said that I will take your surname." This last line. Only the Pirate Alliance controls the manufacturing of pirate ships. This is the symbol of pirates. Actually, there is no need for proof. With one look, others will recognize you as an astral pirate. Xiao Chen gave the black-clad man a suspicious look. Then, he turned his head to ask the Jiao snake. The Jiao snake said sullenly, "He is right. However, you are currently poor. It is fine for you to join this pirate alliance. It will not prevent you from joining other sects in the future. Being a pirate is a free profession in the first place. A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. I will be protected by the Pirate Alliance. You are overthinking this. Look at that man. He is so cowardly. If he really has the Pirate Alliance's protection, how could he be so cowardly? However, there are still some other benefits. For example, some profound tools, secret manuals, and natural treasures of unknown origins can be sold quickly in the black market that the Pirate Alliance controls. The black market that they control is also one of the largest in the entire Great Thousand Realms. Given this, there was nothing wrong with joining this Pirate Alliance. Right now, he did not have any status. It would be fine to use the identity of a pirate to cover it up. Big brother, the moment I saw you, I knew you had the potential to be a pirate. You will definitely have a great future if you join the Pirate Alliance. I already took the initiative to remove my name from this contract. Big brother, just leave your name. The black-clad man praised sincerely when he thought about how Xiao Chen dismantled the ship with his bare hands. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen finally made his choice. He needed to rush to Purple Sun City as soon as possible. At the same time, he also needed an identity to deceive others. The moment Xiao Chen signed the contract, in the boundless starry sky, separated by thousands of great worlds. The primordial world, the most mysterious son of an era, you have finally appeared. A mysterious voice echoed in the gloomy black godly mountain. Countless black lotus flowers bloomed in the sky. Amidst the solemn and dignified atmosphere, there was a sinister aura. Each lotus had a vertical eye on it, emitting layers of Buddhist light. Immediately after, a gigantic Buddha statue appeared behind the owner of the voice. However, this Buddha statue was completely black. Amidst the solemn appearance, the eyes that looked at the people of the world were cold, without any warmth. A ball of black light burst forth from the ancestral Buddha statue and radiated outwards. The might of the Buddha filled the air, reaching its limit and burning into black flames. All the vertical eyes gathered together, forming a huge divine eye. Its gaze enveloped the mountain range within a radius of 10,000 miles. Then, it spread out towards the boundless starry sky. At that moment, everything in the great world where the black mountain range was fell silent, as if plunged into eternal darkness. At the same time, a small number of cloud sea powerhouses in the starry domains near the Purple Sun region vaguely caught some traces in the air. Inside the Black Mountain Range, an ancient Buddhist temple stood on every mountain range. Believers prostrated themselves on the ground along the mountain paths. Before this mysterious phenomenon, they prayed piously, not daring to show any disrespect. The sect venerate commands to summon the 4 protectors and 72 arhats. Within the dark and cold mountain range, a Buddhist voice resounded between the heavens and the earth. That voice reached the depths of every believer's soul, making them tremble. Right after the sect venerate spoke, the black flames burning in the sky suddenly extinguished, looking like resplendent fireworks that vanished in an instant. The boundless Buddhist might vanished. Black Lotus Secret Seal, Thousand Eyes Divine Eye. Master was injured by the Thunder Sound Temple's abbot 1,000 years ago and has been recuperating. Why did he spend so much effort to execute this supreme mystic ability this time? On a lone peak in the Black Mountain Range stood a handsome monk with a peaceful expression on his face. This monk wore white monk robes and held Buddhist prayer beads in his hand as he muttered to himself. Whoosh! No one knew how this white-clad monk stood up. Suddenly, this white-clad monk appeared in a cultured and elegant manner on the main peak of the Black Mountain Range. His aura was peaceful and serene, cultured and elegant, simple and serene. This was a stark contrast to this mountain range shrouded in darkness all year round. Holding the Buddhist prayer beads in his right hand, the white-clad monk walked in step by step. At the end of the mountain path was an ancient Buddhist temple. Black statues lined both sides of the road in front of the temple as the white-clad monk walked over. 72 arhats wearing black kasayas stood on both sides of the temple with cold expressions. The white-clad monk knew that these 72 black-clad arhats were all major primal core realm cultivators. Furthermore, they were the cream of the crop among major primal core realm cultivators. Regular major primal core realm cultivators were not strong enough before them. Aside from these, there were 4 protectors in gorgeous clothes holding Buddhist staffs. These 4 protectors were even stronger, having already broken through the primal core realm to the cloud sea realm. They were super experts who could cultivate soul energy. Even in the core of the Great Thousand Realms, they could be considered experts. In the Grave Sea Cluster, where the Purple Sun region was, they could be considered peak experts. Wherever they went, they would be overlord-level existences. Holy Sun Ming Xian. Upon seeing this white-clad monk, the 4 protectors bowed slightly and greeted him respectfully. After the 4 protectors bowed, the 72 arhats bowed in unison. Come in, then. The doors to the temple opened with a buzz. A Buddha statue stood on the countless steps in front of the temple. A weak-looking old man sat on a black lotus platform below the Buddha statue with his eyes closed. This old man was the Black Lotus Church's church master. He was the mastermind behind the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity, someone that Shao Chen had to kill. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Black Lotus Church's church ancestor. In the dark hall, everyone respectfully bowed to the Black Lotus Church's church master. The lotus platform slowly rose, and the Black Lotus Church's church master looked at everyone below. Buddhist light flickered in his eyes. It was as if he could destroy everyone present with just a glance. Sect ancestor, you spent so much effort to cast the Black Lotus mystic seal. Did you gather all of us here to discuss something important? Are we going to destroy a rank 3 sect and recruit more believers? With all the experts present together, they could easily annihilate a huge 3rd-grade sect. I want you to personally find a person and bring him back to me. The Black Lotus Church's church master said slowly, his voice deep and hoarse. Everyone revealed flabbergasted expressions. They were slightly surprised, and their expressions were strange. For the sake of finding one person, they gathered nearly all the peak experts of the Black Lotus Church. Where did this person come from? The person I'm looking for is the reincarnation of the strongest expert of the immortal epoch. He possesses limitless potential. I need this person very much. The Black Lotus Church also needs this person. You have to find him for me. Do not be careless. The Black Lotus Church's church master's gaze sank, making everyone's hearts tremble as they felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. Did you hear me? Yes, we did. Sensing the gravity of the Black Lotus Church's church master's words, no one dared to show any dissatisfied expression. Where is this person? The Black Lotus Church's church master remained silent for a long time before replying. He is in the Grave Sea Cluster. The 4 protectors, the group of arhats, and the Holy Sun Ming Xian were all stupefied. The Grave Sea Cluster was astonishingly vast. The entire Grave Sea Cluster had hundreds of starfields similar to the Purple Sun region. If one searched every starfield, one would not be able to find it all even after several decades. Search the starfields near the Purple Sun region. I planted the Black Lotus mark on this person. As long as you get within a certain range of him, you will be able to sense it. The Black Lotus Church's church master felt somewhat tired. Even after executing the magic skill of the Thousand Eyes magic skill, he could not pinpoint Shao Chen, only a rough area. The Black Lotus Church's church master thought that Shao Chen definitely had a treasure that could cover up the Black Lotus mark. Left with no choice, the Black Lotus Church's church master could only get the 4 protectors, the 72 arhats, and his proud disciples to go out and search. After the Black Lotus Church's church master carefully explained, these arhats and protectors understood. This way, they could determine the general direction. Furthermore, this person had the Black Lotus mark on him, which greatly reduced the difficulty. That will be all, then. Make your preparations and depart the day after tomorrow. Holy Son Ming Xian, you can stay behind. The others can leave. After everyone left, the Black Lotus Church's church master looked at the Holy Son Ming Xian and said seriously, "You must find it strange why I went to such great lengths to find such a person, right?" Ming Xian nodded and said, "Disciple does not understand. However, Master's decision definitely has its reasons." The Black Lotus Church's church master looked at Ming Xian, his eyes filled with anticipation. "I'll tell you this. He has the demonic bone relic of my Black Lotus Church's founding ancestor. In his previous life, he used this demonic bone relic to successfully reincarnate. Do you understand now?" The Holy Son Ming Xian's expression changed drastically. Clearly, these words shocked him. Disciple understands. Disciple will definitely bring this person to Master. Chapter 1582. The speed of the pirate ship had indeed increased significantly. Most importantly, there were sufficient crew members to operate the ship. This allowed the energy released by the formation to be fully utilized. In addition, the black-robed man was an experienced captain, so he was naturally much faster than the original ship. Xiao Chen's life didn't change much. With the help of the mysterious Yin grass, he quickly refined the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Now, his strength was improving every day. The effect of the mysterious Yin grass was amazing. At the very least, it sped up Xiao Chen's refinement of the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy by more than 3 times. Now, he might not even need a month. As a result, Xiao Chen had no choice but to start thinking about the Yang baleful qi in advance. After refining 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, one had to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yang energy as well. However, a fortuitous encounter like the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy was hard to come by in 1,000 years. It required too many coincidences. For this reason, Xiao Chen had no choice but to discuss it with the Jiao snake. After learning about Xiao Chen's purpose for coming, the Jiao snake said, 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. You had better not think about that. Being able to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is already a great fortuitous encounter. Everything in the world was predetermined, and everything had its own conclusions. It's impossible for you to encounter another 10,000-year-old baleful Yang. Xiao Chen nodded. I feel that it is impossible, too. Being able to obtain the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is luck and Senior Jiao Snake's help. It was a coincidence that I encountered the 10,000-year baleful Yin energy. It was even more of a coincidence that I met you. The Jiao Snake paused for a moment before saying, however, the cultivation of cultivators cannot always rely on coincidences. You were right to make plans for this matter. Xiao Chen looked at the Jiao Snake and said, given Senior Jiao Snake's experience, do you have any suggestions? The best way is naturally to join a sect. The outstanding talents of those sects will not worry about the baleful Yin and baleful Yang. The sect's old monsters will be running around looking for them. You can't compete in this, so you can only rely on external help. Senior, please elaborate. The Jiao Snake sighed and said in a deep voice, if it were an ordinary person, this matter would be very easy to resolve. However, the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy you absorbed must have a corresponding grade of baleful Yang energy. Lowering the standard is a little troublesome. However, I remember that Pan Huang obtained an alchemic recipe in the past. It recorded a method that could condense baleful Yang energy. Then, with the corresponding spirit herbs, one could refine the heavenly Yang pill. Sky Yang pill? Xiao Chen was confused. What did this pill have to do with the baleful Yang energy that he wanted to absorb? The Jiao Snake explained, this heavenly Yang pill can condense 100 strands of baleful Yin Yang. Think about it. If 100,000-year-old strands of baleful Yin Yang condense all their essence, would it be any weaker than 10,000-year-old baleful Yin Yang? Xiao Chen thought about it carefully and was shocked. Is there really such a pill? If that's true, then wouldn't the disciples of large sects be able to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy and 10,000-year-old baleful yang energy at the perfected being realm? How strong would the sects be when they grow up? Xiao Chen had personally experienced the immense energy contained in 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. If everyone in a sect could build such a strong foundation at the perfected being realm, it would be unimaginably terrifying. The Jiao snake shook its head and said, "You are overthinking. Firstly, 1,000-year-old baleful yin energy and baleful yang energy are already very difficult to find. It is impossible for a sect to prepare one for every disciple. Secondly, not everyone can absorb 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. After all, some cultivators cannot even refine 2,000-year-old baleful yin energy." Xiao Chen felt enlightened. That seems to make sense. There is still the most important point. What? Senior, you don't remember the alchemic recipe? I remember the alchemic recipe. A snake's memory is the best. You cannot compare to me in this aspect. Most importantly, the alchemist who created this alchemic recipe did not create the heavenly yin pill. Hence, many disciples who absorbed the heavenly yang pill exploded and died when they advanced to the primal core realm. Seeing Xiao Chen's expression change slightly, the Jiao snake continued, "After that, this alchemic recipe became a forbidden medicine and was sealed away. Now, it should be completely lost." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. "Senior, please give me the alchemic recipe first. I'll make a decision after that." "All right. Think about it carefully. This is the final step. If you really cannot do it, you can only force a portion of the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy out of your body. At that time, you will have a better choice." After obtaining the alchemic recipe, Xiao Chen walked out with a somewhat sullen expression. "Captain, we are almost at the Purple Sun Great Realm." The moment Xiao Chen left the ship's hold, he ran into an excited black-clad man on the deck. "Oh, I'll go and take a look." When Xiao Chen arrived at the bow of the ship, he looked out into the starry heavens ahead. There was a purple star that stood out from the other stars, giving off a strange light. With one glance, one could tell the difference in the vast starry heavens. That was the Purple Sun Great Realm. The current Great Realms were formed from the fragments of the Great Desolate Continent. Compared to stars, there was a unique field that existed in the Great Desolate Aeon, suitable for the reproduction of life and the birth of civilization. No matter how big a star was, without a field, there could not be a civilization. Only terrifying astral beasts could survive on it. "Captain, we are about to pass through the field. The field of this Purple Sun Great Realm is rather strong. However, it is clearly not a problem for Captain." There was no need for the black-clad man to say anything. Xiao Chen could already feel it. As Xiao Chen's physical body passed through the field, the scene before him magnified continuously. It was like a sesame-sized painting magnified 1,000 times before his eyes. This was the first time Xiao Chen passed through such a field. It felt rather novel. At the same time, he also felt that the field that the black-clad man mentioned was rather strong. Without a certain level of strength, one would not be able to pass through it. After Xiao Chen passed through the field, the scene before him suddenly opened up. The air was fresh, much better than in the starry heavens. When Xiao Chen looked around, this Purple Sun Great Realm was a boundless continent. Most of the place was desolate and uninhabited. Only a city stood in the center of the continent. That should be Purple Sun City. Even from several million kilometers away, one could still clearly see the city's silhouette. One could easily imagine how grand and majestic the city was. Above his head was a patch of purple sky that seemed to never disperse, as if it would forever be squeezed together. "Captain, let's go to the Pirate Alliance first. After traveling in the starry heavens for so long, this pirate ship needs to be tidied up," the black-clad man suggested excitedly to Xiao Chen. "Get your subordinates to leave. Accompany me to another place." "Oh." When the black-clad man heard that, he immediately became somewhat dispirited. What happened next made the black-clad man even more depressed. Xiaochen got off the ship and summoned a black chariot. To think that Xiaochen wanted the black-clad man to be the coachman. Big brother, look. I am a minor primal core realm expert, after all. Isn't it a little too? The black-clad man looked bleak as he looked at Xiaochen, not willing to do this. Xiaochen thought for a while and felt that this was fine. He took the reins and said, I'll do it, then. You are responsible for showing me the way and helping me find a larger tavern. Alright, that's a good idea. Xiao Suo laughed loudly. However, he immediately felt a chill run through his body, scaring him into trembling. He quickly said, let me do it. How can I let Big Brother do such menial work for me? That Jiao snake is still around. Senior Jiao snake, there is no need to scare him like that. Xiaochen smiled bitterly. Naturally, he knew that it was the Jiao snake's doing. It's fine. I can tell that this person is a talent. I'll help you tame him during this period so that you can use him in the future. That's right. With a helper, it would be much easier to handle many miscellaneous matters. With this thought, Xiaochen ignored the Jiao snake's actions and entered the cycle war chariot. Fei Er was doing her best to take care of Luo Nan. However, Luo Nan's complexion clearly weakened. That was the effect of the blood cloud pill. As time went by, its effects weakened. Seeing Xiaochen enter, Fei Er immediately said, Big brother Xiaochen, you are here. Xiaochen nodded casually. Then, he looked at Luo Nan and asked, how is he? The worry on Fei Er's face did not fade away. She said softly, Senior brother's mental state has been deteriorating over the past few days. He seems a little afraid. Luo Nan revealed a smile as he held Fei Er's hand. Then, he consoled, Junior sister, I am already very satisfied with being able to live until now. These days have been the happiest days of my life. Then, Luo Nan turned his head and looked at Xiaochen. Brother Xiaochen, I'm sorry. I really misunderstood you in the past. I am already very grateful to you for doing so much for me. I feel that I do not have much time left. Brother Xiaochen, please don't waste any more resources and time on me. Xiaochen smiled and said, don't overthink. Just because Fei Er calls me Big Brother, should help you to the end. Furthermore, without you protecting me, I would not have been able to absorb the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Since you are already in Purple Sun City, don't overthink and rest well. Chapter 1583. Purple Sun City was the only large city in the Purple Sun Great Realm. It had millions of years of history, an extremely long history. The vast and majestic ancient city had experienced the baptism of countless years, but it still retained its ancient charm, extolling the ancient legends. On top of the city gate, there was an incomparably beautiful beast carved on top of the purple clouds. That was the legendary divine beast Golden Crow that was born from flames. When its wings unfolded, every single feather was glistening with a brilliant golden radiance. It was filled with an ancient aura. Long ago, it was said that this Purple Sun Great Realm was a stronghold of the Golden Crow race. Purple Sun City was built on the Golden Crow race remnant. Although the pure-blooded Golden Crows were extinct and the descendants of the Golden Crows were long gone. However, the native cultivators still worshipped the divine bird that was born in the flames. This was evident from the various symbols on Purple Sun City. Purple Sun City sat in the center of this continent, surrounded by boundless deserts with surging yellow sand. However, none of this affected the prosperity of the city in the slightest. This was because it was the center of the entire Purple Sun region. Countless people from the thousands of great realms of the Purple Sun region would come here every day. Most of the businesses in this city were trading. There were very few native cultivators in the Purple Sun Great Realm. Rumor had it that a rank 3 sect had existed here a long time ago. But later on, for some reason, it declined. It was attacked by everyone and destroyed in the tides of history. This made Purple Sun City a neutral city. Right now, only a few strong rank 2 sects had taken root in the vicinity of Purple Sun City, forming an equal footing. Most of the cultivators who came here were looking for something they fancied or to sell their treasures. This city was also the largest city in the entire Purple Sun region. The martial artists who came here were at least at the perfected being realm. From time to time, one could see primordial core realm supremacies. The city's environment was complicated, and there were people from all walks of life. Sometimes, a random person might be a peak major primal core expert. It would not be strange at all. At this moment, amidst the rolling yellow sands, a black horse carriage was galloping on the main road, leaving behind a trail of dust. Inside the carriage was naturally Xiao Chen and the other two. Warships like pirate ships had special docking points in Purple Sun City. They had already parted ways with Xiao Chen's group. There are so many experts. Xiao Chen had already walked out and sat beside Xiao Sua, observing the surroundings. Earlier, the two mutated beasts that brushed past Xiao Chen were both minor primal core cultivators. In the other great realms, it was not easy to see a primal core cultivator. Becoming a perfected master was already an expert. After advancing to the primal core realm, one would be a venerate, respected wherever they went. However, the rules in Purple Sun City were clearly going to change. So. Just as the cycle war chariot was about to enter the city gates, two figures descended from the sky and blocked the chariot. Xiao Sua pulled the reins fiercely, his face filled with anger. Sizing up the two people in front of him, they were two middle-aged men. One of them had a thick killing intent on his face, while the other had an evil smile on his face. Clearly, he was up to no good. Big brother, the vicinity of Purple Sun City has always been very chaotic. There are often blind people looking for pushovers to collect tolls. Xiao Chen found this strange. These two people are only half-step primal core cultivators, yet they dare to target you? How would I know? There are always people who do not care about their lives in this day and age. The black-clad man, Xiao Sua, expressed his confusion. Xiao Chen sized up the black-clad man and somewhat understood. Xiao Sua was covered in dust along the way, and he withdrew his aura. It looked like he had completely integrated into the role of a coachman. The former pirate leader had turned into a coachman and was directly ignored by others. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's cycle war chariot did not have any insignia, even looking somewhat crude. Hence, he was treated as a pushover. In reality, that was indeed the case. The taller and skinnier of the two men blocking the chariot looked at Xiao Chen and said, "How many people are in the chariot?" "Everyone has to hand over 100 spirit jades. Otherwise, you can forget about entering Purple Sun City alive." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "This Purple Sun City is an ownerless city, a neutral land where people can come and go as they please. Since when do we need to pay spirit jades? Why all the nonsense? Are you going to hand it over or not? Just say the word." The person who spoke looked at Xiao Chen with displeasure on his face, showing no patience at all. Not handing it over, Xiao Chen replied decisively. "Are you sure?" The taller, skinnier man smiled coldly. Purple Sun City was a chaotic place with many experts. However, not all of them were experts. Every day, there would be veritable personages like Xiao Chen passing through the field and entering the Purple Sun Great Realm, the targets of their plunder. Those who could come to Purple Sun City were either here to buy treasures or to sell them. These people all had some wealth. If this was not good, they would just kill them and snatch them. You'd best consider it. 100 spirit jades for a life. This is an easy debt to settle, the azure-clad man surging with killing chi at the side said coldly. "Consider it my ass. To think that you are trying to rob me, your grandfather. Kneel." During this period, Xiao Sua had been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Now that he was forced to be a coachman, he felt extremely upset. Now that someone blocked his way and tried to rob him, he completely erupted. Xiaosuo grasped the horsewhip and suddenly stood up. The aura of a primal core realm expert burst out. The two middle-aged men who tried to rob him were instantly frightened to death. They had not expected this unremarkable coachman, who was covered in dust, to be a minor primal core realm expert. Trying to run? It's too late. Xiaosuo smiled coldly and swung his whip. The two half-step primal core realm cultivators got chopped in half at the waist. They were not even on the same level. Xiaosuo leaped off the chariot and searched the corpses. Then, he removed the spatial rings of the two before walking back happily. It's an old habit. I can't change it. Big brother, sorry for the embarrassment. Let's go. After killing the two, Xiaosuo was in a good mood. He drove the cycle war chariot straight into Purple Sun City. Only then did the onlookers startle to their senses, exclaiming softly. What a mysterious chariot. There is no sect symbol on it, but the coachman is actually a primal core venerate. What is the background of that white-clad youth? This is really grand. Even a rank 2 sect disciple would not receive such treatment. That is right. Even in a rank 2 sect, a primal core realm expert is a martial uncle. How could he be a coachman for a disciple? That might not be the case. If it were the top disciple of a rank 2 sect, he would definitely receive such treatment. Could this white-clad person be the top disciple of a sect? However, he does not look like it. Although the black-clothed man had killed 2 people with 1 whip strike, everyone's focus was on Xiao Chen. Clearly, a coachman was already so strong. The identity of the white-clad person had to be even more incredible. Could that white-clad person be the Ice Snow Sword? A few figures below the city gates, 2 men and 1 woman, watched as the cycle war chariot entered the city gates. The one who spoke was the woman among them. The 3 of them had arrived long ago. However, they happened to see the earlier scene, so they stopped to watch the commotion. Who could have imagined that they would see such a shocking scene? That should not be the case. Although the Ice Snow Sword is also dressed in white, he has always been a loner. He is very proud and arrogant. He does not even think highly of his fellow sect members of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction is about to begin. The elite disciples of the rank 2 sects near Purple Sun City will definitely come to join in the excitement. This person might be a descendant of one of the elders of one of the sections. Unable to figure out Xiao Chen's identity, the 3 paused for a while before following the crowd into Purple Sun City. Chapter 1584. Most of the sects in the Purple Sun region were rank 1 sects like the Tianyi sect. Only a few of the stronger sects had Cloud Sea cultivators. As for the weaker sects, they did not have Cloud Sea cultivators. Rank 2 sects needed at least 2 early-stage Cloud Sea cultivators. Otherwise, the reputation of the sect would be in danger of falling off at any time. There was a total of 3 rank 2 sects in the Purple Sun region. They were rooted in the vicinity of Purple Sun City. Of course, that was only in relative terms. They were still rather far away. The 3 rank 2 sects were like the overlords of the Purple Sun region. Only they were qualified to establish their headquarters in the Purple Sun Great Realm. If the other sects wanted to establish their headquarters in the Purple Sun Great Realm, they needed the strength of a rank 2 sect. Otherwise, their sect could be destroyed at any time. Setting up a sect around Purple Sun City would bring huge benefits. Xiao Chen could not just casually give them away. Of course, in the vicinity of the city, there were still a lot of small forces that didn't make much of a difference. Due to the large number of these factions, the strength of each faction was different. There were all sorts of people. The 3 rank 2 sects could not be bothered with them, nor did they have the energy to do so. This was because it would not affect their fundamental benefits. The Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng, was the strongest new talent of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, one of the 3 rank 2 sections. Although he was not the top true inheritor, he had become famous in the past few years, rising extremely quickly in the entire Purple Sun region. Luo Feng's sword had reached perfection. According to rumor, he had killed many early-stage minor primal core older generation cultivators while he was only a half-step primal core cultivator. Now that he had advanced to the minor primal core realm, he was only one step away. His strength was probably even more incredible. Furthermore, Luo Feng was vicious and ruthless. He was a loner and had a prideful nature. Furthermore, he comprehended a sword soul half a year ago. His reputation caught up to that of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's top disciple. Luo Feng always wore white and gave off an extraordinary air. Hence, people misunderstood Xiao Chen as the Ice Snow Sword. Aside from the Ice Snow Sword, the other two rank 2 sects, the Burning Moon sect and the Wind Chasing sect, also had two new talents who were as famous as the Ice Snow Sword. However, these two were not as unique as Luo Feng. They did not obtain the Ice Snow Sword's codename like Luo Feng. From a certain point of view, being able to obtain this code name was an acknowledgement of Luo Feng's strength. The largest restaurant in Purple Sun City was Leisure Cloud Restaurant. Most of the cultivators who came to Purple Sun City would come here for a drink. Most importantly, this place had a lot of people. Not only could one obtain the latest and fastest news, but there were also many scattered martial artists setting up stalls on the 3rd floor. It could be considered a relatively famous market. Many people, after eating and drinking to their heart's content, would go up and take a stroll. At this moment, a white figure slowly walked in on the floor paved with top-notch nanmu. The noisy restaurant instantly quieted down. It was as if even the air had become much colder. So cold. What a sharp sword intent. Many people focused their gazes on the entrance of the restaurant. They saw a black-haired man dressed in white walking in unhurriedly with a sword in his hand. This person did not have much of an aura of nobility on him, he was just ordinary. His temperament seemed to be somewhat similar to that of Xiao Chen. The only difference was that this person did not withdraw his sword intent. The ancient sword that this person held in his left hand also gave off the feeling that it would be unsheathed at any moment. After such a person entered, the hall and the 2nd floor of the restaurant fell silent. There was no reason for this other than the frightening sword intent that this person gave off. When this person looked at him, he gave off the feeling of a cold and aloof sword stuck in the vast white snow. The white-clad youth casually swept his gaze around the restaurant. Immediately, everyone that he looked at felt like a sword's edge flashed before their eyes. The people that he looked at quickly lowered their heads, avoiding this sharp gaze. Suddenly, the white-robed young man stopped in his tracks. His gaze landed on another young man who was also dressed in white. This person did not avoid the white-clad youth's gaze. After taking a glance, he casually picked up a wine cup and started drinking. Bladesman? Swordsman? The white-clad swordsman could only vaguely feel the sharpness of the other party. However, he could not confirm the other party's identity. After a while, the white-clad swordsman's lips curled up in a mocking smile. What a coward! To think that he does not even have the courage to compete with me. Shaking his head, the white-clad swordsman found a place to sit. The oppressive atmosphere of the restaurant calmed down. Xiao Sua, do you know this person? Naturally, the one that the white-clad swordsman noticed was Xiao Chen. After the group passed the city gates, they headed straight for Idle Cloud Restaurant. They had not eaten a good meal in a long time. Naturally, they had to eat and drink their fill, enjoy themselves, and rest. Xiao Sua put down his wine cup and said, he should be the Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng. He is a disciple of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, a rank 2 sect. I heard that he is very strong. Of course, he is nothing compared to Big Brother. Xiao Suofeng habitually praised Xiao Chen at the end of his sentence. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him. This Ice Snow Sword was indeed very strong. In the Great Thousand Realms, there were no cultivation bottlenecks like in the Kunlun realm. Everyone focused on raising their cultivation. Those who could comprehend a sword soul and a domain could be considered very talented. This person's sword intent already condensed a soul. Furthermore, it reached a 60% comprehended sword soul, which was pretty good. However, it was just so. Compared to a swordsman like Chu Chaoyun, who comprehended the sword Dao's great Dao energy, Xiao Suofeng could not compare. Of course, with Chu Chaoyun's current cultivation, he definitely could not compare to the other party. If not for Xiao Chen's fortuitous encounter, refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, it would be hard to say who would win if the two fought. However, as time went by, Xiao Chen believed that Chu Chaoyun would continuously grow. In this great thousand realms, the other party would be like a fish in water, improving at a startling rate. Interesting. You are just a carriage driver, and you actually dare to evaluate our Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Ice Snow Sword. Are you tired of living? Just at this moment, a voice came from a neighboring table. That voice looked mockingly at the travel-worn, crudely dressed Xiao Suo. There were 2 men and 2 women at that table. The one who spoke was an alluring woman. As she looked at Xiao Chen and Xiao Suo, she smiled coldly and said, "Do you think that you can compare to the Ice Snow Sword just by wearing white clothes? Where did this country bumpkin come from? How ignorant." Although our second senior brother is not the top disciple of the sect, when considering the entire Purple Sun region, his talent in the sword Dao is definitely among the best. His talent in swordsmanship can definitely be considered one of the best. Who do you think you are? It's fine if you're ugly, but are your eyes growing on your butt? As Xiao Chen held up his wine cup, he did his best not to laugh. This Xiao Suo was really unlucky. When Xiao Suo entered the city, he was robbed. When he entered a restaurant to eat, he casually said something and got scolded by a young lady. This alluring woman clearly worshipped the Ice Snow Sword in the Ice Snow Mountain Manor and could not tolerate any dust on it. Ignore her. Xiao Chen put down his wine cup and said indifferently. Xiao Suo had no choice but to sit back down and drink his wine. However, Xiao Suo could not suppress the rage in his heart. He crushed the wine cup in his hand. He was an astral sea pirate with a fiery temper. Even Xiao Chen did not submit to him. If the Jiao snake had intimidated him, he would not have listened to Xiao Chen at all. Normally, Xiao Suo would have drawn his saber and chopped someone down. As Xiao Suo raged, the strong aura of a primal core cultivator spread out, startling the 4 people at the neighboring table. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of sword light flashed like an aurora, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xiao Suo stretched out his hand and caught this flash of sword light. The sword light contained a cup of wine. The people in the restaurant immediately exclaimed. It was the Ice Snow Sword. He made a move. What a fast sword light! It truly lived up to being the Ice Snow Sword. Most of the people in the restaurant did not see how the Ice Snow Sword made his move. This venerate, this is my junior sister. I spoke rudely, so I'll treat you to a cup of wine as an apology. I'll punish myself with a cup first. After draining the wine, the Ice Snow Sword stood up and looked at Xiao Suo. Then, he said, however, I, the Ice Snow Sword, am not someone that just anyone can talk about. Although you are a minor primal core venerate, you are not qualified. How arrogant! Exclamations came from the restaurant. Unexpectedly, this Ice Snow Sword really dared to challenge a minor primal core venerate. It looked like the rumor of the Ice Snow Sword killing a minor primal core venerate was true. After I drink this cup of wine, I'll take it as nothing happened, the Ice Snow Sword said, enunciating every word as he looked at Xiao Suo. The 4 people seated next to him, who were initially frightened, immediately regained their courage. This was especially so for that alluring woman. As she looked at the Ice Snow Sword, her eyes sparkled. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor, the Ice Snow Sword. Xiao Chen muttered this name in his heart. Then, he completely forgot about it. He had seen many of such people. They were arrogant, and thought highly of themselves. They were extremely arrogant. However, the entire Purple Sun region was just an average-sized astral region in the Grave Sea Cluster. The Grave Sea Cluster could not be considered the core of the entire Great Thousand Realms. Where did this arrogance come from, to be so arrogant? Although Xiao Chen was not as old as Xiao Sua, his mental state was much higher than that of this group of people. In Xiao Chen's eyes, this ice snow sword was just a dancing clown. He did not even need to remember his name. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, not changing at all. Then, he said indifferently, "Drink, then." Xiao Sua revealed an expression of dissatisfaction. However, since Xiao Chen said so, he still drank all the wine in his cup. Chapter 1585. Xiao Chen knew that right now, his main goal was to save Luo Nan. Don't let me catch a chance. Let's see if you can still smile when the time comes. The blade was extremely sharp. In Xiao Chen's opinion, it was a pretty good sword. Xiao Chen's heart trembled. Unexpectedly, the other party could tell that this was the Heavenly Yang Pill's alchemic recipe. Most of the profound tools sold in this market were inferior grade or medial grade. Superior grade profound tools were rare. As for peak treasure tools like the Blue Dragon Divine Wings, there were practically none. It's fine. Just stroll around. Just let me know if there is anything you like. The stall owner seemed to fear that Xiao Chen would go back on his word. He quickly took the spirit jades from Xiao Chen and carefully put them away. Then, he quickly delivered the sword to Fei Er. In the Kunlun realm, the lunar shadow saber was a transcendent divine weapon. In this world, it was also a peak superior grade profound tool, not yet a treasure tool. Alright, let me take a look. The sword in Fei Er's hand was only an inferior grade profound tool. She had wanted to change it long ago. However, treasure tools were already extremely rare and expensive. Even a major primal core venerate might not be able to purchase a treasure tool to their liking. Luo Nan did not want Xiao Chen to spend money, so he only took a quick look and did not express his opinion. On the other hand, Fei Er was in high spirits. She wanted to buy a sword, a medial grade profound tool. I'll help you, then. The ice snow sword Lu Mu smiled coldly and ignored Xiao Chen's group. So what if he is a minor primal core venerate? Before senior brother Luo Feng, he still has to be obedient. After being stunned for a while, Lu Mu said, "This young master is really generous." As Xiao Chen received the invitation, a melancholic voice rang out in his ears. Xiao Chen had not noticed it earlier. Now that he carefully sized up this old man, he discovered that this old man looked ordinary on the surface. However, his eyes were spirited, and a clump of flames blazed in the depths of his eyes. The onlookers in the restaurant were all shocked. To think that the ice snow sword Luo Feng's aura could suppress a minor primal core cultivator. The aged old man, the handsome and elegant young master, the charming and alluring young woman, the pure and cute young girl, and the sloppy old man. At least you are sensible. In the future, remember not to casually mention my name, Luo Feng, in Purple Sun City. Otherwise, even if you're a small origin core realm expert, I'll still teach you a lesson. The Jiao snake hidden in the immortal spirit ring nodded to itself. Such a mental state is truly rare. Above profound level weapons, there were treasured weapons. At this moment, Xiao Chen was in a great mood. He had suddenly turned from a poor man to a rich man. How could he not be happy? The enchanting young lady glanced at Xiao Sua with a pleased expression as she spoke in an incomparably ear-piercing voice. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "It looks like you only have this much confidence. If we really fight, you are definitely not a match for me." There was no need to even mention medial grade spirit jades. Most of the time, people would carry a few on them at all times, using them for emergencies. The stall was set up very casually. At this moment, she was standing in front of a stall, playing with a blood-red longsword. This was a fire-attributed longsword, a medial-grade profound tool. Not only did it look exquisite, but one medial-grade spirit jade could be exchanged for 100 inferior-grade spirit jades. However, no one would trade for such a thing. The old man at the stall received the list with a smile. Then, he casually read, fish yang grass, white flame flower, fire cloud fruit. Dragon transformation night. These are all extremely strong yang attributed herbs. This fellow. Seeing Xiao Chen so calm made the ice snow sword feel very upset for some reason. It was like the other party did not care about him at all. The might of a treasure tool was extremely horrifying. Even major primal core cultivators could not completely control it. As Xiao Chen spoke calmly, Xiao Sua had no choice but to swallow his anger, drinking cup after cup to drown his sorrows. Luo Nan and Fei showed shocked expressions. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen easily took out 200 medial-grade spirit jades. This somewhat startled Xiao Chen. The value of spirit jades seemed somewhat low. After Fei explained, she asked, "Big brother Xiao Chen, did you get it wrong?" Fei quickly said, "Senior brother, I will take care of you for life." Luo Nan forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. I'm just a little weak and do not have much strength. I'm afraid that even if I treat you, you will only be a cripple in the future. Cut the crap. Eat and drink." After haggling for a while, Fei bought the sword for 20,000 spirit jades. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Did you hear that? With such a junior sister, why are you sighing? Be happier. Come, let's go to the 3rd floor. I remember that you use swords, right? I'll get you a good sword. When you recover, you can use it." "Big brother, I have never felt so vexed before. This fellow is too cocky. No matter how powerful he is, if I really fight him, I will have a 50-50 chance of winning." When one drained their veritable essence energy during a big battle, they could quickly recover most of their veritable essence energy by absorbing a medial-grade spirit jade. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and casually dealt with this sharpness. Then, he casually turned his head and drained the wine in his cup. At the stall, Xiao Chen saw many cultivators selling profound tools, all sorts of weapons. Xiao Chen took out his spirit jades and handed them to the other party. How can I accept this?" After 3 rounds of wine, Xiao Chen paid the bill. Then, he looked at Luo Nan and asked, "How is your body?" The stall owner was a white-haired old man. When he saw the spirit jades that Xiao Chen handed over, his eyes immediately lit up with a fervent light. Medial-grade spirit jades. Given this, although Xiao Chen's blue dragon divine wings were replicas, they were indeed rather precious. When the 4 people at the neighboring table saw Xiao Sua drink that cup of wine under the pressure of the ice snow sword, Luo Feng, they immediately rejoiced. Back in the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Chen already knew that the secret treasures of the Great Thousand Realms were known as profound tools. The group went straight to the 3rd floor. As for superior-grade spirit jades, they were priceless treasures in the first place. They could only be exchanged for with treasures of equal value. This was not a matter of bravado. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "There's no need. How can I take back something that I gave away? Senior, there is no need to mind it." When Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the ice snow sword, he happened to meet the other party's gaze. The other party's gaze was as sharp as a knife, radiating boundless pressure. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. When he looked at the old man again, his expression changed slightly. "Old sir, please take a look at this list. Is there any way to help me obtain the herbs in it?" This old man was either an extremely skilled refiner or a strong alchemist. Xiao Sua said in a low voice, feeling aggrieved. Of course, Xiao Chen could still sense it from his lunar shadow saber. "Did I get it wrong? More than 200. Young man, this old man is sorry for taking advantage of you. Here is a VIP invitation from the Purple Cloud Pavilion. If you go to the Purple Cloud Pavilion tonight, not only can you use this VIP invitation to enter the VIP rooms, but you can also get a 10% discount on the auction items. The Ice Snow Sword said coldly in his heart. Oh no, I still lack some spirit jades. Fei counted in her spatial ring and discovered that she was still short a few hundred spirit jades. As the old man continued looking, his expression changed drastically. He looked at Xiaochen gravely and asked, "Are you still short 100 strands of 1,000-year-old baleful Yangqi?" 50-50. With 2 million spirit jades, wouldn't that mean that he could only buy 200 medial-grade profound weapons and only a few dozen superior-grade profound weapons? In that case, he would really be a poor man. However, he had already gained the upper hand in the earlier scene. There was no reason or opportunity for him to get angry. The third floor of Idle Cloud Restaurant was very noisy with people coming and going. There were all sorts of people on the third floor. Ordinary spirit jades were already extremely difficult to produce, be it for cultivation, setting up formations, refining medicinal pills or refining profound weapons. Spirit jades were extremely valuable and could be used to lay formations, refine medicinal pills, or refine treasures. The matter of the Ice Snow Sword did not affect Xiao Chen's mood at all, nor did it destroy his mental state. The stall owner was a white-haired old man. When he heard Xiao Chen's question, he asked, "Young man, you really got it wrong. In that case, can this old man use something else to exchange for your medial-grade spirit jades?" "Big brother, this old man is not simple. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's auction tonight is an annual large-scale auction. The entire city will be watching, and it will be hard to get a ticket. What more a VIP invitation? Even someone like the Ice Snow Sword might not be able to get one. How much do you lack?" No wonder the Blue Dragon Palace's old dragon horse said that although there were not many spirit jades, their quality was rather high. With a thought, Xiaochen took out a list of ingredients. There were many different herbs recorded on it. These were all supplementary herbs for refining the Heavenly Yang pill. They were extremely rare and hard to find. Chapter 1586. Xiaochen composed himself. His expression did not change as he said in a deep voice, "Senior, a sage really does not reveal his true appearance. I have long heard that there are many experts in Purple Sun City. Indeed, the rumors are true." The stall owner looked a little excited and said with a smile, "An expert? Not really. May I ask if young master has the pill recipe for the Sky Yang pill?" Xiaochen nodded. "That's right. I have the pill recipe. What advice does senior have?" "All right, as long as you lend me the pill recipe. I will help you obtain all the supplementary herbs on the list. Furthermore, I will help you find a way to purchase the 1,000-year-old baleful Yang energy. I will also give you spirit jades." The white-haired old man appeared to be exceptionally excited as he anxiously said. It was clearly wrong to be in such a hurry during a negotiation. If he exposed his bottom line too early, he would be ruthlessly slaughtered by those who were black-hearted. Looking at the white-haired old man's appearance, he did not seem to be an impatient person. It could only be said that he really wanted the Sky Yang pill's alchemic formula. Xiaochen did not overthink. He did not let the other party's conditions get to his head. He said calmly, "I do not lack spirit jades. I can let this old man take a look at the alchemic recipe. I only ask senior to help me. If I can do it, I'm willing to give the pill formula to senior, and I'll also promise senior one condition." "What is it? Tell me." Xiaochen pointed to Luo Nan and said, "Senior, please take the pulse of this friend of mine." Alchemists were not doctors. However, most alchemists would know some medical skills. The white-haired old man took a step forward and examined it. Then, he frowned. What a vicious method. This injury should have been fatal and irreversible. However, it was forcibly suppressed by a saint pill. It should be a top-grade saint pill, the blood cloud pill. However, this medicine can only last for 7 days at most. After 7 days, your friend will. When Fei heard this, her expression immediately changed. She said hurriedly, "Senior, please save my senior brother." On the other hand, Luo Nan's expression did not change. His experiences during this period had made him very open-minded about life and death. However, his heart still ached when he saw Fei, sad. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and stopped Fei. "Let Senior finish." The white-haired old man continued, "If there is a medicinal pill that can reconstruct the Dantian, the blood cloud pill's effects will be completely unleashed, and there will be no danger to your life." After letting go of Luo Nan's hand, the white-haired old man looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I know what you want me to help you with. I remember that my friend has a medicinal pill recipe for reconstructing the Dantian. 3 days later, we'll meet here and I'll give you what you need." The moment Xiao Chen said that, everyone revealed expressions of joy. This trip to Purple Sun City was worth it. "Alright, it's a deal then. 3 days later, I will hand over the pill formula for the Sky Sun pill as promised." The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. Then, he said sincerely, "It has been a long time since I saw a young man as generous as you. You do not care about trifles and do not covet small benefits. What's hard is to be loyal to your friends. This old man's family name is Lu. Those who know me in the Purple Sun region will address me as Senior Lu, a dabbler in alchemy. May I know your name? If there's a chance in the future, we can chat more." By introducing himself, Senior Lu was trying to befriend Xiao Chen. There was no fear of having too many friends when one was outside. Xiao Chen said, "I am Xiao Chen. My family name is Xiao, and my family name is Chen. If there is a chance, I will definitely chat with Senior Lu." "Ha ha ha. There will definitely be a chance. Don't waste the VIP letter I gave you. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction is considered a grand occasion." Senior Lu was in a good mood. After laughing loudly, he packed up his stall and left. After dealing with Luo Nan's matter, Xiao Chen was in a good mood. He looked at the VIP letter in his hand. He raised his head and said, "Xiao Sua, you know where this Purple Cloud Pavilion is, right?" "Of course, I know. After all, I have been here 3 times. Lead the way, then. You did pretty well today. At that time, you can choose whatever you like. I'll bid for it for you." Without Xiao Sua's reminder, Xiao Chen would not have discovered this hidden expert. Helping him bid for a treasure was worth it. "Ha! Big brother, you are my biological elder brother. That's it, then. Don't ever go back on your word." Xiao Sua nearly jumped up in joy, feeling incredibly excited. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction would last for 2 days. Only 20 treasures would be auctioned each day. Every item would be carefully selected and extremely valuable. Most of the people who went could only be spectators. As the guests were too wealthy, every auction item would eventually fetch a sky-high price. After Xiao Chen understood this, he did not regret it. Instead, he became even more interested. Xiao Chen had 2 million spirit jades on him, so he was not worried at all. If converted to inferior-grade spirit jades, that would be more than 200 million spirit jades. The old dragon horse did not say much humbly. However, Xiao Chen now discovered that, at least in the Purple Sun region, he was definitely rich and overbearing. The Purple Cloud Pavilion was one of the 3 great trading grounds of Purple Sun City. It occupied several kilometers of land, looking very grand and imposing. Purple Sun City's accumulations were extremely deep. Long ago, it was the stronghold of the Golden Crow race. In terms of accumulations, this city was even deeper than any sect in the Purple Sun region. Occasionally, strange treasures would appear. No one found this strange. Most of the people who obtained a strange treasure would choose the trading pavilion to entrust it anonymously to the trading ground. Large-scale trading grounds had good reputations and were safe and reliable. They were many people's first choice. The Purple Cloud Pavilion was such a large-scale trading ground. Naturally, its annual large-scale auction was a grand event. That was why the Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng, was here. Soon, Xiaosuo led the way to the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Suddenly, a scorching berserk aura came from behind. The cultivators in front scattered in all directions, immediately turning the place chaotic. What a tyrannical aura! It's the Burning Moon sect's strongest new talent, Yan Xian. Many startled cries came from the crowd. Many people looked behind them. They saw a group of figures walking over from there. The person leading them exuded a berserk aura from head to toe, scorching, cold, and arrogant. This was the strongest new talent of the Burning Moon sect, one of the Purple Sun Great Realm's 3 rank 2 sects, Yan Xian. Xiao Chen looked in the direction the crowd pointed. When he saw Yan Xian, he was slightly stunned. This person and the Ice Snow Sword were practically polar opposites. However, they had one thing in common: they were both extremely proud, arrogant, and conceited. Thinking about it, this had something to do with the rank 2 sects being the overlords of the Purple Sun region. These rank 2 sects were strong in the first place. Furthermore, their sects were strong. Who would dare to offend them? As Yan Xian walked over, the people at the side made way. Soon, he arrived at Xiao Chen's group. Everyone narrowed their eyes. Were these people stupid? To think that they did not make way for Yan Xian. Yan Xian frowned, and a berserk fiery aura flew towards Xiao Chen's group of 4. The air immediately turned unbearably hot. Without needing Xiao Chen to make a move, Xiaosuo spread out his aura and scattered the fiery aura. Venerate? Yan Xian entered deep thought. Then, he said coldly, just because you are a venerate, you think you can block my path? After dealing with Luo Nan's matter, Xiao Chen no longer had any qualms. However, he did not want to cause trouble either. Xiao Chen patted Xiaosuo's shoulder and walked to the side, taking the initiative to make way. Humph! Snorting coldly, Yan Xian led his junior brothers over with large strides. The people following behind Yan Xian all showed cocky expressions. In this Purple Sun City, they, the Burning Moon sect disciples, had never feared anyone. Little girl, you look pretty good. As a disciple was about to walk past Fei he stretched out his hand to touch her face. This startled Fei causing her expression to change drastically. Luo Nan also felt incredibly frustrated. Ah! However, before the two could do anything, they heard a miserable shriek. Xiao Chen directly tore off the arm of the person who stretched out his hand. Then, Xiao Chen casually tossed the arm into the air. Bang! It exploded into a shower of blood. With this, there was no hope of reconnecting the arm. How dare you injure my junior brother? Yan Xian turned around, enraged. Xiao Chen said indifferently, I have seen too many deaths in the past few years, so my temper has improved. However, there are some reverse scales. Once you touch them, don't blame me for being ruthless. Senior brother, you have to seek justice for me. For no reason or cause, you tore off one of my arms. That person with the severed arm showed a pained expression. To think that the guilty party was the first to complain. For no reason or cause. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, are the people of the Burning Moon sect all so shameless? You. To think that you dare to say that I am shameless. If not for you sneak attacking me, given my strength, how could I have torn off an arm? You are clearly narrow-minded and unwilling to give way to senior brother Yan Xian, so you vented your anger on me. Are you very strong? Suddenly, Xiao Chen interrupted the other party's long speech. When the other party looked at Xiao Chen's questioning gaze, he suddenly felt fear spread through his entire body. A sharp saber intent spread out. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and a strong saber intent entered the other party's body. The other party trembled as he looked at Xiao Chen in horror. Blood leaked out of a corner of his mouth. Before the other party finished speaking, he released many saber lights from his entire body. Countless bloody holes appeared in the other party's body, and blood flowed out. Then, he collapsed. The other party fell to the ground, dying with a remaining grievance. Had he known this would happen, he would not have said that Xiao Chen was not as strong as him. The gazes of everyone in the crowd froze as they looked at Xiao Chen. How bold of him to kill a Burning Moon sect disciple in front of Yan Xian. How strong. To think that he killed a Burning Moon sect disciple in front of Yan Xian. To think that Yan Xian did not even have a chance to save the other party. If I want to hurt someone, I will never do it in secret. If I want to kill someone, I will never do it. Xiao Chen said indifferently. He did not like to waste words. Most of the time, he liked to use action to express his opinion. Chapter 1587. Xiao Chen, who did not like to speak nonsense, used his actions to prove that the other party was just trash and trash. Judging whether a person was trash or trash had nothing to do with their strength, nor did it have anything to do with their background. Instead, it was a person's character and actions, as well as their sense of shame. Not only did the person who molested Fei Er show no intention of apologizing, but he even tried to frame Xiao Chen. Everyone had a reverse scale. However, after touching it, one had to pay a different price. The price for touching Xiao Chen's reverse scale was death. No matter what rank 2 sect disciple you were, it would not matter if you were Yan Xian's disciple or not. Senior brother, kill him. Before the crowd, the Burning Moon sect disciples felt like they were slapped in the face. So, they egged on Yan Xian to help them regain face. Xiao Suo snorted coldly and stood beside Xiao Chen. Then, he looked at Yan Xian without fear. Yan Xian's raging heart slowly calmed down. He did not fear the minor primal core cultivator, Xiao Suo. What he could not figure out was that white-clad bladesman, who had easily killed his junior brother without even drawing his saber. If Xiao Suo delayed Yan Xian and he could not deal with Xiao Chen, their faces might be slapped even more miserably. The most important thing was that they were not in the right in this matter. They would not be able to find the Burning Moon sect to judge. They might even end up being treated as a joke, spreading it even more. Might I ask for your honored name? Yan Xian asked as he looked at Xiao Chen, feeling somewhat uncertain. Xiao Chen. The crowd burst into an uproar. Who was Xiao Chen? They had never heard of this name before. In the Purple Sun region, most of the famous outstanding talents were well known. News spread very quickly in the Great Thousand Realms. Yan Xian said coldly, "Good, very good. Today, you slapped my face. In the future, I will definitely ruthlessly slap you back." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Face is something you fight for yourself, not someone else's. Be a good person, and naturally, a beauty will slap your face." Humph. Stop lecturing me. Don't get cocky. As long as you don't leave Purple Sun City, take it easy. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously. This Yan Xian hated Xiao Chen in his heart. However, when he analyzed the strength before him, he could not completely suppress Xiao Chen. He had no choice but to swallow his anger, feeling extremely sullen in his heart. "Let's go." He turned around and led his many confused junior brothers away, causing a wave of exclamations in the crowd. No one had expected this. The proud and willful new talents of the three great sects actually cowered. This was Yan Xian, one of the three great new talents of the Purple Sun region, on par with the Ice Snow Sword. Xiao Chen. I've never heard of this name before. However, since I've offended Yan Xian, it's better for me to leave as soon as possible. After all, the Purple Cloud Pavilion's auction is about to begin. It would not be good for Yan Xian to make a move. However, Xiao Chen did not overthink. He led Xiao Suo and the other two into the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Inside a VIP room, Xiao Chen sat on a soft chair. The other three sat behind him, clearly showing who was more important. Through the glowing water screen in front, the four in the VIP room could see everything outside, including the situation of the auction. Just at this moment, a voluptuous purple-haired girl suddenly walked out from the front of the auction hall. She wore a long, red dress that dragged on the ground. The long dress was very sexy, revealing her fair breasts and stirring up wild and fanciful thoughts. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's eyes widened. He stared at the purple-clad girl and entered deep thought. Fei blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, the pirate leader, Xiao Suo, laughed loudly and said, "Big brother, although Miss Lan Luo is a famous beauty in Purple Sun City, you should be more reserved." This startled Xiao Chen awake. However, his expression did not change, so he withdrew his gaze. Xiao Chen thought to himself. He vaguely sensed that this girl called Lan Luo was an outstanding talent with a great desolate Ian bloodline. However, why would an outstanding talent with a great desolate Ian bloodline appear in such a small place like the Purple Sun region? This was somewhat incomprehensible. At the same time, many of the honored guests in the various VIP rooms looked at Lan Luo with incomparable greed. The flames of lust blazed in their eyes. "Senior brother, this Lan Luo is truly a beauty. She is worthy of your status," Yan Xian's junior brothers in another VIP room said fawningly. "Given senior brother's talent and status, as long as senior brother is willing, that Lan Luo will definitely deliver herself to you obediently." Of course. Who does not know that senior brother has excellent talent and can fight above his cultivation realm? Lan Luo snorted coldly. So what if this girl who shows herself in public is a beauty? How can she be worthy of me? However, she is pretty good to play with. Lan Luo's lips curled up in a sinister smile. In the VIP room where the ice snow sword Luo Feng was, he stared at Lan Luo's twin peaks, unwilling to shift his gaze away. For Lan Luo to be able to attract the attention of so many experts and outstanding talents at the same time, she was clearly not as simple as Yan Xian made her out to be. Otherwise, Lan Luo would have been subdued long ago. How could she be so attractive? Welcome, honored guests, to tonight's Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual large-scale auction. Lan Luo smiled charmingly and bowed slightly, revealing a deep cleavage. This immediately ignited the desires of all the male cultivators present. As for the women, they were probably already cursing in their hearts. This woman is really an enchantress. The pirate leader, Xiao Suo, said with a somewhat dazed look as he swallowed his saliva. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. He said softly, "She did not use any charm techniques. As the saying goes, it is hard to give up on a natural beauty. This is the principle behind it." He. "Big brother, you are really talented in literature. I feel that with Big brother's charm, you might be able to subdue this girl. At that time, she really won't be able to leave this Purple Sun City." Xiao Chen smiled faintly, interrupting Xiao Suo. Xiao Suo was stunned for a while before saying, "That seems to be the case. All the men here will probably go crazy." Fei said softly, "You men are all like this. Who does not like beautiful things? This applies to both men and women. However, this is just an instinctive desire, not love." Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt somewhat dispirited. He closed his eyes and lay back on the soft chair. Lu Rue's figure appeared in his mind. Unexpectedly, the parting in the Sky Dome realm nearly turned into an eternal parting. Now, he did not know where she was. Ancestor Dragon City was just the old dragon horse's guess. If she was not there, then he would be at a loss. Fei and Xiao Suo did not notice Xiao Chen's strange behavior. They only thought that he was tired and lay down to rest. This was because the auction officially started at this moment. Xiao Suo paid full attention to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had agreed to help him bid for an item. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Every item in this annual large-scale auction would be a fine product, worth cities. Perhaps there might even be a strange treasure. That would be a great profit. When the auction started, it proceeded as planned. Indeed, every item was a fine product. Xiao Suo felt a significant pressure in his heart. Every item was a treasure, something that he urgently needed. However, Xiao Suo held back and did not say anything. The further it went, the more valuable the items would be. Next is the 8th auction item, the dazzling sunlight true flame, a yang attributed flame. This is an earth-grade yang attributed flame. Of all the earth-grade yang attributed flames, the dazzling sunlight true flame is ranked very high. It is a treasure that yang attributed cultivators, alchemists, and refiners cannot miss out on. Lan Luo smiled and introduced the various uses of the dazzling sunlight true flame in detail, as well as its value. Xiao Chen, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Dazzling sunlight true flame? The Book of the Epochs recorded that the special flames of the Great Thousand Realms were divided into 6 grades: Primal Chaos Grade, Lunar Grade, Solar Grade, Heaven Grade, Earth Grade, Profound Grade, and Yellow Grade. This dazzling sunlight true flame definitely could not compare to Xiao Chen's Primal Chaos Grade Heavenly Flame. However, if Xiao Chen refined the Primal Chaos Grade Heavenly Flame, his Heavenly Flame would definitely not be comparable to the rank 3 Heavenly Snow Divine Flame. He would not be able to bring out the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram. To raise the grade of the Heavenly Flame, one needed to plan early. Just thinking about the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram formed by the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame and the Heavenly Flame already excited Xiao Chen somewhat. Once he succeeded, it would definitely become another killing move for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was prepared to obtain this dazzling sunlight true flame. Chapter 1588. However, Xiao Chen was not the only one interested in this dazzling sunlight true flame. At least 10 people in the vast auction hall were determined to obtain it. Among them, the most determined was naturally the Burning Moon sect's Yen Xian. Yen Xian was a fire-attributed cultivator and cultivated a fire-attributed cultivation technique. He also comprehended the will of fire. Senior brother, after you refine this dazzling sunlight true flame, you will be able to break through the bottleneck of the primal core realm. A Burning Moon sect disciple exclaimed joyfully. Yen Xian said coldly, I have deep accumulations and need to condense an upper 3-star primal core at the very least. How can I break through the bottleneck so easily? However, I must obtain this dazzling sunlight true flame. After I refine it, my accumulations will only become even more horrifying. Aside from Yen Xian, several alchemists and refiners were also tempted. Alchemists and refiners did not lack spirit jades. They were wealthy, so their bids would definitely be extremely vicious. This round of bidding had yet to begin, but everyone present could already smell the thick smell of fire. A huge battle had begun, and smoke was already rising. The starting bid for the dazzling sunlight true flame is 100,000 spirit jades. Hee. Fellow alchemists, don't miss out on this. Lan Luo's sweet, alluring voice was drawn out as she spoke in a provocative manner. I bid 200,000. I bid 300,000. I bid 400,000. I bid 500,000. I bid 600,000. I bid 1 million. Whoosh! The entire place was shocked. Lan Luo's voice seemed to have a magical power. The few alchemists and some armament masters in the VIP room didn't even wait for her words to end completely before they raised the price to 1 million like a machine gun. The entire auction hall fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the price. Damn it! Lan Luo, you little bitch. How dare you spoil my plans? Yen Xian's anger was immediately ignited. He slammed the table fiercely, scaring everyone in the room. Seeing that the price was still rising uncontrollably, Yen Xin immediately said, "Everyone, Yen Xin, want this dazzling sunlight true flame. Please give me some face. In the future, if any alchemists need any help, you can come to the Burning Moon sect to look for me." Just as the price soared to 2 million spiritual jades, Yen Xin could no longer hold back. He brought out his sect and forcefully suppressed the price. The skyrocketing price suddenly came to an abrupt stop. Those rich alchemists and blacksmiths were startled upon hearing this and stopped bidding. On the platform, Lan Luo's expression turned somewhat unsightly. She smiled and said, "Young Master Yen, this is not good, right? Did I do anything against the rules? Could it be that the Purple Cloud Pavilion is so tyrannical, not allowing us Burning Moon sect disciples to speak?" In the VIP room, Yen Xin kept a straight face, not giving any face at all. Xiaochen thought to himself, this person is really tyrannical. When it hurts my own interests, he immediately brings up the Burning Moon sect. Apart from their standpoint, Xiaochen quite approved of his behavior. If one didn't look out for oneself, heaven and earth would destroy them. If one didn't use their trump card when they could, wouldn't it be too inflexible and appear hypocritical? However, Xiaochen didn't think much of this person's judgment. He was too arrogant and had too much of a bandit's temperament. That Lan Luo was not as simple as she appeared. Treating her as a pushover would be the stupidest. Naturally, our Purple Cloud Pavilion will not forbid the Burning Moon sect disciples from speaking. Others will not, either. However, using the Burning Moon sect to suppress others is breaking our rules. Lan Luo calmed herself, but the smile on her face did not vanish. Clearly, she was still somewhat shrewd and magnanimous. "Shut up. You slut. How dare you slander me again? Don't blame me for falling out with you on the spot. What evidence do you have to prove that I used the sect to suppress others? Who was threatened by me? As long as someone dares to step forward, I, Yen Xin, will atone for my crime with my death." Who knew? Right after Lan Luo spoke, Yen Xin immediately turned the tables on her, grasping her sore spot and making a big deal out of it. The entire place fell silent, no one said anything. Lan Luo immediately panicked somewhat, her entire body trembling slightly. "Humph. If the Purple Cloud Pavilion is filled with people like you, slandering others, I feel that there is no need for it to continue operating. I have yet to say that you slut colluded with a group of old men to purposely raise the price. Now, you are slandering me." Yen Xin's words struck home. This was especially so for the last sentence, which caused the entire place to boo. "You." Lan Luo was so angry that her entire body trembled. Her ample bosom trembled. When the crowd connected Yen Xin's words, many unbearable scenes immediately appeared in their minds. The iceberg sword, Luo Feng, support Brother Yen. The Purple Cloud Pavilion needs to give an explanation. Otherwise, there is really no need for it to continue operating. Just at this crucial moment, the iceberg sword, Luo Feng, suddenly spoke up. Clearly, the iceberg sword wanted to use this opportunity to make his presence known, to make the following auction more favorable to him. The iceberg sword represented the Ice Snow Mountain Manor supporting Yen Xin. For a moment, the situation was in Yen Xin's favor. However, it was strange. The wind-chasing sect's new talent, Wang Ling, was in the future. Otherwise, he would have voiced his support as well. "We support young Master Yen. The Purple Cloud Pavilion needs to apologize." "Right. Apologize. Apologize." Excited voices rang out in the vast Purple Cloud Pavilion, sounding like the roar of a tsunami, ear-splitting. Xiaochen observed very carefully. At this moment, Lan Luo's great desolate Ian bloodline became increasingly obvious, showing that she was on the verge of going berserk. Fei said somewhat angrily, "How can this group of people be like this? They can clearly tell who is right and who is wrong with one glance. Could it be that they are all blind? Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "This is called having too many fools and not enough intelligence. All these people seek is a temporary vent. They do not care about right or wrong, right or wrong. Yet, they still numb themselves, thinking that they are righteous. How can it be like this?" Fei expressed her confusion. "Nothing is impossible. You will not find it strange after seeing it many times. You will understand in the future. However, I am going to make an offer." Xiaochen narrowed his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his calm gaze. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out amid the sea of apologies. "Dazzling sunlight, true flame, 3,000,000 spirit jades." His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly transmitted to the minds of everyone present. The tide-like whistling sound seemed to have suddenly encountered a heavy blow, and came to an abrupt stop. The place fell into a strange silence. Who is it? Who is so blind as to dare to go against the trend and call out a bid of 3,000,000 spirit jades amid the wave-like cries? "Miss Lan Luo, what's wrong? Does my offer not count?" Lan Luo, who was on the verge of going berserk, suddenly sobered up at this moment. "Damn it! What am I doing? I can't even handle such a small matter. How am I going to inherit the clan in the future?" Lan Luo withdrew all her aura, and a profound look appeared in her eyes as she looked at the VIP room where Xiaochen was. Then, she said, "VIP number 3, dazzling sunlight true flame, bids 3,000,000 spirit jades. Is there anyone willing to make a higher offer?" The cocky smile on Yan Xian's face froze at this moment, turning sinister and scary. "It's you." Yan Xian could tell that the one who spoke in VIP room 3 was Xiaochen. "Xiaochen, how dare you spoil my plans again? Are you tired of living?" Yan Xian's enraged voice rang out from the VIP room, making everyone present feel his rage. 4,000,000. However, what answered Yan Xian was Xiaochen's indifferent bid. "It looks like you are really tired of living. 5,000,000. I will kill your entire family. 6,000,000. I, Yan Xian, swear that I will kill you. 7,000,000. Boom! Accompanied by an explosion, the table in Yan Xian's VIP room seemed to shatter from Yan Xian's palm strike. The sound of the explosion was exceptionally clear in this silent place. Every time Yan Xian said something, Xiaochen would indifferently add 1,000,000 spirit jades. This made everyone feel that Yan Xian's threat was laughable. "Why aren't you saying anything? Let's continue. Every time you say something, I will add 1,000,000. Don't you want the dazzling sunlight true flame? Let's see how much wealth you have. Continue cursing, and let's continue playing." The cold voice from VIP room 3 wafted out. That chill made everyone shiver. When the Ice Mountain Sword, Luo Feng, heard this, he immediately chose not to speak. Luo Feng did not want to offend such a rich and overbearing person. If Luo Feng fancied something and got into a fight with the other party, raising the price, it would be very troublesome. Seeing Yan Xian's current appearance, Luo Feng rationally chose not to get involved. In the hearts of everyone present, one word came to mind: domineering. What was true tyrannical? One did not need a glib tongue. One was rich and overbearing, suppressing others until they did not dare to say anything. This was true tyrannical. Let me ask you, do you dare to play? Chapter 1589. Senior brother, I'll go look for our sect's elders and get them to pay with some spirit jades. There's no need to fear this Xiaochen, one of the junior brothers said in unison. Collecting his thoughts, the auction began. Xiaochen thought for a while and decided to help Luo Nan obtain this sword. When Luo Nan heard this, he rejoiced in his heart. A cold wind sword forged by Great Master Qian Tai would definitely be one of the best among superior grade profound weapons. Xiao Suo nodded and said, "That is natural. He is one of the 10 great refiners of the Grave Sea cluster. This was especially so for his attainments in swordsmithing. He had reached the pinnacle of swordsmithing, and there were few who could compare to him. This sword should be Grandmaster's early work, but its value is definitely not low. 6 million. Even if we have money, that's not how we spend it. Xiao Chen nodded. I bought this sword for you. As a swordsman, who wouldn't love to have a sword that they admired? Lan Luo smiled faintly. Then, she looked at Booth 3 with interest in her gaze. All the rank 3 sects of the entire Grave Sea cluster were gathered there. That was where the true elites gathered. However, the resources, spiritual energy, and natural treasures in the Grave Sea were all at the peak of the outside world. Luo Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. No need. If he likes it, let him have it. As long as he's alive to take it. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused an uproar of discussion. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. Just who was this Xiao Chen? Ordinary people could not continue to dive. A slightly larger wave could kill a perfected one. Big brother, buy it for me. I want it. Xiao Chen fell into deep thought when he heard this, and then he looked at Xiao Suo and asked, is this Master Qiantai very famous? No matter where it was, martial artists who practiced the sword would always be the mainstream. This was the mentality of humans. Since it was someone else who was paying, they would definitely buy the expensive one. If they bought the cheap one, they would feel that they had suffered a loss. Xiao Chen smiled and allowed Luo Nan to continue watching. Right now, he wanted to give Luo Nan a sword. But that Ice Peak sword. However, Luo Nan started to worry in the blink of an eye. Big brother is indeed big brother, domineering indeed. The bid of 7 million spirit jades shocked everyone present. No one made a move, and Xiao Chen obtained the dazzling sunlight true flame as he wished. That was not how logic worked. Not only could he order around a late-stage major primal core ferocious beast, but he was also wealthy and overbearing. His strength was unfathomable. The flagpole was covered in rust. The blood-colored flag was in tatters, and the pattern drawn on it was blurry. Venerable, you live in the Grave Sea all year round. There are often people who risk crossing the sea for the sake of a sword strike. As long as one was alive, it was impossible that one did not even have the right to buy something. In that case, he might really have followed the right big brother. However, this price did not last for long. Xiao Chen, who was in VIP room 3, made his own bid. The price soared very quickly, but it was not as exaggerated as the dazzling sunlight true fire. After all, not everyone was as rich as alchemists. It's over. Next up, the auction item is a little special. It's also the last treasure of the day. This is a flag, an ancient pirate flag. As for the discussions of the many cultivators in the hall below, Xiao Chen chose to ignore them. Congratulations to VIP Room 3 for 1,600,000 spirit jades for the great Master Qian Tai's Cold Wind Sword. Lan Luo's pretty eyes filled with doubt. She felt even more curious about the identity of the master of VIP Room 3. Right. Anything is possible. Since the Purple Cloud Pavilion said that it is the work of the great Master Qian Tai, there should be some guarantee. Immediately, a tattered blood-colored flag appeared in front of everyone. If one really went to compete for this dazzling sunlight true fire, one might have to raise the price to 10 million spirit jades before one could obtain it. Even now, it was still a forbidden land. The seawater was formed from the melting of many ancient stars. It was not water in the ordinary sense. Ferocious beasts lived at the bottom of the starry sea. In the center of every astral zone was a boundless sea, a true starry sea. This prevented Yen Xian from competing with them, as well as the others from bidding against them. However, I can't say that. Perhaps it is a bladesman. Perhaps the other party urgently needs spirit jades to break through. However, the ancient aura from the pirate banners made everyone feel a sense of shock from the oncoming aura. In the VIP room, Xiaochen showed a calm expression. He was rather happy that he managed to obtain the item he wanted at an extremely low price. Naturally, he was happy. To think that it is the work of the great master Qian Tai. Just the name of the great master Qian Tai is worth 1 million spirit jades. No matter what Xiaochen did, he would offend the other party. In that case, he might as well go all out. Even if Xiaochen used the most disadvantageous method to exchange for 2 million spirit jades, he would still be able to obtain 200 million ordinary spirit jades. This Xiaochen really does not know how many debts there are. He offended Yan Xian and offended the Ice Snow Sword. Firstly, it would be hard to compete with the other party in terms of wealth. Secondly, Xiaochen feared the other party's revenge. After the pirate flag appeared, Xiao Sua became completely excited. At this moment, he was even more excited, so he asked Xiaochen to bid 1,500,000 spirit jades. However, when Xiao Sua called out her bid, the crowd booed. "Big brother Xiaochen, this sword?" Luonan asked as he looked at Xiaochen. Being able to roam the forbidden starry sea once already gave one the right to brag to others for life. After Lan Luo's subordinates brought out the auction item, she stood before the stage and pulled back the red cloth. Lan Luo did her best to explain the history of the pirate flag, attracting the attention of everyone present. The most important thing was that Xiaochen had never feared those two from the very start. Could they be elite disciples of rank 3 sects who came out for experiential training? Thinking about it, that was indeed possible. Ka Ca. Pooh. The reason it was called the Grave Sea was that there were many strange graves in that sea region, dotting the boundless starry sea. Xiaochen really wanted to know who the honored guest in VIP room 3 was. Fei was somewhat flabbergasted. Big brother Xiaochen was truly a generous guest, taking out so many spirit jades in one go. For pirates, roaming the starry sea was their goal. 7 million spirit jades, going once, going twice, going thrice. Sold. This was discovered by a cultivator in the Grave Sea. This proves that the owner of the pirate flag had a high status in the past. Big brother Xiaochen, do you really have 7 million spirit jades? Even though Xiaochen had agreed to the other party's request, he still remembered it. After Lan Luo finished her introduction, she announced the start of the bidding. Xiao Sua rejoiced in his heart. Originally, he had been somewhat worried about Xiaochen's wealth. Now, he was no longer worried. However, this pirate flag was only worth 1 million spirit jades. Beyond that, anyone who bought it would be a fool. The auction continued. Xiao Sua's eyes were wide open, hoping to win the most expensive and valuable treasure. At the crucial moment, Xiao Sua risked defending Yan Xian to help him. The starting bid for the pirate flag is 5 million spirit jades. Those who are interested can make a bid now. However, there were more important things to do right now. The center of the Grave Sea cluster was the Grave Sea. When the price reached 1 million spirit jades, the number of competitors decreased. This pirate flag was indeed pretty good. Just based on its historical value, it was worth 1 million spirit jades. If it was just a coincidence, the previous owner of this pirate flag was not simple. If that was the case, it would not be worth it. One might as well suppress the other party with one's aura, defeating the other party psychologically. At 5 million spirit jades, anyone who bought it would be a fool, even more foolish than a fool. Congratulations! This esteemed guest in VIP room 3 obtained the dazzling sunlight true flame. Of course, 7 million spirit jades was nothing. This is a very old pirate flag. We are appraisers. Although our appraisers did not identify its origins, it has at least 10,000 years of history. Inside the private room, the wine cup in Bing Fengjian's hand instantly shattered. Luo Feng's expression turned frighteningly cold. Xiao nearly spat out the wine in his mouth. He put down the wine cup and looked at Xiao. Are you sure? There were many independent starry seas in the universe, famous forbidden lands of the great thousand realms. To pirates, such an existence was an honor. Xiao said indifferently, it's fine. There are many things in this world that can be tolerated. However, if I am afraid to even buy a sword, why would I come to this purple cloud pavilion? I wonder who sent it up. To think that they are not using the work of great master Qian Tai. When Xiao called out his bid, the crowd was shocked. Luo Feng actually did not raise the bid. The first day of the Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual large-scale auction welcomed the final item. Suddenly, the Bing Fengjian, Luo Feng, spoke. The remaining swordsmen competing could not help but shake their heads and stop bidding. In that case, after buying it and researching it, 1 million spirit jades would be a great profit. However, it was clear that Luo Feng was overthinking. Xiao only wanted to buy the dazzling sunlight true flame. The next item is a treasure sword, the Cold Wind Sword, a superior grade profound tool. More importantly, it was forged by a grave sea great master Qian Tai. Its quality is guaranteed. The starting bid for the Cold Wind Sword is 100,000 spirit jades. Swordsmen interested in bidding, you can start bidding now. However, after thinking about it, Xiao understood. Luo Feng and Yan Xian were preparing to snatch it after the auction. In reality, they did not know that regardless of whether it was cheap or valuable, they would be earning it for free. Chapter 1590. Xiao was deep in thought. He still needed the pirate flag. A good pirate flag on the bow of a ship could greatly increase the defenses of a pirate ship. Many of the top pirate flags could even raise the quality of a pirate ship by several grades. The pirate flag was not just a decoration or a symbol for a pirate ship. However, the pirate flag in front of them was dilapidated and ancient. It was obvious that it only had some historical value left. There was another value. This was a pirate flag found in the Grave Sea. To some pirates with connections to the Starry Sea, it was of great value as a collector's item. Perhaps, the pirate leader Xiao had his eyes on this last point. Since you've made your choice, then state your price. Since he had already promised Xiao would naturally bid for it for him. He was just afraid that he would regret it. However, this power belonged to Xiao, so Xiao couldn't say much. 5 million. An excited voice rang out in the silent auction hall. It was Xiao. The crowd was in an uproar. Whispers could be heard everywhere. Damn, there's really an idiot buying this lousy flag. Talents. The people in booth number 3 are all weirdos. This thing is worth 1 million spirit jades at most. It is not worth it. Soft voices of ridicule resounded throughout the hall, yet Xiao didn't care in the slightest. After a while, no one else made a bid. This made Lan Luo, who was on the platform, somewhat anxious. This flag was no ordinary pirate flag. It had a great origin. However, the appraisers of the Purple Cloud Pavilion could not completely identify it. Even so, the starting bid was 5 million primordial spirit stones. Now that there was no second bidder, he could only bid for it with 5 million spiritual jades. But this thing, apart from those who were truly spendthrift, who would buy it? Basically no one was bidding for it. 5 million, twice. 5 million going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to guest number 3 for obtaining today's finale item. This auction has come to an end. Later, it will be time for the market to trade. Many of the treasures that weren't selected can be purchased directly. Lan Luo bowed slightly, revealing a smile. Her fair skin stunned the entire place once more. After getting off the stage, in the backstage attic. Xiaolan, you did well. You did not panic in the face of danger, and your temperament has improved. A luxurious and beautiful woman in her 40s said with a smile. Lan Luo smiled mischievously. However, she could not help but think of the guest in VIP number 3 who had helped her a lot. Auntie Bai, can you let me deliver the auction item to room 3? The beautiful woman addressed as Aunt Bai looked at Lan Luo and smiled. Strange, you have never taken the initiative to send an auction item to a guest before. Just let me go. I just want to meet the owner of VIP number 3, Lan Luo whined, shaking Auntie Bai's arm. Auntie Bai looked at the radiant Lan Luo and sighed, I'm afraid of you. Fortunately, your Auntie Bai is a woman. Otherwise, no man would be able to endure your torment. Hee, thank you, Aunt Bai. Aunt Bai is the best. You'd better not regret it. The owner of VIP room number 3 is an old man, according to the information. I don't believe you. Along with Xiao Chen's auction items, Xiao Chen headed to VIP room 3, feeling a little uneasy along the way. Although Lan Luo felt that Auntie Bai was joking, she still felt dubious. However, she did not overthink it. She was just curious. Furthermore, she did need to thank Xiao Chen. Lan Luo had an extraordinary background and started to stand on her own at a young age. She had seen all sorts of outstanding men and had long since passed the age of first awakening of love. She was a young girl who still harbored unrealistic fantasies about love. Dong! 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 There was knocking on the door. Xiao Suo immediately stood up impatiently. He smiled and said, "It must be. The auction item is here. Big brother, I'll go and open the door." Creak. The door opened, and Xiao Suo was immediately stunned. As he looked at Lan Luo, who was right in front of him, he gulped continuously, making gulping sounds. Xiao Suo wished that his eyeballs could drill into that snow-white expanse. Lan Luo's heart skipped a beat. Unexpectedly, the person in VIP room 3 was also such a lecher. Putting on a polite smile, Lan Luo said softly, "This is your auction item." To express my gratitude, Lan Luo personally delivered it. However, Xiao Suo was still staring, not hearing what the other party said. Xiao Chen thought that something had happened. He said, "Xiao Suo, invite the guest in. After settling the bill, we still have to go to the Pirate Alliance." A familiar voice came from the guest room, making Lan Luo's heart skip a beat. Xiao Suo also startled to his senses. He quickly said, sorry. Come in quickly." However, Xiao Suo was somewhat embarrassed to discover that Lan Luo had already entered before him. Lan Luo's body seemed to give off a strange light. The moment she entered, the entire room lit up. Xiao Chen was somewhat absent-minded. This was the so-called radiance radiating in all directions. However, he quickly calmed down. Unexpectedly, Miss Lan Luo personally delivered it. "Thank you for the trouble. Xiao Suo, Luo Nan, check your auction items. After verifying that there are no mistakes, I'll settle the bill." Xiao Chen stood up and nodded politely. At the same time, he naturally picked up the white crystal containing the dazzling sunlight true flame. A spot of fiery light shone in the crystal, illuminating the surroundings. After sensing it for a while, Xiao Chen verified that there was no mistake. On the other side, Xiao Suo waved the tattered, scarlet pirate banner with an exceptionally excited expression. It was like he was traveling through the vast starry sea. Luo Nan and Fei Er were both checking the cold wind sword. It was clear that the two were rather happy. It was indeed a good sword. It gave off a cold light, showing an unparalleled sharpness. When the sword was drawn, a cold wind howled. If I recall correctly, the 3 auction items are worth a total of 13,600,000 spirit jades. However, I do not have that many inferior grade spirit jades. How do I use medial grade spirit jades? Miss Lan Luo, please help me calculate. Lan Luo thought for a while before replying, if we use medial grade spirit jades, that would be 130,000 medial grade spirit jades. Our Purple Cloud Pavilion can give a 20% discount if we use medial grade spirit jades. I can personally help increase the discount. Round it up to 80,000 medial grade spirit jades. That should be enough. Xiao Chen thought to himself, medial grade spirit jades are really valuable. This girl is really straightforward. Just the small change is enough. Miss Lan Luo is really straightforward. Xiao Chen counted and handed the 80,000 medial grade spirit jades to the other party. Lan Luo casually received it and looked at Xiao Chen. She said, "Many thanks to young Master Xiao Chen for helping us earlier. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." Help? Xiao Chen was stunned for a while before reacting. He smiled and said, "The consequences would indeed be dire. I wonder how many people would die." The moment Xiao Chen said that, Lan Luo immediately raised her guard and quickly calmed down. A cold light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. What did the other party see? However, Lan Luo quickly hid her surprise. She said seriously, "No matter what, I still have to thank young Master Xiao Chen. I'll send you out of the city. With the Purple Cloud Pavilion escorting you, I can guarantee your safety. There's no need. We still have to go to the Pirate Alliance." Lan Luo could not help feeling somewhat angry. To think that Xiao Chen did not appreciate her kindness at all. When Lan Luo saw the pirate flag in Xiao Suo's hand, she suddenly thought of something and said, "Young Master Xiao Chen, can you sell this flag to me? I can increase the price by 30%. Damn it! What are you trying to do? Even if you want to trade for this flag, I will not sell it." When Xiao Suo heard this, he immediately tensed up and cautiously looked at Lan Luo. Lan Luo's expression changed slightly, immediately feeling very angry. What kind of analogy is this? What does he think I am? In that case, I wish you all good luck. Forgive me for not sending you off. Lan Luo was truly angered. First, Xiao Chen did not appreciate her kindness. Then, Xiao Suo spoke nonsense. Then, she turned and left. Xiao Suo showed a confused expression. What's wrong with that woman? She was so friendly when she opened the door, yet she left just like that. I still wanted to chat with her for a while longer. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with Lan Luo. He only looked at that ancient pirate flag and entered deep thought. Perhaps this pirate flag was indeed valuable. Based on Lan Luo's appearance, she seemed to really want to buy it. Big brother Xiao Chen, I think that Miss Lan Luo had good intentions, wanting to protect us. However, we angered her and drove her away. Everyone misunderstood, Fei Er said somewhat timidly. Xiao Chen nodded and smiled. I know. However, we cannot leave yet. We can only leave after we treat Luo Nan. We also have to make a trip to the Pirate Alliance. While we are outside, we cannot casually accept favors from others. Furthermore, if these two clowns dare to mess around, there is really nothing to fear. What had Xiao Chen not experienced before? These two clowns before him were truly nothing. In his rich experience, they could not even be considered the main characters. Chapter 1591. On the other side, Lan Luo returned to Auntie Bai's side with an unsightly expression. Then, she handed over the money from Xiao Chen's auction. 80,000 medial grade spirit jades? This discount is really impressive. Why did you take a liking to him? Auntie Bai teased as she looked at Lan Luo. However, Lan Luo's expression seemed somewhat strange. Lan Luo shook her head and said, Auntie Bai, don't laugh at me. However, the owner of VIP Room 3 seemed to have figured out my identity. That can't be. How can anyone figure it out in this place? However, even if it is, it does not matter. After your experiential training ends next month, you will return to the headquarters. After the experiential training ends, returning to the headquarters? A strange light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. The headquarters was a complicated and heavy place. To hide from some things, she had to come to this desolate Purple Sun region. However, no matter how much she hid, from the moment she was born, it was destined that some things could not be changed. The blood that flowed in her body would not change. Bai, send people to protect those people in secret. I believe that the Ice Snow Sword and Yen Xian will definitely make a move on him, Lan Luo said softly after collecting her thoughts. Although Xiao Chen rejected her kind intentions and did not admit that he had helped her before, he still had to repay this favor. This is really rare. This is the first time I've seen you take the initiative to plead on someone's behalf. Lan Luo argued, this is not considered pleading. Protecting the guests' safety has always been the aim of our Purple Cloud Pavilion. That is within the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Outside the Purple Cloud Pavilion, no one can do anything about it. This is the rule of Purple Sun City. However, Bai did not agree to Lan Luo's request. She said softly, you should know that Purple Sun City has existed for thousands of years. Many of its rules have been imperceptibly influenced. Although there are no explicit rules, everyone understands them. Otherwise, there will be chaos. When Lan Luo heard this, she felt slightly stunned. Then, she understood. This Purple Sun City was already at the edge of the territory of the noble clans. Those rank 2 sects knew the existence behind the Purple Cloud Pavilion and did not dare to mess around with the Purple Cloud Pavilion. However, the Purple Cloud Pavilion was doing business, after all. They could not openly offend those factions. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not fall out with them. I understand. Bai nodded and said, it's good that you understand. To the headquarters, Purple Sun City is more of a longing for tradition. After Bai left, a strange light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. She said softly, Dark Moon, you should understand what I mean. Go. In the darkness, there was no response from anyone. Only upon closer inspection would one discover that there seemed to be one less shadow in the room. Since he could not use the Purple Cloud Pavilion's strength, he could only use his personal guards. Xiao Chen led Fei and the others out of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. A few figures flashed continuously, following closely behind him. However, Xiao Chen didn't seem to notice. He only sneered in his heart. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow. Xiao Chen finally exited the steps of the Purple Cloud Pavilion and arrived on the streets of Purple Sun City, heading for the Pirate Alliance. Brother Xiao Chen, why the need to leave so quickly? The auction is very awe-inspiring. After you come out, are you going to run away with your tail between your legs? A voice rang out, and a cold intent assaulted Xiao Chen, startling the people behind Xiao Chen. There's no need to bother with them. Continue walking, Xiao Chen said indifferently. He did not stop walking, continuing to walk unhurriedly. Whoosh! 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 However, just at this moment, 2 figures appeared from behind. The Ice Snow Sword held his sword and smiled faintly. Brother Xiao, why are you in such a rush to leave? Yen Xian looked at Xiao Chen and said softly, I overestimated you. I thought you had some magic skill. It turns out that you are just running away. Do you think you can leave? In the distance, many cultivators coming out of the Purple Cloud Pavilion immediately noticed the situation here. They immediately felt excited. Indeed, how could the Ice Snow Sword and Yen Xian possibly let Xiao Chen off? However, they did not know why the wind-chasing sect's new talent, Fengbuyu, did not show up. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction already brought 2 new talents, but Fengbuyu did not show up. Otherwise, this place would be even more bustling. Yen Xian looked at the Ice Snow Sword and smiled. Brother Luo, it seems like no one in this vast Purple Sun region can make us attack at the same time. The Ice Snow Sword said softly, there will always be some people in this world. Before they learn a lesson, they will always think that they are infallible. Earlier in Idle Cloud Restaurant, the Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng, already disliked Xiao Chen's group. However, Luo Feng felt that there was no need to start a fight over one sentence. Now, it looked like these people were really shameless. Do they think that they can do whatever they want in Purple Sun City just because they have a minor primal core venerate? However, speaking of which, that girl following behind him is rather nice to look at. Yan Xian glanced at Fei and a look of lust flashed in his eyes. It looked like he was the one who incited that disciple to molest Fei earlier. As the two spoke, they treated Xiao Chen's group like air. This made the people who came out of the Purple Cloud Pavilion in the distance shake their heads. These two were toying with Xiao Chen like that. These two did not care about him at all. Clearly, they were extremely confident in their own strength. They only felt pity for Xiao Chen. He really should not have offended these two. The Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor were both rank 2 sects of the Purple Sun region. Furthermore, these two were the peak new talents of their sections. How could they be so easily offended? However, no one noticed that rage had appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes at some point in time. Although Xiao Chen had killed people and gotten angry since he stepped into Purple Cloud City, he had never truly gotten angry. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "I'll leave the white-clad one to you. I know that you have been wanting to make a move for a long time. Ha ha ha. I was waiting for you to say that." Xiao Sua, who was carrying the pirate flag, laughed loudly. His figure flickered, looking like a black tornado. Dust flew up from the ground. Then, under Xiao Sua's rage, it turned into powder. Xiao Sua used the scarlet pirate flag as a saber and swung it down. The tattered flag fluttered and gave off a low hum. Eventually, it buzzed and trembled. Unexpectedly, this tattered flag gave off a piercing, berserk whistling sound. The surrounding crowd exclaimed. Unexpectedly, the first to make a move was Xiao Chen's side. The Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng, grasped his sword hilt with his right hand and said softly, "It looks like this sword is going to drink the blood of a venerate again." When Xiao Chen drew his sword, a cold light spread out. Snow drifted down, and the entire space gave off a chill. It was so cold that it made everyone flustered. However, what was even more horrifying was the condensed sword light. It was so sharp that no one dared to look at it directly. The instant Luo Feng made his move, the Burning Moon sect's Yan Xian moved as well. Yan Xian and Luo Feng were like two extremes. Yan Xian's figure moved like a volcano erupting. His aura was incredibly berserk, and a burning bright moon soared up behind him. As the bright moon burned, its light encased Yan Xian's body. Then, Yan Xian gathered this energy into his fist. Immediately, Yan Xian's fist light burned with a resplendent light, no weaker than Luo Feng's sword light. How strong! Startled exclamations came from the crowd. Yan Xian and Luo Feng truly lived up to being the 3 strongest new talents of the Purple Sun region. If Yan Xian's punch landed, no one doubted that it could completely crush Xiao Chen. After all, Xiao Chen was a nobody. Furthermore, he was only a Yin Essence stage cultivator. How could he block the half-step primal core realm Yan Xian? Many people thought that this punch would instantly kill Xiao Chen. As for Xiao Sua on the other side, no one thought highly of him either. However, he was an early-stage minor primal core cultivator, after all. He would not die so quickly. Senior brother, crush him with one punch. The Burning Moon sect disciples shouted incredibly loudly. They were extremely confident in Yan Xian and the others, their voices filled with pride. Die! As the fist approached, Yan Xian spat out a clear word. A berserk, scorching aura seemed like it wanted to burn Xiao Chen. With just you? You can't do that. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and threw a palm strike. Boom! A palm wind blew, and a bright moon also rose from behind Xiao Chen. That bright moon also burned. When the fist and palm met, neither moved back. The burning moon sect's Xianxia looked at the other party in confusion, his face filled with horror. The vital qi and saber energy contained in Xiao Chen's palm strike, as well as the boundless veritable essence energy, made Xianxia feel like he was facing a surging sea. Vast and profound. The crowd of onlookers was even more shocked. This scene was really out of their expectations. To think that they were evenly matched. Xiao Chen managed to block this punch. However, the even more shocking thing was yet to come. The bright moon behind Xiao Chen suddenly burned even more intensely. The moon was like fire, illuminating the sky for 5 kilometers around. Blood filled the sky. That was Xiao Chen's hot-bloodedness burning fiercely. This scene was very shocking. Xianxia vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back and landed on the ground. The burning bright moon above Xianxia's head shattered. He vomited another mouthful of blood, his complexion pale and devoid of color. Genius? You are merely a so-so. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the bright moon vanished. The blood scattered, leaving only a group of stunned Purple Sun City cultivators in the strong wind. Chapter 1592. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect such an ending. Originally, they were expecting Xiao Chen to explode with a single punch. Who knew that Xiao Chen would defeat Xianxia with a single palm strike? However, this solution did not surprise Xiao Chen at all. The two of them were not opponents on the same level at all. Unless the other party really broke through to the primal core realm, he would not be able to put pressure on Xiao Chen. Otherwise, with the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy that Xiao Chen refined, his current veritable essence energy could easily withstand the other party's half-step primal core veritable essence energy. This was the difference in foundation, and it was not something that could be made up for by 1 or 2 small realms. Without the advantage of Cultivation realm, it would be impossible for Xiao Chen to defeat Xiao Chen, whose will, mental state, strength, and Daoist rhyme were superior to his. And Yu, who was hiding in the shadows, had a surprised look on her face. She muttered to herself, who is the person that Miss wants to protect? The ice snow sword, Luo Feng, who was fighting Xiao Sua, was stunned as well. He had not expected Xiao Chen to defeat Xianxia so quickly, far surpassing his expectations. Damn it, how could it be like this? Xianxia, that trash. For a moment, he was under immense pressure. The fight with Xiao Sua was unexpectedly difficult. Xiao Sua was not an ordinary minor primal core venerate. Not only did he have rich combat experience, but his fighting style was also extremely valiant. Luo Feng's killing chi was startling. He believed that he had killed enough people, but the killing chi he accumulated was not enough before Xiao Sua. Xiao Sua was, after all, the leader of the pirates. He was a vicious person who kept his head low all year round. The Ice Peak sword, Luo Feng, was gravely mistaken from the start when he treated Xiao Chen as an ordinary early-stage minor primal core cultivator. Now, there was an additional Xiao Chen eyeing him from the side. Even if Xiao Chen did not make a move, he would still be under great pressure. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. The green robes should not be allowed to continue like this. In the future, there would always be a chance to get back at them. If they were to lose face like Xianxia, then they would truly be finished. Thinking about this, Luo Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and 60% of his sword soul condensed at the tip of his sword. The sword was unsheathed, the wind howled, and the snow and ice swept away. With a loud shout, he unleashed his peak sword strike. He wanted to advance as a way to retreat, seeking a dignified way to leave. Fight to the death with me? I'm not afraid of you. Who would have thought that Xiao Sua, who was truly enraged, would not be afraid in the slightest under his fierce sword strike? With the pirate flag in hand, he advanced instead of retreating. His aura merged with the heavens and the earth. As he leaped, it was as if the heavens and the earth were moving with him. The integration of heaven and earth was a technique that only supremacies could comprehend. As Xiaosuo's ferocious attack erupted, a mysterious scarlet light flashed on the tip of the pirate flag. Pu Ci. Luo Feng's perfect sword move suddenly had some openings. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. This flaw was a little strange. The so-called sword momentum and saber momentum referred to the complete momentum formed when the weapons were unleashed. From the looks of it, the edge of the sword or the edge of the blade only had one direction. It seemed like it could be broken from any other direction, but in reality, that was impossible unless there was a flaw in the shear. Otherwise, no matter how one changed, a bladesman or a swordsman could easily suppress one. The tip of the saber and the tip of the sword were just one point of attack. However, a flaw suddenly appeared in Luo Feng's sword move, surprising Xiao Chen. When the two clashed, they should have been equal. Given this, Luo Feng would suffer greatly. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. Xiaosuo ruthlessly grasped this opportunity. With a sinister smile, the pirate flag cut through Luo Feng's chest like a hot knife through butter. Boom! The pirate flag pinned Luo Feng to the ground. Pu Ci. Blood continuously leaked out of Luo Feng's mouth. He revealed a flustered and confused expression. How can it be like this? In Idle Cloud Restaurant, this old man showed you some respect. Don't think that I'm easy to bully. What did you say? I cannot casually discuss your Ice Peak sword title. This old man wants to say that you are trash. Clearly, the pirate leader had a bellyful of anger. Back then, he had just casually said a few words. However, this fellow had humiliated Xiaosuo in front of everyone, forcing him to drink a cup of wine. Since when had a junior humiliated Xiaosuo like this? The crowd was stunned. Unexpectedly, two of the three strongest new talents of the Purple Sun region were defeated so quickly. Xiao Chen, let me tell you this. This matter will not end here. The Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor are much more horrifying than you imagine. You absolutely will not be able to leave Purple Sun City. Luo Feng, who was pinned to the ground by the pirate flag, felt very sullen. This was the first time he had been humiliated like this since he made his debut. I will definitely return today's humiliation 100-fold. 100-fold? When Xiao Chen heard that, he was stunned for a moment. The human heart was truly hard to fathom. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the ice snow sword Luo Feng. You only sought your own humiliation. You can't blame others. Have you ever wondered why I did not slap you when I could have easily slapped you back in Idle Cloud Restaurant? It's not that I'm afraid of you or the Ice Snow Mountain Manor behind you. It's just that there is no need. However, after entering the Purple Cloud Pavilion, everyone has the right to auction off what they like. I did not do anything wrong. You are the one who forced me. Luo Feng did not listen to anything Xiao Chen said. He rudely interrupted and pointed at Xiao Chen, saying, "Shut up, you trash. I am the strongest new talent of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. I am the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng. How can you compare to me? You trash, don't think that you are really incredible just because you trampled on me. I'll tell you this, don't even think about it. Sorry, you are mistaken. I really never thought of it that way." Bang! Without any warning, Xiao Chen suddenly flicked his finger, and a sharp saber chi shot out. The ice snow sword Luo Feng's head flew off, drifting in the air. Luo Feng died with his eyes wide open. This was a result that he had not expected. Xiao Chen glanced back and saw Yan Xian lying on the ground. When Xiao Chen's gaze landed on him, Yan Xian felt an indescribable fear spread in his heart. Yan Xian circulated all his vital qi and crawled on the ground with great difficulty, all so that he could distance himself from Xiao Chen, this demon. Yan Xian was in a sorry state, crawling away in fright. There was no trace of his earlier arrogance or despotism. With just one look, Xianxia was so frightened that he crawled on the ground. The people watching this scene were all stunned. They were speechless for a long time, completely flabbergasted. The shock of this scene was simply too great. "Let's go." Xiaochen shook his head and did not make a move on Xianxia. This person was already crippled. The crowd looked at the departing white figure, at the headless Luo Feng on the ground, and at the crawling Xianxia. Such a result was simply unacceptable. Two new talents had tried to kill Xiaochen in a grand manner. However, one died, and the other lost all his dignity. White-robed Xiaochen. This person is now famous in Purple Sun City. After this battle, the Purple Sun region has only one new talent left, Feng Buyu. I wonder where he came from. His aura, mental state, and strength all seem to surpass the Purple Sun region's 3 new talents. Just watch. This matter will not end so easily. The experts of the Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor will deal with this soon. Only after Xiaochen was far away did the crowd burst into an uproar, turning incredibly noisy. At this moment, the last new talent that many people talked about, Feng Buyu, led the sect elders and disciples outside Purple Sun City, waiting for a certain person. The wind-chasing pavilion's group of people, led by Feng Buyu, waited quietly amid the surging yellow sand. Feng Buyu did not appear at the Purple Cloud Pavilion's auction, but he went outside Purple Sun City. Everyone found Feng Buyu's actions strange. Gallop! Gallop! Suddenly, the sound of hooves rang out. An old man on a horse appeared in Feng Buyu's vision. When the owner of the horse saw the crowd in the distance, he quickly retreated in fright. "Senior brother, the target has appeared." Feng Buyu revealed a sinister smile as he said indifferently, "Martial uncle, I'll leave it to you. Don't worry. He won't be able to run." The one who replied was actually a major primal core elder. Then, his figure flashed, vanishing from everyone's sight. When this person reappeared, he was carrying a yellow-clad man and tossing him to the ground. The yellow-clad man was in incredible pain. Clearly, he had been tortured before he came. When this yellow-clad man recognized Feng Buyu, it was like he saw his savior. "Young Master Feng, I have no grudge with the wind-chasing pavilion. Why did you capture me?" Feng Buyu said sullenly, "Cut the crap. Let me ask you, where is the pirate flag that you obtained from the Grave Sea now?" "Ah." Upon hearing that, the yellow-clad man's face filled with panic. "What pirate flag? I don't know. I don't know anything." "Beat him up ruthlessly. Beat him until he confesses everything," Feng Buyu instructed coldly, not bothering to speak nonsense. Chapter 1593. Let's go. I'll bring you to my friend to sell off the goods that Big Brother wants to sell. As the captain token continued to rise in rank, the privileges gained by the Pirate Alliance would increase. The periphery of the silhouette looked like a city wall. The black-clad old man laughed dryly. Just as he was about to speak to Xiaochen, his expression suddenly changed. At the mention of the pirate hall, Xiaosua felt deep veneration and some pride. The entire west side of the city was in a frenzy. Everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs, "The golden setting sun! Golden setting sun!" Xiaochen reminded the others. Only then did Xiaosua, Fei and Luo Nan reluctantly shift their gazes away from that 3-star pirate ship. Xiaosua's incredibly rough and calloused hand slowly rubbed the rusted flagpole. Xiaochen nodded and said calmly, "Xiaochen greets Senior Gui." Xiaosua smiled. Unexpectedly, he did not argue. When someone asked about the pirates, Xiaosua was happy to answer. He smiled and said, "Naturally, it is difficult. There are only 109-star pirate captains in the entire Great Thousand Realms. As for pirate kings, there are only 7. From 1 star to 9 star, the difficulty of the subsequent tests increases with every increase in star. Words flickering with golden light were carved on the palace walls. After passing through the palace walls, there was a row of statues of famous pirate kings in history. This was the first time Xiao Chen, Fei and the others entered, so they felt somewhat shocked. Old Gui, cut the crap. Hurry up. My big brother wants to sell off some goods. Just help me take a look and give me a good price, Xiao Suo said somewhat impatiently. Rather than calling this a pirate hall, it would be more accurate to call it a pirate city made up of countless palaces. An unremarkable tattered pattern appeared at the end of the flagpole. Its position was rather special. Piracy itself was not a very reputable occupation. The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Suo and said, "Show me that pirate flag you are carrying." "Wang Suo, I heard you changed your name." When the black-clad old man saw Xiao Suo, he immediately teased him rudely. "Xiao Suo, what grade is your pirate ship?" No matter where one went in the bustling Purple Sun City, one could feel a strong commercial atmosphere. Auction pavilions, medicine pavilions, profound weapon pavilions, and markets could be seen everywhere. Their voices boiled like a tsunami, each wave louder than the last. This Xiao Suo seemed to be a pirate with a story. As the distance between them drew closer, Xiao Suo said embarrassedly, "Old fogey, you are really well informed." Before Xiao Suo could reply, the black-clothed old man stepped forward and directly snatched it away. Just the pirate ships that they built were a secret that many large sects could not grasp even to this day. One's martial prowess is the foundation. After that, the distance traveled and the completion of the Pirate Alliance's missions will add points. Only the west side of the city presented a completely different appearance. It was as if they had walked into another city. I remember hearing about the Golden Setting Sun pirate group when I was young. Luo Nan said somewhat uncertainly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Suo said somewhat embarrassedly, "Pirate ships are divided into 9 stars. Above the 9 stars are kings, and above kings are legends. That broken ship of mine is not good enough, it is not even 1 star. Golden Setting Sun. Only by becoming legends would their statues be erected in every pirate alliance. How many stars are you?" As the group spoke, a shadow suddenly shrouded them. When they looked up, they discovered an incredibly tyrannical huge pirate ship slowly descending from the sky. Me? I had a chance to become a 3-star pirate ship in the past. However, there is no need to mention the past. Now, I am not good enough. That was the 3-star pirate ship, the Golden Setting Sunday. It stood out among the group of 1-star and 2-star pirate ships, like a king, receiving the treatment of the stars. "TSK, you must be bragging." All the pirates cheered. Only Xiao Suo showed a somewhat complicated expression as he said softly, "It came from the Purple Sun region. It is also the only 3-star pirate group in the Purple Sun region. It is the pride of all the Purple Sun region's pirates." Xiao Suo's voice sounded somewhat dispirited. As he carried the tattered pirate flag, he appeared somewhat miserable. He said weakly, "Indeed. I can only brag. I am just a mediocre pirate." The Pirate Alliance of Purple Sun City was located in the west of the city, in a desolate and vast lake in the inner city. It looked like aside from being strong, this Golden Setting Sun pirate group should have some special history. Otherwise, it would not receive such treatment. Some of the rust on the pirate flag peeled off, and the pole of the pirate flag gave off a faint scarlet light. Xiao Suo explained excitedly as he carried the pirate flag. Along the way, Xiao Chen did not say anything. However, he saw everything. The helpless expression on Xiao Suo's face quickly disappeared. Then, he smiled and led the way. Overall, it looked like a palace but also a huge independent castle. The procedures for handing over the captain's medallion was not complicated. In the palace that specialized in such matters, Xiao Chen successfully obtained his own captain's medallion. "Let's go." Just take a look at someone else's honor. I still have to go to the pirate hall to sell some things. The handover procedures need to be done quickly as well. Soon, the strange feeling vanished. What appeared before them was a world of connected palaces. The vast lake, which was originally filled with pirate ships, suddenly parted, revealing an empty lake. It was indeed very old. It was a somewhat sloppy, black-clad old man with wrinkles all over his face and an ancient expression. Is it difficult? Fei asked after seeing the magnificent scene before her. She seemed to be very interested in pirates. I told you to take it, so take it. Be quick. The scene was very spectacular. If one did not know what was going on, one would think that this was a port. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt somewhat stunned. Why? There was a blue clump of light at the shore of the lake, giving off a watery glow. Fei asked interestedly, how do I raise my rank as a captain? At every moment, there were pirate ships taking off and landing. The place was very busy. Simply put, I have no money. Also, my rank is not high enough. Any pirate can freely purchase a mediocre pirate ship, but a one-star pirate ship requires the identity of a one-star captain. On the bow of the ship was a golden pirate flag. The flag was painted with a golden setting sun, and below the setting sun were embroidered 3 resplendent golden stars. After looking for a while, Xiao Chen and the others passed through the blue water screen. Everyone had a strange feeling, like the world was spinning. After passing through the streets of the western part of the city, a vast lake appeared before the group. Many pirate ships filled the lake. That is easy to deal with. I have some old friends in Purple Sun City's pirate hall. Come, big brother, I'll bring you there. That is the pirate hall, the core of the pirate alliance. Even the Cloud Sea realm cannot break into that place. It is absolutely secure. You are overthinking. When those bastards of yours came to repair my ship, they told me about it. This should be the new captain of the Black Scimitar, right? The blue clump of light grew larger and clearer. Indeed, it was the silhouette of a palace. Suddenly, Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows in shock. The flagpole actually slowly turned bright. Sha! Sha! Xiao Suo was very familiar with this. He was a pirate leader in the first place. He had also bought his new pirate ship from the Pirate Alliance. When Xiao Chen looked around, he felt shocked. He saw several pirate ships that were unbelievably strong. Xiao Suo's pirate ship was extremely inconspicuous among the numerous pirate ships. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chen met with Xiao Suo's old friend in the underground palace. The black-clad old man said unhurriedly as he looked at Xiao Chen. From today onwards, Xiao Chen was a legitimate pirate. Compared to the Alchemist Guild and the Wanxiang Pagoda, the Pirate Alliance was somewhat special. While it looked loose, in reality, it had a clear division of labor and many different organizations. Fei looked at the 3-star pirate group with a fervent gaze, not noticing Xiao Suo's strange expression. She smiled and said, I knew that you were bragging. Look at how incredible the 3-star pirate group is. The entire city is cheering for it. The black-clad old man's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed in horror, the Scarlet Blood War Banner. The legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King Scarlet Blood War Banner. The Pirate Alliance's full name was the Great Thousand Realms Pirate Professional Alliance. This was a special alliance that treated piracy as a profession. The Pirate Alliance had the largest underground market in Purple Sun City. It was the fastest and most convenient place to sell some illegal goods. What are you looking at? This is my treasure. It is not for sale, Xiao Suo said anxiously. As Xiao Chen held the pirate token, he entered deep thought. To him, this might be a good card to play. The pirates everywhere stopped what they were doing and ran to the shore to cheer. The Great Thousand Realms Pirate Alliance. Big brother, you have accepted my pirate ship. You need to go to the pirate hall to register it and formally obtain an identity medallion. Chapter 1594. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King? Upon hearing the black-clad old man say this name, Xiao Suo could no longer remain calm. Old Gui, don't lie to me. Even the appraisers of the Purple Cloud Pavilion could not appraise it, and you know it just by touching it? The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Suo with disdain. Everyone has their own specialties. How many years have I been in the Pirate Alliance? How many times have I gone to the sea? Those appraisers do not even know how many pirate kings the Pirate Alliance has produced. How can they compare to me? However, they must have noticed the extraordinariness of this pirate flag. It's just that they could not appraise it. Am I right? Seeing Xiao Suo's shocked expression, old Gui clicked his tongue and said, I know the answer just by looking at your expression. However, this thing is too troublesome. I suggest you hand it over to the Pirate Alliance. That way, you can directly rise to a 3-star captain. However, you will have to choose how to do it. Xiao Suo showed a complicated expression in his heart. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, Big brother, you make the decision. After all, you are the one who paid for this pirate flag. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt confused. He waved his hand and said, Wait a moment. Tell me what's going on first. The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Chen and asked, What's going on? Did you see those statues before you entered the Pirate Alliance? I saw them. Xiao Suo told me that one is qualified to have a statue erected in front of the Pirate Alliance only by becoming a legend among pirate kings. Old Gui nodded and said, That's right. However, outsiders do not know how difficult it is. To ordinary pirates, the identity of a pirate king is already a legendary character. However, every pirate king's lifelong goal is to have their own statue erected in front of the Pirate Alliance after they die, for later generations to worship. However, just becoming a pirate king is not enough. One needs to be a legend among legends to have the qualifications. The Pirate Alliance was established not long after the martial epoch began. However, there are less than 100 legendary pirate kings. Since the birth of the martial epoch, there had been less than 100 legendary pirate kings. This was really difficult. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he reacted and said, The Scarlet Blood Pirate King is one of them? Yes, he's the one holding the blood-colored war flag in the statue. Now you know how high his position is in the hearts of the pirates. And the flag that made him famous has actually reappeared in the world. It goes without saying how valuable it is. Xiao Suo interrupted, Most importantly, every legendary pirate king would bury their treasures in the depths of the sea after their death. Having the Scarlet Blood War banner is equivalent to having the possibility of inheriting the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures. This is also why old Gui suggested that I hand it over to the Pirate Alliance. This is because it is too valuable. If news of it leaked out, it would immediately startle the entire Purple Sun region. That's not right, the entire Grave Sea cluster would be shaken. When Xiao Chen heard that, he had to be cautious. On the other side, Luo Nan and Fei were somewhat startled. Xiao Suo smiled foolishly and said, What a surprise. I didn't expect my eyes to be so sharp. It's the legendary Pirate King's war flag. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King is the pirate I admire the most. Rumor has it that he has cleared all 7 forbidden starry seas without exception. There is no place in the boundless starry heavens that his Scarlet Blood pirate group cannot reach. I caught a legend. The sloppy, black-clad old Gui smiled coldly and said, Stop dreaming. Think about how to protect yourself first. I don't believe that there is an impenetrable wall in this world. Xiao Suo felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, chilling his heart. Damn it! What should I do? Normally, if I could become a 3-star pirate, I would smile even in my dreams. However, I can only become a 3-star captain while holding the Scarlet Blood War banner. I really can't accept this. Xiao Chen, who was standing at the side, appeared rather calm. After all, this Scarlet Blood War banner was just a tattered banner right now. Let me take a look at the war banner. When Xiao Chen received the war banner from old Gui's hands, his first reaction was that it was heavy, far heavier than he had imagined. Following that, a boundlessly ancient aura spread from his palm to his entire body. It was like scenes of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King from a distant era appearing in Xiao Chen's mind. An intense battle hunger spread throughout his entire body. His blood surged endlessly. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. No wonder Xiao Sua held the upper hand in his battle with the Ice Snow Sword, easily defeating him. It looked like this was closely related to the war banner. This was truly a good treasure. If this war flag was repaired, just how powerful would it be as a weapon? Big brother, what do you think? Even now, Xiao Sua was still somewhat nervous and excited. When he spoke, he could not speak fluently. Xiao Chen handed the war banner to Xiao Sua. Then, he turned calmly to the black-clad old man and asked, Senior Gui, how confident are you of repairing this war banner to its peak? The sloppy old man shook his head and replied, I do not have that ability. At best, I can recover 20% of its peak might. However, the greatest use of this pirate war banner is to raise the overall strength of the pirate ship. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Senior Gui is really humble. To be able to recover 20% is already very incredible. I would like to do business with Senior Gui. When Xiao Chen first saw Senior Gui, he felt that the other party was extraordinary. When the other party appraised the Scarlet Blood War banner, Xiao Chen was certain of his guess. He. I only do big business. Coincidentally, I want to do big business. 1 million medial grade spirit jades, is that big enough? The moment Xiao Chen said that, Senior Gui withdrew the smile on his face and slowly turned grave. His eyes released a sharp light, as though he wanted to see through Xiao Chen completely. Unfortunately, Senior Gui could only fail. His aura and gaze did not put any pressure on Xiao Chen. Senior Gui said sullenly, 1 million medial grade spirit jades. Xiao Chen, white-robed Xiao Chen, who exactly are you? At first, Senior Gui thought that the other party was just an elite disciple of a rank 3 sect. Now, it looked like it was not that simple. Suddenly, Xiao Chen released a trace of his blue dragon bloodline, which was suppressed by the Buddhist pendant. Suddenly, the great desolate divine eyes appeared. A resplendent and dazzling golden light appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. That golden light disappeared in a flash, so fast that no one noticed it. Great desolate divine eyes. Senior Gui took a step back and looked at Xiao Chen in shock. After a long time, he said, I'll take this deal. However, just repairing the Scarlet Blood War banner does not require such a large number of medial grade spirit jades, right? Xiao Chen nodded and waved his hand. The cycle throne appeared. I still need you to help me upgrade this cycle throne. Merge the advantages of the pirate ship with my throne. Also, Xiao Sua's pirate ship needs to be modified. It needs to be at least as strong as a peak 2-star pirate ship. This throne, with a thought, the cycle throne turned into a war chariot before the black-clad old man's shocked gaze, shocking the black-clad old man. Senior Gui circled the cycle throne and stared at it. He praised, excellent. This is truly excellent. I can see the shadow of the immortal epoc's magic treasures in it. His attainments in artifact forging and formation techniques are also extremely high. This old man's eyes were indeed unique. Mo Chen had used the Book of Heavenly Works to control the refining techniques and formations. Naturally, they were extraordinary. However, Mo Chen had not considered the spatial structure and levels of the Great Thousand Realms back then. Hence, there were flaws and needed to be upgraded. Senior Gui revealed a difficult expression. He said, however, privately modifying a pirate ship is not in accordance with the rules of the Alliance. Otherwise, how could it be a big deal? Xiao Chen smiled. When Xiao Suo heard that, he felt incredibly excited. He immediately tried to undermine Senior Gui. Old Gui, don't play dumb with me. Your subordinates have done a lot of private work. Back then, you also helped me modify that pirate ship of mine. Stop acting dumb. Hearing that his pirate ship was going to be modified, Xiao Suo was naturally happy. He had thought of doing so long ago. However, he did not have any spirit jades. You bastard. Never mind, I submit to you. However, I'll say this first. Give me 1 million medial grade spirit jades first. I will not pay for it myself, nor do I have the capital to pay for it. Upgrading the throne, modifying the pirate ship, and even repairing the war banner. Why do I feel like I am at a disadvantage? Senior Gui muttered to himself as he did the math. He wondered if the 1 million medial grade spirit jades had clouded his mind. Brat, you know why I'm working with you. Great desolate divine eyes, I really underestimated you at the start. However, I'll tell you the truth. No one dares to modify a pirate ship, especially to a 2-star one. I'm only letting you take the risk on account of Wang Suo and your great desolate Ian bloodline. Senior Gui's voice projection rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. Many thanks, Senior. Hey, I don't know if I made a profit or a loss on this deal. Just take it as making a friend. Senior Gui sighed as he spoke softly. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Thank you, Senior Gui, for helping me. In that case, I'll share my thoughts on how to upgrade the throne with Senior first. Just at this moment, a group of people walked into Senior Gui's shop with heavy footsteps. The leader of this group wore gorgeous clothes, a standard captain's attire adorned with resplendent gems. This person looked very spirited and had no facial hair. He looked exceptionally spirited, exuding an extraordinary aura. When Xiao Suo turned his head and saw this person, his expression changed drastically. The hand holding the war banner trembled, and veins bulged. He did his best to suppress his rage. When the middle-aged captain saw Xiao Suo, he revealed a surprised expression. After being stunned for a while, he sized up Xiao Suo and smiled. I heard that you have been in a miserable state for the past few years. Unexpectedly, you are so miserable that you have to carry the banner for someone else. Seeing that this person had an extraordinary air, Fei walked over to old Gui and whispered, Old Master, who is this person? Bai Yan, the captain of the Golden Setting Sun pirate group, a 3-star captain, the Light of the Purple Sun region's pirates. Xiao Suo, my former deputy. Old Gui muttered with a complicated expression. Fei gaped, clearly surprised. She had not expected this at all. The captain of the Golden Setting Sun pirate group that the entire city cheered for was actually Xiao Suo's former deputy. However, you are really ambitious. You are willing to carry the banner for someone else instead of coming to my Golden Setting Sun pirate group, Bai Yan said in a gentle and natural tone as he looked at Xiao Suo from top to bottom. Shameless fellow. Xiao Suo, who had been suppressing his rage, could no longer resist cursing. Then, he tossed the war banner aside and rushed forward to grab Bai Yan's collar, pulling him up. You don't deserve to wear these clothes. You don't deserve to be a captain. Even if I'm worthless and have no dignity, and end up begging for food, I'm still better than a shameless bastard like you. The expressions of the 4 people behind Bai Yan changed slightly as they unleashed killing chi. These 4 were actually late-stage minor primal core experts. All of them were veterans of hundreds of battles. With one look, it was clear that they were not weaklings. Bai Yan waved his hand and stopped the 4 behind him. He smiled faintly and said, I like to see your face filled with rage and helplessness. Boom! A strong aura burst out from Bai Yan's body, and Xiao Suo vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. Bai Yan tidied his clothes and said calmly, You should thank me. If my subordinates had made a move, you would have died. I will wear these clothes properly. Occasionally, I will return to Purple Sun City. I want to tell you that not only can I be a captain, but I can also do better than trash like you, going further. You. Xiaosuo vomited a mouthful of blood in anger. Rage burned in his eyes. Just as Xiaosuo was about to charge out, a hand landed on his shoulder and stopped him. Chapter 1595. Naturally, the person who stretched out his hand was Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen possessed strong vital qi, at least 2 cauldron force. When he pressed down, he was like a mountain pressing down on Xiaosuo. Then, he stepped forward and picked up the tattered Scarlet Blood War banner. You are Wang Suo's new captain? Not bad. Although you are young, you have an extraordinary air. I am Bai Yan. I have a lot of friends in the Grave Sea cluster. Little friend, will you tell me your great name? Bai Yan's status and cultivation were higher than Xiao Chen's, so he felt very confident before Xiao Chen. Bai Yan asked Xiao Chen with the air of someone in a superior position. Xiao Chen acted like he did not hear anything. He looked at Senior Gui and said, Senior Gui, there are too many flies here. Since you are not going to make a move, then I can only do it myself. Whoosh! Right after Bai Yan spoke, for cold killing qi immediately came from behind him, firmly locking onto Xiao Chen. What shameless boasting! I'll smack you to death with one palm strike. Let's see who is the fly. A person came out from behind Bai Yan and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen. That person used his palm as a saber and chopped down. The saber wind brought strong pressure. Before the palm strike arrived, cracks appeared on the ground. Xiao Chen's long hair and white robes fluttered about. Scram far away. Before Xiao Chen could make a move, the sloppy-looking Senior Gui suddenly came out. No one noticed how Senior Gui made a move. They only knew that he suddenly stood in front of Xiao Chen. Then, Senior Gui kicked out and sent the person crashing into the wall. That person grunted and fell down while vomiting blood. Bai Yan, I'm not doing business here today. Look for another place. The black-clad old man sent a voice projection. Bai Yan, on account of our past friendship, I'll advise you to leave quickly. You cannot afford to offend this youth, nor can you touch him. When Bai Yan, who already had a murderous intent in his heart, heard that, it was like a bucket of cold water splashed over him, immediately extinguishing his murderous intent. What kind of status did Elder Ghost have? He knew very well that Elder Ghost's words could not be false. He was very smart. He thought that Old Ghost's action this time was to prevent Xiao Chen from acting up, and to reduce his losses as much as possible. My apologies, my subordinates have offended you just now. I will take my leave now. For Bai Yan to be able to make it to where he was today, he was extremely tactful when dealing with matters. With a smile on his face, he prepared to leave as if nothing had happened. Who gave you permission to leave? Xiao Chen said calmly the moment the other party turned around. Bai Yan, whose back was facing Xiao Chen, scrunched up his face in anger. But when he turned around again, his face was full of smiles again. Little friend, don't be so unforgiving. How about we let today's matter rest here? Unforgiving? Well said. Why? Do you feel wronged now? Xiao Chen said sarcastically. Just now, he had done his best to humiliate Xiaosuo in front of him. Now, he actually turned the tables on Xiao Chen, saying that he was unforgiving. Furthermore, that subordinate of his attacked Xiao Chen. Without Xiao Chen's permission, how could that subordinate dare to act rashly? First, Xiao Chen humiliated and injured Xiaosuo. Then, he got his subordinate to attack Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen were not strong enough, he would have died here for nothing. Now that Xiao Chen knew how powerful Xiao Chen was, it would not be that easy to leave. When Bai Yan heard that, he felt stifled. His face sank. Don't think that I, Bai Yan, fear you. If not for this being Elder Ghost's place, Xiao Chen smiled coldly. So what? I am standing here right now. Do you dare to make a move on me? Suddenly, a small black snake appeared on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Its scarlet eyes looked coldly at Bai Yan. Under the Jiao snake's gaze, Bai Yan trembled. He felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, a bone-chilling cold. A late-stage major primal core ferocious beast. Furthermore, it was an existence just short of breaking through to the Cloud Sea realm. Bai Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. Now, he understood why Elder Ghost said that. As an early-stage major primal core cultivator, Bai Yan should have been able to survive against this Jiao snake and flee. However, his 4 subordinates would not be able to retaliate at all. In just a few moves, they died here. Sir, what do you want? Just say it directly. As long as I can do it, Bai Yan will definitely do it. Without hesitating for long, Bai Yan chose not to fight when the odds were against him, preserving his strength first. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Suo felt somewhat startled. He had not expected Xiao Chen to interfere and stand up for him. Scram! I only need to see your helpless appearance. That will be enough. Xiao Chen showed disdain on his face as he spoke indifferently. These were the words that Xiao Chen said when he knocked Xiao Suo into the air. Who could have imagined that the affairs of the world were unpredictable? Soon, it would be Xiao Chen's turn. You tricked me. Bai Yan reacted and immediately trembled in rage. It turned out that Xiao Chen had been fooling him from the very start. I'm not fooling you. I just want you to know that you are nothing now. Put away that pitiful pride of yours and stop acting aloof and disdainful. I will not interfere in the grudge between you and Xiao Suo. One day, he will personally settle it. Bai Yan's expression flickered. Then, he gritted his teeth as he looked at Xiao Chen. Many thanks for teaching this by a lesson. However, if you expect this trash to surpass me, you are overthinking it. Life is full of ups and downs. Who knows what the future holds? Scram and don't appear before me again. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He enunciated every word clearly as he looked coldly at the other party. You will regret this. A venomous gaze flashed in Bai Yan's eyes. Then, he glanced at Xiao Chen and quickly left. At the side, Xiao Suo's eyes were somewhat moist. He had clearly vented his anger. However, for some reason, as a man, he still felt flustered in his heart. Little friend Xiao Chen, you should not have let him go. This person is a venomous snake. He knows how to endure silently. In the future. Old Gui sighed softly at the side. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Suo and said, Did you hear what Senior Gui said? However, I am confident that one day, you will help me kill this venomous snake. Senior Gui was startled. It turned out that Xiao Chen purposely spared this person to motivate Xiao Suo. Similarly, Senior Gui could tell that Bai Yan could not be spared. However, he spared him. Such courage and boldness were truly admirable. For today's grace, I will personally kill Bai Yan in the future. Xiao Suo was extremely moved. He knelt on one knee and said solemnly. Seeing Xiao Suo's stance, Xiao Chen was stunned at first. Then, he revealed a gratified smile and helped Xiao Suo up. Rage was not scary. What was scary was getting carried away by rage and losing the will to fight. Such a person would truly be crippled. When Xiao Chen saw Xiao Suo's gaze, he knew that this man of steel had been enlightened today. He had undone the knot in his heart and regained his will to fight. In this case, it was worth it for Xiao Chen to make a move today. At this moment, Xiao Chen did not know about Xiao Chen's actions. In the future, Xiao Chen would become a legendary pirate king willing to sacrifice his life for the 7 great forbidden seas. Senior Gui, let's begin. Where should we start first? Help me advance to the throne first. Without my help, it will be very difficult for others to understand the trick behind it. He. That suits me. I, Old Gui, am very interested in this throne as well. In the following 2 days, Xiao Chen remained in the pirate hall, mingling with Senior Gui and making all sorts of preparations. However, these things were huge projects and could not be completed in a short time. However, 2 days later, Xiao Chen had no choice but to leave temporarily and rush to Idle Cloud Restaurant. This was because Xiao Chen's appointment with Senior Lu was in another day. He needed to meet Senior Lu at Idle Cloud Restaurant. Not only would Senior Lu bring medicinal pills for reshaping the Dantian, but he would also bring the various ingredients needed for the Heavenly Yang pill. However, Xiao Chen killed the ice snow sword Luo Feng, causing Yan Xian to lose all his dignity and form a heart demon. The entire city was in an uproar, and everyone knew that this trip was bound to be full of waves. Xiao Chen already anticipated all sorts of situations and made plans for them. However, when the true storm arrived, it far surpassed his expectations. Chapter 1596. Lan Luo, I said enough. I told you not to say any more. Let me tell you, there are many things in this world that are more important than your life. It is just that you, Lan Luo, do not understand. After killing a jumping clown, the commotion was greater than Lan Luo imagined. In merely 2 days, she actually became famous in Purple Sun City. One had to listen to her in everything. Otherwise, one would be in the wrong, angering her. One would be rude and unreasonable. No matter how one tried to explain, it would be useless. Look, Xiao Chen is coming out. If such a person was of extraordinary birth and held a noble status, it would be even more so. When Lan Luo, who was walking over, heard this, she felt somewhat angry. However, the situation was urgent, so she could not be bothered with him. Lan Luo's heart sank. Why is this person like this? I saved his life out of kindness, but he has a stern expression. Sorry for causing a misunderstanding between you and Miss Lan Luo. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. He looked at the other party and asked, "Are you threatening me?" When Fei Er heard that, she paled slightly. She lowered her head and said, "Big brother Xiao Chen, how about, did I say anything wrong? Speak. What is more important than your life? What is there to prevent you from leaving Purple Sun City?" Lan Luo immediately felt wronged in her heart. She had come to save him out of kindness, but Xiao Chen actually lost his temper at her. That is natural. He has been spending a lot of money in the Purple Cloud Pavilion. It would be hard for people not to be envious. There has never been a lack of fugitives in Purple Sun City. With so many discussions entering his ears, even Xiao Chen felt somewhat stunned. I heard that some of the small gangs outside the city have their eyes on him as well. Although Lan Luo said that she would not care about Xiao Chen, before she left, she still told Xiao Chen about the Temple Ghost sect seeking trouble for him. Xiao Chen had a rather good impression of this girl. Previously, it was just a small misunderstanding. Of the 3 new talents, one was dead, one had lost all his dignity, and his whereabouts were unknown. Only Feng Buyu remained, a topic of discussion. "Miss Lan Luo, are you looking for me?" Just at this moment, a melodious voice rang out outside Idle Cloud Restaurant. Xiao Chen looked around and saw Lan Luo walking in, wearing a red dress. Tears welled up in Lan Luo's eyes and slowly flowed out. She said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "If I do not leave, will you still attack me?" "Alright, I don't understand. I'll go. Xiao Chen, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. I heard that he appeared in the Purple Cloud Pavilion once yesterday. When he came out, there was a trace of anger on his face. If the other party had turned against him and left because of a misunderstanding, then this time, Xiao Chen really found it hard to be angry." Lan Luo calmed herself and explained the pros and cons, hoping that Xiao Chen would listen to her. However, in Xiao Chen's heart, he did not regret it at all. 2 days ago, he was the one who killed the Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng, and humiliated the Burning Moon sect's Yan Xian. Even now, his whereabouts are unknown. Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. I know why he is here. However, never mind. She has not experienced it before, so it would be hard for her to understand the promise of going through thick and thin together. Naturally, Xiao Chen and the others ignored her, continuing to drink and chat. Fei felt somewhat nervous. Her senior brother would be saved soon. She hoped that nothing unexpected would happen. They would arrive at Idle Cloud Restaurant soon. Think whatever you want. Give me the pirate flag, and I will return the spirit jades to you in their original state. After that, I will send someone to escort you away. Purple Sun City will immediately become a land of trouble. The game that follows is not something you can play. Lan Luo's words struck Lan Luo's soft spot, making her feel helpless and flustered. Indeed, what was more important than Xiao Chen's life? Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Thank you. However, I still have things to do and cannot leave." Xiao Chen had a clear conscience. He did not kill the innocent and gave the other party many chances. All of this was the ice snow sword, Luo Feng. He only had himself to blame. Xiao Chen took a sip of wine to drown his sorrows, no longer talking about Lan Luo. There would always be some people who stubbornly believed that, since they had given 100% of their sincerity to you, you had to give 100% of your sincerity back. Xiao Chen looked at Lan Luo coldly. I know that you have a noble status and an extraordinary background. However, in my eyes, there is nothing special about you. Don't think too highly of yourself, thinking that just because you gave me something, should be deeply grateful and kowtow to you. As for the obvious gazes, there were countless of them. Big brother, Beauty Lan Luo is here again. When Xiao Suo saw the situation, he immediately smiled and said, "Your charm is really extraordinary. You underestimate me, Xiao Chen. It doesn't matter if you sincerely want to save me or if you covet my pirate flag. You'd better disappear immediately. I wonder if he will seek trouble for that white-robed Xiao Chen. If he does, that would be interesting. He is really bold. I thought that he had already left Purple Sun City long ago. To think that he dares to remain here after offending 2 large sections. Why are you not listening to me? Is there anything more important than your life?" Lan Luo raised her voice and advised, "Do you think that after killing the ice snow sword, you can do as you please in Purple Sun City? Have you heard? One of the 3 new talents of the Purple Sun region, the wind-chasing sects Feng Buyu, has appeared," someone in the inn said in a low voice at this moment. "Big brother, there are so many eyes on us. There are people in the open and in the dark." Xiao Suo sized up the surroundings, appearing extremely cautious. Xiao Suo's blood surged, and his body tensed up. Even when he robbed those large sects, he had not experienced such a feeling. Fei said softly, "Big brother Xiao Chen, so, he came here to look for me for the Scarlet Blood War banner." Since Xiao Chen already knew the origins of the Scarlet Blood War banner, he naturally would not hand it over. However, he is someone who can even kill the ice snow sword. If you want to target him, you have to think about it carefully. The moment Xiao Suo said that, this topic immediately ended, as someone discovered Xiao Chen's presence. Xiao Chen did not hesitate, directly stepping in. Then, he took a seat and ordered some food, waiting for Senior Lu to appear. Xiao Suo was indeed somewhat afraid. After all, who was not afraid of death? However, he also felt some excitement. Xiao Suo immediately did not dare to continue the conversation. Afraid? Naturally, I am afraid. Who would not be afraid of causing such a huge commotion? However, if we really fight, I absolutely will not cower. Xiao Suo's words attracted the gazes of many people, and they all revealed curious expressions. Lan Luo nodded and said, "Right. Hand over that tattered pirate flag to me. Quickly leave Purple Sun City. Otherwise, your life will be in danger." He appeared 2 days ago. However, he was outside the city. I don't know what he is doing, being so mysterious. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. This Xiao Suo was speaking the truth. Xiao Suo did not have as many trump cards as Xiao Chen did, so it was hard to avoid fear. Seeing Fei Er's expression, Xiao Chen truly felt angry. He held his wine cup and slammed it down heavily on the table. Then, he said coldly, "Enough." Xiao Chen had seen too many major scenes. His heart was as calm as an ancient well, calm and unperturbed. The white-robed Xiao Chen came out from the Pirate Alliance. Since Xiao Suo killed him, so be it. There was no need to think too much. Xiao Chen did not want to explain too much. One day, when the other party truly matured, he would naturally understand who was right and who was wrong. He would also know that there were many things in this world that were more important than his life. Don't overthink. Things are not as bad as you think. Xiao Chen. Bang! Lan Luo simply did not want to see such a person, who had helped her and made her think highly of him, die in Purple Sun City like that. Xiao Chen asked calmly, "Are you afraid?" Lan Luo had never suffered such grievances before. She felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. Xiao Chen smiled consolingly and said, "It's fine. Don't overthink. No matter what, I will wait for Luo Nan to recover before leaving. If one did not die, one would not die." Since young, Lan Luo had always been the pearl of her family and friends. Just as Xiao Chen left the western side of the city, his sharp spiritual sense immediately detected several dozen gazes on him. The Temple Ghost Sect's third sect master outside the city will come looking for you to hand over the dazzling sunlight true flame. Then, you can die at his hands. Chapter 1597. Xiao Chen held his wine cup and pondered. He said to Xiao Suo, "What kind of existence is the Temple Ghost Sect?" "Xiao Suo, tell me about it." Xiao Suo smiled and said, "Big brother, do you really believe what that girl said? I think she just wants to snatch the Scarlet Blood War banner." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "You don't understand women. Although her personality is a bit bad, and she doesn't understand many principles of how to conduct herself in the world. Otherwise, before he left, he wouldn't have told me about the Luocha school." Xiao Suo scratched his head and said with a smile, "I'm just a boorish person. However, I do know a bit about this Temple Ghost Sect. There are many bandit gangs outside the city. They might not be worth mentioning in front of second-rank sects, but in the eyes of ordinary people, they are tyrants." Xiao Chen gestured for him to continue. "These bandit gangs typically bully the weak and fear the strong. When they encounter a rank 2 sect's disciple, they are all respectful, but when they encounter a lone wolf, they immediately reveal their ferocious side." Xiao Chen had sensed this when he entered the city. "Who's Xiao Chen? Show yourself." Suddenly, a rumbling roar came from outside Idle Cloud Restaurant. It was deafening. This shocked all the people drinking in the restaurant. Someone actually dared to challenge Xiao Chen. Did he not know that he had even killed the Ice Peak Sword? Could he be an elder of the Burning Moon sect or the Ice and Snow Villa? No, this voice sounded like a bandit and did not have the demeanor of a disciple of a sect. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The one who came should be the Killing Luo sect's third sect leader. He didn't expect the other party to arrive so quickly. His tone was arrogant to the extreme. "Big brother, this person must be the Temple Ghost sect's third sect master. His nickname is Black Tiger, and he is an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. He has experienced many battles and is good with the saber." Xiao Suo's expression changed slightly when he heard this voice. Xiao Chen got up and put down his cup. He said softly, "You guys stay here. I'll go out and take a look." At this moment, a lot of people had already gathered outside Idle Cloud Restaurant. However, they were all hiding far away. They did not dare approach Idle Cloud Restaurant. As a result, the area outside the gate was empty. Only a dark-skinned, ferocious-looking man stood in the middle, looking extremely domineering. You are the white-robed Xiaochen? Black Tiger asked in a deep voice when he saw that the person who walked out was wearing white clothes. A terrifying baleful aura emanated from his body, causing others to not dare approach him. As he spoke, he stared at Xiaochen like a wild beast. Xiaochen nodded. That's me. However, the one I killed was the Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng. What grudge do I have with your killing Rakshasa sect for you to attack me? Ha ha ha, that's right. Our Rakshasa sect is looking for trouble. What kind of grudges do we have? You won the bid for the extreme young real fire, right? Our big brother asked you to hand it over, and then the killing Luo sect will naturally not trouble you anymore. He threatened, but his eyes were still fixed on Xiaochen. Xiaochen looked around. Just you? He smiled and said, I alone am enough to get you to hand over the dazzling sunlight true fire. He looked very awe-inspiring as he held a black saber in his hand. It was like he already had Xiaochen in the bag. Xiaochen said indifferently, it is not impossible. You just need an earth flame of the same grade to exchange for it. If I am satisfied, perhaps I will hand the dazzling sunlight true fire to you. Interesting. Are you looking down on me? He revealed a sinister smile as he looked coldly at Xiaochen. In Purple Sun City, there are very few veritable personages who dare to speak to me like this. Even the 3 new talents do not dare to. The veritable personages who dared to speak to me like this are already dead. He's tone was cold, revealing confidence and indifference. When the others heard what He said, they shook their heads in their hearts. The Rakshasa sect's people were indeed overbearing. He was indeed very strong. Furthermore, the Rakshasa sect was considered a peak existence among the factions outside the city. Few people dared to offend He. After all, Xiaochen was not a local. Furthermore, he had offended the Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. If he did not hand over the dazzling sunlight true fire now, Xiaochen would probably die here before the people of the 2 sects arrived. You only have 1 life. However, in your long life, you will definitely meet the dazzling sunlight true fire a second time. You understand what I mean? He looked at Xiaochen and issued a final ultimatum. Did he want to keep his life or keep the dazzling sunlight true fire? Xiaochen's gaze was as calm as still water. He glanced at He indifferently and said, many people have said similar things to me. However, I have always lived well. However, I killed the person who said that, even if he was the Ice Snow Sword. I'll give you a choice as well. Before I truly get angry, scram. Unexpectedly, when faced with He's ultimatum, not only did Xiaochen not make a choice, but he even told He to scram immediately. Otherwise, only death awaited him. Xiaochen's calm eyes flashed with some arrogance and sharpness. This fellow. Actually, Lan Luo had not gone far from a tall building in the distance. She still paid attention to the situation in Idle Cloud Restaurant. Lan Luo cursed in her heart. Xiaochen is too arrogant. Killing the Ice Snow Sword does not mean that he can defeat He. He was an excellent cultivator among the minor primal core cultivators. Furthermore, he was a veteran of hundreds of battles. The Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng, did not dare to offend such a person. However, not only did Xiaochen not show any weakness, he even turned the tables and threatened He. Indeed, when He heard Xiaochen's words, he laughed sinisterly. Ha ha ha. This is interesting. Xiaochen, you are the first to dare to threaten me like that. However, you will definitely be the last. Whoosh. A sharp, furious roar came from He's mouth. Then, his physical body turned into a black afterimage and vanished. In the next moment, He held his saber with one hand and appeared at He's side. Then, he pounced over like a ferocious tiger. A strong wind blew, making it hard for the people watching in the distance to open their eyes or stand firmly. The black saber gave off a cold and sinister light in the air. Then, it turned into a ferocious black tiger, ferocious beast descending on Xiaochen. This movement technique was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. This saber light was strange and sinister. There was a terrifying ferocious spirit on the saber. What terrifying strength! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This black tiger was indeed much stronger than the ice snow sword. Xiaochen gathered his veritable essence energy and punched. Bang! The fist light and saber light clashed. Xiaochen took a step back, feeling his arm go slightly numb. Hu laughed maniacally and took advantage of the momentum to charge forward, sending out 3 saber strikes. With each saber strike, Xiaochen took a step back. Instantly, he took 3 steps back. Xiaochen thought to himself, this black tiger is indeed not simple. Even though I absorbed the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, my veritable essence energy can barely block the other party's attacks. After all, Hu is an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. The difference in cultivation between us is too great. Of course, Xiaochen only has a slight advantage in cultivation. You are somewhat strong, but that is all. I heard that you are a bladesman as well. What's wrong? You don't even have the courage to draw your saber before me? Black Tiger laughed maniacally as he held the upper hand in the fight, suppressing the other party. Whoosh! Whoosh! Black Tiger took 2 steps back. For some reason, his right hand, which held the saber scabbard, felt a slight pain. Unexpectedly, the other party's fist light contained a saber intent that was hard to break. After exchanging a few hundred moves, it had already penetrated deep into Black Tiger's arm. While Black Tiger retreated, he quickly suppressed this saber intent. Then, he looked at Xiaochen and said, I'll give you a chance to draw your saber. How arrogant! It looks like this Black Tiger wants to toy with Xiaochen. He can't do anything about it. The difference in cultivation is too great. Clearly, Black Tiger advanced to the primal core realm steadily. His veritable essence energy is exceptionally dense and firm. Xiaochen is too arrogant. This is the result of his arrogance. He cannot retaliate at all. When the spectators in the distance heard Black Tiger's words, they all discussed it. This made Black Tiger reveal a cocky expression. You want me to draw my saber? Xiaochen revealed an expression of surprise. Is the other party tired of living? While it looked like the other party held the upper hand earlier, the flawless saber intent in Xiaochen's fist light and great Dao energy were not to be trifled with. Others might not understand, but could it be that this Black Tiger did not? Or was he just pretending to be relaxed? If I tell you to draw your saber, then draw your saber. Otherwise, don't blame me for not even giving you the chance to draw your saber. Black Tiger said coldly. Not only did he want to kill this Xiaochen, but he also wanted to kill him beautifully. He wanted his name, Black Tiger, to spread even wider in Purple Sun City. Flawless saber technique, void-breaking stance. Since Black Tiger wanted to die, Xiaochen could only satisfy him. When Xiaochen drew the lunar shadow saber, great Dao energy appeared. The strong saber Dao great Dao energy instantly shattered Black Tiger's saber technique like breaking dead branches. The other party had only comprehended 8 saber souls, not even a saber domain. However, Xiaochen had already surpassed the saber domain long ago, comprehending great Dao energy. The two were on completely different levels. The instant the great Dao energy appeared, Black Tiger felt like his brain temporarily lost its ability to think. When he looked around, Xiaochen's figure suddenly vanished. Just as he was feeling horrified, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Just as Black Tiger was feeling horrified, a resplendent saber light flashed like the blazing sun in the sky, blinding everyone. The saber light flashed and stabbed into Black Tiger's chest. In that instant, it shattered all his internal organs. Chapter 1598. You. Black Tiger vomited a mouthful of blood. His expression changed drastically as intense pain spread throughout his entire body. He found it hard to understand. Why? Why did Xiao Chen break through his defense with one saber strike? Why did Xiao Chen instantly shatter his saber move, leaving him unable to resist? What exactly was that aura that made his entire body tremble in fear, to the point where he could not even hold his saber? The level of the saber Dao's great Dao energy was too high. Given Black Tiger's cultivation, he simply could not understand it. Black Tiger did not even know how he lost. How did he lose so quickly, with just one saber strike? The resplendent saber light was incredibly dazzling. It also contained boundless sharpness and the power of lightning, as well as great Dao energy. Great Dao energy pointed to the great Dao. The flickering light of the saber light was incredibly frightening. Everyone watching in the distance was stunned. Originally, they thought that Black Tiger was toying with Xiao Chen, telling him to draw his saber. However, who could have imagined that after Xiao Chen drew his saber, he immediately restrained Black Tiger? The advantage of speed was inconceivable. Black Tiger's expression was horrified. His internal organs had already been completely crushed. At this moment, he did his best to drive the energy in his Dantian essence, trying to recover from the damage to his physical body. However, the force contained in Xiao Chen's saber light not only included saber energy but also great Dao energy. This force was incredibly sharp, firmly suppressing Black Tiger's veritable essence energy. Not only did Black Tiger's physical injuries not show any signs of recovering, but they even worsened. The fear of death spread throughout Black Tiger's entire body. He said sullenly, "I don't want it anymore. I don't want the dazzling sunlight true fire anymore." Black Tiger could not block this saber strike at all. If this dragged on, only death awaited him. Begging for mercy. The Temple Ghost Sect's third sect master, Black Tiger, actually begged for mercy before Xiao Chen. This incredible scene startled everyone. When the strong Black Tiger arrived, he was extremely arrogant. He directly told Xiao Chen to get out, wanting to snatch away his dazzling sunlight true fire. Everyone thought that Xiao Chen was in trouble. At the very least, he had to hand over the dazzling sunlight true fire. When Xiao Chen said such arrogant words and rejected Black Tiger, everyone thought that Xiao Chen would definitely die. But who would have thought that the result would be the scene before them? Even the three rookies did not dare to provoke the Black Tiger, who admitted that he was no match for Xiao Chen, was actually begging for mercy in front of Xiao Chen. "It's too late now that you know you don't want it." The quintessence in Xiao Chen's body flowed continuously into the saber hilt and entered the Black Tiger's body. The halo of the Great Path behind him condensed and did not dissipate. Boundless might of the Great Path emanated from his body, making people's hearts tremble inexplicably. Xiao Chen did not intend to let the other party off at all. This Black Tiger's thinking was too simple. When they came, they called him out by name, demanding him to come out and hand over the dazzling sunlight true fire. If he didn't give it to him, he would take his life. Now that he realized that he wasn't a match for Xiao Chen, he wanted to save his own life just by saying that he didn't want it. How could the matters of the world be so simple? That was not the case for everyone. How could he yell at Xiao Chen, step on him in front of everyone, and then walk away after saying a few words? Was that even possible? Impossible. Black Tiger had to die. "Xiao Chen, I'm a member of the Temple Ghost Sect. If you kill me, you will die a horrible death." Black Tiger's injuries worsened, and his complexion turned incredibly weak. When he saw that Xiao Chen still had not let go, he panicked. Black Tiger had no choice but to use the Temple Ghost Sect's name to scare Xiao Chen. The Temple Ghost Sect was a peak existence among the gangs outside the city. Moreover, the entire gang was very united. If any one of them were to be touched, they would definitely be killed. If anyone touched a single person, they would definitely be hunted down by the entire Temple Ghost Sect. A large part of the reason why Black Tiger dared to be so arrogant in Purple Sun City was that he had the Temple Ghost sect supporting him. Xiao Chen, let me tell you this. The Temple Ghost sect is not like the large sections. They do not have that many formalities. As long as someone is killed, they will turn out in full force. Furthermore, it was my big brother who sent me here. Black Tiger grew increasingly weaker. The fear of death made him place his last hope of survival on the threat of the Temple Ghost sect. If I let you go, the Temple Ghost sect will not seek trouble for me? Xiao Chen's cold voice made one's heart tremble. Indeed, if I let Black Tiger go, the Temple Ghost sect will not seek trouble for Xiao Chen. So, you should just die. A ferocious roar resounded in the air. Black Tiger let out a furious roar of despair. His life force was rapidly diminishing. Amid his despair was boundless regret. He regretted offending Xiao Chen, this malefic star. However, now, it was all too late. Pu Ci. Light exploded, and the saber light completely shredded Black Tiger's physical body. Black Tiger turned into a pool of blood drifting in the air. Dead. The Temple Ghost sect's third sect master, Black Tiger, died. Black Tiger, who was an early-stage minor primal core cultivator, could not even block a single saber strike before Xiao Chen. The result was very surprising. Black Tiger's incredibly tyrannical words, "Draw your saber," would probably become the greatest joke in Purple Sun City. How arrogant and tyrannical was it to give you a chance to draw your saber? However, when Xiao Chen drew his saber, he did not have a chance to regret it at all. Xiao Chen looked at the white-clad figure holding a saber with fluttering long hair. The onlookers in the distance all revealed strange expressions. This youth was truly decisive in killing, not hesitating at all. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and scattered his great Dao energy. His emotions did not fluctuate too much. If someone wants to kill me, I will kill them. This was a very simple principle. Young man, quickly leave. The Temple Ghost sect's people will charge in soon. In the past, someone killed the Temple Ghost sect's people. In the end, their corpses littered the streets. Half a day later, an old man suddenly said. He could not bear to see Xiao Chen die just like that. Thank you, but I can't leave. Xiao Chen had an appointment with Senior Lu to meet at Idle Cloud Restaurant today. Since the other party had not appeared yet, he naturally could not leave. This matter concerned Luo Nan's life and Fei Er's expectations. Xiao Chen had to do this. Young man, you are just seeking your own death. The Temple Ghost sect has the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, the second sect master and the first sect master are even stronger than Black Tiger. Many discussions came from the crowd, all of them suggesting that Xiao Chen leave immediately. This person is really going to be unlucky. Seeing Xiao Chen ignore the crowd's advice and enter Idle Cloud Restaurant, that old man shook his head slightly. Xiao Chen did not have to wait for long. In less than 15 minutes, a group of cultivators exuding a heavy baleful aura rode over on tall horses, kicking up a cloud of dust as they galloped towards Idle Cloud Restaurant. These people had the same air as Black Tiger, similarly cold-blooded, tyrannical, and unreasonable. Aside from Xiao Chen's group, Idle Cloud Restaurant was already empty. The guests and their all knew that Xiao Chen killed Black Tiger, so they all feared getting caught up in the crossfire. The entire Idle Cloud Restaurant turned extremely quiet, heavy and oppressive. The cavalry in the distance rushed over to Idle Cloud Restaurant, kicking up a cloud of dust. The person leading the group had a cold expression. As he looked at the pool of Black Tiger's blood on the ground, he could not help releasing a murderous chi. This person was Black Tiger's second brother, the Temple Ghost sect's second sect master. He was known as Shueshou. Those who kill will pay with their lives. Blood Hand suddenly roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder that shook the surrounding 50 kilometers. The huge Idle Cloud Restaurant shook under this explosive roar. Incessant clanging sounds could be heard coming from the restaurant as the wine cups and wine bottles inside shattered. Boom! Following that, all the doors and windows fell to the ground. The sound waves turned them into powder in the air, scattering with the wind. How strong! The crowd, who had already hidden very far away, all calmed down when they heard this roar. It was just one roar, but it nearly caused Idle Cloud Restaurant to collapse. After all, Idle Cloud Restaurant was supported by formations. After everything quieted down, Idle Cloud Restaurant remained quiet, devoid of any sound. Could it be that the white-robed Xiao Chen had already sneaked away and was not in there at all? If someone wants to kill me, I will definitely kill them. No one is an exception. Naturally, the Temple Ghost Sect's Black Tiger is no exception. Just as everyone was feeling bewildered, Xiao Chen's calm and collected reply came from the damaged Idle Cloud Restaurant. Everyone became excited. What a great Xiao Chen! To think that he did not flee. What a great, if someone wants to kill me, I will definitely kill them. Chapter 1599. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master roared ferociously, "A murderer must pay with his life." His voice shattered the windows of Idle Cloud Restaurant, leaving half of the building damaged. Under such pressure, Xiao Chen responded tyrannically with, "If anyone tries to kill me, I will kill them." He clashed head-on, not backing down at all. "You are seeking death." The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master snorted coldly and shouted, "Charge in. I want to let him know the consequences of offending the Temple Ghost Sect." Boom! With a furious shout, the many Temple Ghost Sect disciples dismounted and charged into Idle Cloud Restaurant. However, the moment they stepped through the doors, a cold aura made them tremble. What kind of feeling was that? His entire body trembled, and the cold energy seeped into his bones, making him unable to move at all. A huge suction containing an irresistible force came over. Horrifying miserable cries rang out as the Jiao snake swallowed up the group of people, unable to retaliate at all. Such a strange thing caused the group of killing Rakshasa sect members behind to feel a little uneasy. The doors of Idle Cloud Restaurant were like the gates of hell. After they entered, there was only a startled cry, and then there was no more movement. There were no sounds of fighting or cries for help. There was no sound of Xiao Chen and the others speaking. The silence of the environment coupled with the terrifying startled cries felt exceptionally horrifying. Such a scene was equally strange in the eyes of the others. They did not know what Xiao Chen did, much less what happened in Idle Cloud Restaurant. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master's sullen expression turned extremely complicated. Many of the sect disciples circled the entrance of the restaurant, pacing back and forth, not daring to enter. It was very dangerous inside. No one who went in ever came out again. Clearly, these sect disciples did not dare to enter rashly and send themselves to death. After all, everyone only had one life. Go in 2 by 2. No matter what, you have to tell me what happened in there. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master was incredibly frustrated. Even he was somewhat startled by the current situation. What was even more despicable was that this happened before everyone. If the second sect master could not kill Xiao Chen, then the Temple Ghost Sect would no longer be able to mingle in Purple Sun City. Now, he was anxious to know what had happened inside so that he could deal with it. When the Temple Ghost Sect members heard that, they were stunned. They simply did not want to enter Idle Cloud Restaurant. However, when he saw the second sect master's dark face, he could only bite the bullet and charge in. However, the huge Jiao snake in Idle Cloud Restaurant was like a chicken eating rice. Every time 2 people came in, they would lower their heads and peck gently, and 2 Temple Ghost Sect members would disappear for no reason. 2, 4, 6, 8, the members of Killing Rakshasa Sect entered but never came out. All of them died silently. At this moment, he couldn't even let out a scream. Hiss! A chill spread through the nearby streets. The many cultivators watching from afar all sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a chill run down their backs. Terrifying, it was simply too terrifying. The normally bustling idle cloud restaurant was now incomparably sinister in the eyes of the crowd. It had become a haunted building. What exactly happened inside was still unknown. This Xiao Chen is really not simple. That's right. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Looks like killing him won't be that easy. Almost all of them are dead. Interesting. I wonder if the Temple Ghost Sect's people will demolish Idle Cloud Restaurant. I don't think so. If they really demolish it, they will be utterly embarrassed. To think that one person forced them to not even dare to enter the door. Regardless of whether the Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master was willing or not, the members that he brought over never returned. Everyone who went died. The second sect master sent out his mental energy but discovered that it was shrouded in fog. The interference prevented him from seeing anything. Is this all the Temple Ghost Sect has? In that case, it is best not to enter this door. Otherwise, every person who enters will die. No matter how many people come, it will be useless. Xiao Chen's cold shout came from the quiet Idle Cloud Restaurant, making the hearts of many sink. If it were before, no one would dare to believe Xiao Chen's words. They would only think that he was bragging. However, now, no one dared to doubt Xiao Chen's words. He did indeed have the ability to do so. You are seeking death. Back off. I'll go. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master shouted ferociously. Then, he turned into an afterimage and flew towards the doors of Idle Cloud Restaurant. However, just as the second sect master approached the doors, his body suddenly bent upward at an inconceivable angle. He was like an eagle soaring into the sky, directly barging into Idle Cloud Restaurant from above. A cold smile flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes when he saw the other party enter in such a manner. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and arrived on the second floor, coldly eyeing the other party. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master was dressed in yellow. He was a peak minor primal core cultivator, more than one grade higher than Black Tiger. The second sect master was only one step shy of advancing to the major primal core realm. Of course, this was the final step. Without any special fortuitous encounter, he would never be able to cross this step. Die. When the yellow-clad sect master saw Xiao Chen appear, he shouted ferociously, and 3 streams of veritable essence energy that had undergone refinement appeared. 3 streams of refined veritable essence energy came from the primal core in his body and charged at Xiao Chen. The veritable essence energy split into 3 and turned into yellow venomous snakes that flicked out their red tongues like they were alive. Then, they charged at Xiao Chen. The veritable essence energy was very fast and came from a tricky angle. In the next second, it arrived before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The other party was indeed much stronger than Black Tiger's. Just these 3 streams of veritable essence energy gave Xiao Chen the feeling that he could not block them. If Xiao Chen clashed head-on, he would suffer greatly. After all, he was only a Yin essence stage cultivator. Xiao Chen drew his saber and instantly executed the fish dragon art. In that instant, Xiao Chen quickly took 3 steps, swinging his saber with each step. Every saber strike targeted the weak points of the veritable essence energy venomous snakes. After 3 saber strikes, the veritable essence energy venomous snakes scattered. The yellow-clad sect master's expression immediately turned grave. Xiao Chen, who was only a Yin essence stage cultivator, actually managed to receive 3 moves before him. Xiao Chen could not be underestimated. This Xiao Chen definitely had an extraordinary background. He might be a genius disciple of a rank 3 sect. That's right. That must be it. Otherwise, he could not fight across cultivation realms and display such strong combat prowess. Aside from this, the yellow-clad sect master also felt that this idle cloud pavilion was somewhat strange. From the moment he entered, it felt like someone was watching him. That feeling lingered, unable to get rid of. Suddenly, the yellow-clad sect master thought of retreating. He felt that he could not remain in this restaurant. He should wait for his big brother to arrive before making a decision. After all, his big brother was a major primal core cultivator. He was very knowledgeable. Even if the other party was a genius outstanding talent of a rank 3 sect, he would definitely be able to kill Xiao Chen. With this thought, the yellow-clad sect master pushed off with his feet, wanting to leave the way he came. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not chase after him, the yellow-clad sect master heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally leave this place. However, suddenly, a huge black shadow swept towards the yellow-clad sect master. This shadow carried a dense cold chi that made one's entire body go numb, so cold that one trembled. Before the yellow-clad sect master could turn his head to look, the Jiao snake's tail struck him. All the bones in the yellow-clad sect master shattered, and he vomited a mouthful of black blood. He felt like his soul was trembling. The yellow-clad sect master felt dizzy, and intense pain spread out. The Jiao snake strike took away most of his life. No! The yellow-clad sect master was even more horrified. In the next moment, Xiao Chen chopped down with the lunar shadow saber, as if he had predicted that the Jiao snake would strike him. Pu Ci. The saber strike knocked the yellow-clad sect master out of Idle Cloud Pavilion amid his startled cry. When the yellow-clad sect master landed, all signs of life vanished. A saber wound cut the yellow-clad sect master's body from top to bottom. If not for the yellow-clad sect master's strong physical body, this saber strike might have chopped him in half, leaving him without a complete corpse. Finally, someone came out of Idle Cloud Pavilion. However, the person who came out was a corpse that could not speak. Outsiders still did not know what happened in Idle Cloud Pavilion. As the crowd looked at Idle Cloud Pavilion, their expressions changed completely. Even the Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master died. How horrifying was that place? Duh. 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 The sound of horse hooves rang out. A strong aura surged over, and the crowd quickly made way. When the crowd clearly saw who it was, their expressions changed slightly. The people of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon sect had finally arrived. Chapter 1600. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's new talent, the Ice Snow Sword, was killed. As for the Burning Moon sect's new talent, Yan Xian, he was in an even more miserable state. Yan Xian had been frightened into crawling and fleeing with just one look, losing all his dignity. Not only himself, but even the Burning Moon sect had lost face. Yan Xian probably knew that he would not be able to escape punishment when he returned to the sect, so he went missing. Even now, no one knew where he was. A sect's new talent represented that the sect had a successor. When they roamed the world, they represented the face of the sect. However, of the two rank 2 sects, one died and the other fled because of Xiao Chen, losing all face. Xiao Chen alone slapped the faces of 2 rank 2 sections. Such a thing would be unacceptable in any sect. Furthermore, the rank 2 sects of the Purple Sun region were overlord-class existences. However, because the sects were too big, there were too many formalities. Since the two sects wanted to send people to resolve this matter, they had to discuss who to send, who had the time, who was willing, and who was suitable. The strength of the person to send was very important. Naturally, they had to discuss it carefully. However, the Temple Ghost sect did not have so many worries. They came when they wanted to. Hence, they rushed ahead of the two sections. Although the experts of the two sects did not come, there were people keeping an eye on Xiao Chen's actions in secret. When the decision was made, the efficiency of the large sects became apparent. The Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor arrived at nearly the same time. The Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor each sent 100 people. The leaders were major primal core cultivators. The weakest of the 100 disciples was a young essence cultivator. It was clear that these were all elites and experts. The two sects were truly enraged. In the Purple Sun region, a major primal core cultivator could be considered a peak expert. Even in Purple Sun City, major primal core cultivators were rare. Han Feng, unexpectedly, you came personally as well, the leader of the Burning Moon sect, Bai Su, said calmly as he looked at the other party. The Ice Snow Mountain Manners, Han Feng said coldly, I only have this one disciple. I was hoping that he would surpass me and become famous. Now that he was killed, how could I not come? It turned out that these two were the masters of the new talents of their respective sections. They were also in the upper echelons of their sects and were very strong. Although our sects usually have some disputes, why don't we join forces to kill this white-robed Xiaochen today? Bai Su of the Burning Moon sect suggested to Han Feng. In the past, people had heard that the two great sects had gathered hundreds of people to deal with a single person. They would definitely think that it was impossible. How could there be such a person that a rank 2 sect would be so cautious? But now, no one was surprised to learn that the person they were going to deal with was Xiaochen. Not long ago, the Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master and third sect master, as well as a large group of gang members, had all died at Xiaochen's hands in Idle Cloud Restaurant. All these facts told everyone that Xiaochen was not simple. Sure. Han Feng's eyes flickered for a moment, and he agreed with the Burning Moon sect's Bai Su's decision. From the bottom of his heart, he did not approve of joining forces. To deal with a Essence stage brat, they still needed to work together with others. This was a great humiliation. However, in the current situation, they had no choice but to work together. It was better to be cautious. If he were to fail miserably in such an easy task, it would be a huge joke. Da-da-da. Galloping rang out again. The crowd opened up a path. It was the Temple Ghost Sect's Sect Master Yen, charging over with his men. Sect Master Yen raged, killing intent radiating from his entire body. He felt an indescribable depression in his heart. Unexpectedly, a Essence stage brat nearly wiped out most of his Temple Ghost Sect. If Black Tiger had underestimated his enemy, then Xiaochen had to be very strong for killing the second sect master's group. Han Feng? Bai Su? Sect Master Shui was greatly startled. He quickly pulled on the reins and withdrew his killing intent. Then, he stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute. Greetings, elders. The three of them were about the same strength, all early-stage major primal core realm cultivators. However, their statuses differed greatly. No matter how powerful the Temple Ghost sect was among the gangs outside the city, it was an insignificant existence in the eyes of a rank 2 sect. Without an inheritance or accumulations, the Temple Ghost sect was just a group of bandits. Han Feng and Bai Su did not show any good expressions. Bai Su said softly, I heard that your Temple Ghost sect just lost 2 sect masters and more than 100 gang members. Truly a motley crew. More than 100 people did not even get to see the others. Compared to Bai Su, the Ice Snow Mountain Manners Han Feng was even more arrogant, directly mocking them. Sect Master Shui immediately became enraged. He said sullenly, no matter how great the losses of my Temple Ghost sect are, it cannot compare to the losses of the two of your sections. One new talent was killed, and the other was in an even worse state. The new talent crawled away like a turtle. You must be tired of living. Han Feng snorted coldly. Suddenly, a frigid cold wind started blowing wildly. Between heaven and earth, the temperature plummeted, and everyone felt an icy chill. Snowflakes drifted down, and the cold wind blew. The dancing snowflakes spun around like sharp knives. How strong! The people watching in the distance quickly retreated in a fluster. Who could have expected that Han Feng could easily bring out such a strong will of ice with a thought? This will of ice was already infinitely close to the domain realm. Furthermore, Han Feng's major primal core realm cultivation allowed his veritable essence energy to be continuously refined and refined. Now that it was contained in the snowflakes, it made sense that it gave off such strong pressure. In mere moments, a thick layer of snow blanketed the ground. This clearly showed how vast Han Feng's veritable essence energy was. Humph. Do you think this old man is easy to scare? Not to be outdone, Sect Master Shui released a scarlet light from his body. Together with a strong baleful aura, he quickly clashed with the boundless snowflakes. Enough. Seeing that the two were about to fight, the Burning Moon Sect's Baisu quickly made a move. A heat wave surged up from the ground, instantly melting everything. Baisu forcefully suppressed the two's wills. Immediately, Han Feng and Sect Master Shui became cautious. Sect Master Shui snorted coldly. Although my temple ghost sect is not an impressive existence, we cannot tolerate being humiliated. Don't think that we are easy to bully. At the very most, I can just run to another astral region. Your Ice Snow Mountain Manor will not care. Seeing that Han Feng was about to fight again, Baisu quickly said, "Stop. We are here to deal with Xiao Chen. Don't let the people in Idle Cloud Restaurant laugh at us." Inside Idle Cloud Restaurant, Luo Nan, Fei and Xiao Sua all felt immense pressure. It seemed like the situation was getting more and more chaotic. Not to mention the Temple Ghost Sect, two Rank 2 sects actually charged over as well. "Big brother Xiao Chen, how about we leave first?" Fei suggested in a soft voice. Xiao Sua shook his head and said, "It is already too late to leave. They have already surrounded Idle Cloud Restaurant. There is no way out." Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to size up the scene outside. Then, he released his bated breath. Clearly, the Rank 2 sects had late-stage major primal core experts. However, there were too few of them. Furthermore, the time of these people was precious. They would definitely not leave the mountain just for one Xiao Chen. Furthermore, they had to guard their sect's territory and could not move casually. The ones that came were all early-stage major primal core cultivators. 3 early-stage major primal core cultivators. The pressure on Senior Jiao Snake increased significantly. However, he could still handle the situation, so there was no need to panic for now. As Xiao Chen expected, the late-stage major primal core peak experts of the Rank 2 sects would definitely not come. As for the Supreme Elder of the Cloud Sea Realm, the death of a new talent was not something that could be passed on to the Supreme Elder. Xiao Chen communicated with the Jiao Snake. Then, he said to Xiao Sua and the other two, "With me around, there is no need to panic. Just listen to me." Fei said sullenly, "There is no need to panic. Senior brother and I are just worried about implicating you." When Xiao Chen heard that, he laughed loudly and said, "There is no need to talk about implicating me. We have all gone through trials and tribulations together. If we really reach a dead end, we will definitely live and die together. Killing one is breaking even, and killing two is already a gain." A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The hot-bloodedness in his bones blazed as he said, "That's right. Live and die together." Outside Idle Cloud Restaurant, the people of the 3 factions had already surrounded Idle Cloud Restaurant so tightly that not even water could trickle through. For a time, the Idle Cloud Restaurant became an isolated existence on the street. Everyone in the distance broke out in a cold sweat for Xiao Chen's group of 3. With the 2 Rank 2 sects working together, Xiao Chen no longer stood much of a chance. At this moment, Sect Master Shui and the other 2 had already reached a consensus under Baisu's mediation. Whoosh! 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 The 3 soared into the air, and the auras of major primal core experts spread out, encasing the entire Idle Cloud Restaurant. Rumble! The ground trembled. It was like 3 mountains had fallen on Idle Cloud Restaurant, on the verge of collapse. Upon seeing the actions of the 3 experts, everyone exclaimed. They were preparing to use violent means. They wanted to destroy the restaurant together with Xiao Chen. No matter what means they used, they would use their cultivation to suppress them. They would not even be able to enter Idle Cloud Restaurant. Chapter 1601. An indescribable light flashed in her eyes. If the earlier Xiao Chen had only inspired some admiration in her, now, her heart suddenly raced. But at this moment, her heartbeat suddenly sped up, mixed with an indescribable feeling of conflict. Inside Idle Cloud Restaurant, Xiao Chen expressionlessly placed a palm strike on the Jiao snake's body. However, as expected, the scene of Idle Cloud Restaurant collapsing did not happen. If the Jiao snake had succeeded, Xiao Chen's group and Idle Cloud Restaurant would have been crushed to pieces under the combined attacks of the three experts, dying without a grave. In this excellent opportunity to make a move, the three experts did not hold back. Xiao Chen did not hold back much. The scene immediately turned somewhat bloody and cruel. Without the support of the three leaders, everyone was caught off guard and injured by the shock waves. They were caught off guard and injured by the shock waves. Furthermore, Xiao Chen and Xiao Suo suddenly jumped out. This was called suppressing others with one's aura, using pure strength to suppress others. Feng Buyu, the last new talent of the Purple Sun region, appeared at the very last moment just as everyone was about to forget about him. Who was it that was so strong, able to receive the killing moves of three early-stage major primal core experts at the same time? When Xiao Chen died, that late-stage major primal core expert would definitely choose to leave. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor, the Temple Ghost sect, and the Burning Moon sect worked together with three major primal core experts. However, they still could not capture Xiao Chen. A cold, sinister intent spread throughout Idle Cloud Restaurant. The Jiao snake spat out a mouthful of cold qi, forcefully blocking the martial techniques of the three experts. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor, the Burning Moon sect, and the Temple Ghost sect suffered heavy casualties. Her pretty, soul-stirring eyes looked at Xiao Chen, whose white robes were stained with blood, holding his saber and facing off against three major primal core experts in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant. However, they did not expect to see such a scene when they arrived. Three experts executing peak martial techniques at the same time was rather rare in Purple Sun City. This concerns my own safety and interests. Stop labeling me as cruel. I, Xiao Chen, have never been an indecisive person. A strong battle hunger surged in Xiao Chen's heart. As he held the lunar shadow saber, a treasure saber that surpassed profound tools, he unleashed his battle hunger, sweeping through everything in his path. Sky burning moon shadow. They instantly felt somewhat confused. What kind of existence was in Idle Cloud Restaurant? Hovering in midair, Han Feng, Bai Su, and sect leader Shui each vomited a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. Such a scene made many people feel deeply shocked, and their hearts thumped non-stop. Saber light flickered and blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, there was only one word: fight. Xiao Chen retorted coldly, "What a joke. If I did not kill them, would I give you the chance to reorganize these people and charge back into Idle Cloud Restaurant? Watch my friends and myself fall into danger." Then, Sect Master Shui led more than 300 people to surround and kill Xiao Chen. The original owner of the pirate flag was also pushed forward, expressing his desire to take back the pirate flag. Everything seemed reasonable. They were just waiting for Xiao Chen to speak. If someone tries to kill me, I will definitely kill them. On the other hand, Xiao Chen even killed the group of disciples and gang members, dealing a painful blow to them. Kill. If Xiao Chen reorganized himself, he would have strong combat prowess. If he did not take this opportunity to kill his way out, he would be soft-hearted. If he did not do so, he might very well be the next one to die. After a while, Xiao Chen shouted, "Dao! Feng Buyu, what are you doing here?" Not even dregs remained, extremely pitiful. Xiao Chen's words left the three at a loss for words. A figure flashed, and a figure flew out of Idle Cloud Restaurant. His white robes fluttered. It was Xiao Chen. This result was simply unexpected. When the three saw the scene before them, they were startled, their faces filled with shock. Only Xiao Qun stood in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant. His white robes were stained with blood, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Blood flowed like a river in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant. Countless corpses littered the ground. Of the three factions, the people of the Temple Ghost sect were all dead. The disciples of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon sect were all frightened, fleeing in all directions. Boom! Feng Buyu ignored the other party. He looked at Xiao Qun and said, "Xiao Qun, I remember that you bought a pirate banner at the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Now, the seller wants to take it back. We have already negotiated with the Purple Cloud Pavilion, so hand over the pirate banner." The heavy Great Dao energy supported Senior Jiao Snake, instantly breaking the stalemate between the Jiao Snake and the three experts. Han Feng and Bai Su were enraged as well. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon sect had not suffered such a huge loss for many years already. That was right. That was what they thought. Was it worth it or not? Far away, in a tall building, Lan Luo covered her mouth in disbelief. To think that Xiao Qun did not show any fear when facing three major primal core cultivators. His aura even increased. Corpses littered the ground, as well as the flowing blood river. No one dared to doubt Xiao Qun's words. Feng Buyu nodded and said, "That's right. My wind-chasing sect can guarantee your safety. At the same time, I will agree to one of your requests." Then, he did not hesitate to make a move, Xiao Qun said indifferently as he swept his gaze across the surroundings. As the three looked at Xiao Qun, they suddenly discovered that this youth gave off a strong aura of someone who had experienced the vicissitudes of life and gone through many trials and tribulations. No one had expected that the three would use such a tyrannical and cruel method to deal with Xiao Qun. However, they firmly held on, not letting any of the energy from the three great killing moves leak into Idle Cloud Restaurant and injure Xiao Qun's group. Xiao Qun could not tell if it was his blood or someone else's. At this moment, it was silent. Only the dripping sound of the blood from the two sabers could be heard. Traceless falling snow. You are actually extremely cruel, killing all the people of my Temple Ghost sect. Sect Master Shue's entire body trembled in anger. The Temple Ghost sect that he established with so much difficulty was completely destroyed today. Ha ha ha. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon sect are actually going to submit to a foreigner who came from nowhere? Suddenly, laughter came from the distance. The wind-chasing sect's Feng Buyu led a group of people and appeared here. Behind Feng Buyu was the person in charge of the Purple Cloud Pavilion, the beautiful woman whom Lan Luo addressed as Aunt Bai. She slowly walked out and looked at Xiao Qun softly. "I'm sorry. However, we will return 5 times the spirit jades to you to compensate young Master Xiao Qun for your losses. We can even step forward and deal with the trouble that you are in." The shock waves from the fight between the Jiao Snake and the three experts spread out, injuring most of the cultivators of the three factions surrounding Idle Cloud Restaurant. Don't even think about stepping into Idle Cloud Restaurant. Otherwise, no matter who it is, I will make them pay a heavy price. The things that happened today were sufficient to prove that clashing head-on with Xiao Qun would not end well. Originally, the Burning Moon sect's Bai Su roared ferociously. However, the situation now did not seem quite right. The Burning Moon sect's Bai Su roared ferociously. The bright moon could no longer be seen in the sky, but the shadow of the moon enveloped Idle Cloud Restaurant and burned fiercely. This was especially so for the Temple Ghost sect. Their members were the weakest. They were practically wiped out in an instant. The expressions of Han Feng, Bai Su, and Sect Master Xue changed at the same time. They all sensed that someone had blocked their killing moves at the same time. They were extremely shocked in their hearts. Xiao Qun stood upright while holding his saber. His scarlet clothes flapped loudly in the wind. An intense clash occurred invisibly. Although the Jiao Snake felt some pressure, it did not feel anything. Although the Jiao snake felt some pressure, the killing moves, which should have ended in an instant, entered a stalemate. The three clashed with the Jiao snake and were forcefully held back. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Han Feng drew his sword, and a cold light flickered at the tip. A boundless snowstorm fell silently. Every snowflake spun rapidly. After 15 minutes, the three experts forcefully suppressed their injuries and rushed back to Idle Cloud Restaurant. They should have thought that they might be killed as well. Han Feng, Bai Su, and Sect Master Shui actually hesitated, not daring to attack again. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Han Feng, the Burning Moon Sect's Bai Su, and the Temple Ghost Sect Master Shui, three peak early-stage major primal core experts. Xiao Chen's heart sank. It looked like the secret of the Scarlet Blood War banner was still exposed. Sect Master Shui roared, and the baleful aura all over his body suddenly gathered, not releasing it. Just as these people followed the three experts and surrounded Idle Cloud Restaurant, preparing to kill Xiao Chen, Han Feng asked coldly with a somewhat unsightly expression. In the earlier exchange, Xiao Chen had already guessed that there should be a late-stage major primal core expert in Idle Cloud Restaurant. The three's plan was for Han Feng and Bai Su to delay that late-stage major primal core expert. All the onlookers felt a chill and broke out in a cold sweat. They were so shocked that they did not know what to say. When Han Feng and Bai Su attacked one after another, the Jiao snake suddenly attacked. A huge palm made of scarlet light ruthlessly pressed towards Idle Cloud Restaurant. Startled cries rang out. The three experts actually got knocked back at the same time. At this moment, the leaders of the three factions were severely injured and sent flying. Most of the cultivators were injured, and their morale fell to rock bottom. This was the best opportunity to make a move. If the three factions continued fighting, even if they managed to kill Xiao Chen, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon sect would have to pay 10 times, even 100 times the price. Whoosh! Whoosh! They attacked at the same time. For a moment, Idle Cloud Restaurant was in a precarious situation. All the cultivators were shocked. These attacks contained horrifying sword intent and veritable essence energy, as well as a cold chill, silently fell in waves, dealing a huge blow to Idle Cloud Restaurant. Right now, these sect members and sect disciples did not seem to have much lethality, but once the three experts recovered, they would definitely be killed. Corpses piled up, and blood flowed like rivers. The area in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant turned into hell on earth. Chapter 1602. As expected, the secret of the Scarlet Blood War banner had already been exposed. It looked like Lan Luo had come for this earlier. However, due to her status, she could not tell Xiao Chen. It looked like she had misunderstood the other party. Feng Buyu looked at Xiao Chen and continued, "Xiao Chen, what do you think? Given your strength, talent, and mental state, the insignificant Purple Sun region is definitely just a stop in your life, not the destination. Why do you want to lose your life here?" Xiao Chen looked up at the sky. The scarlet sun was slowly setting in the west, and dusk soon arrived. "Xiao Chen, just hand over that pirate flag. In any case, it is not of much use to you, so why bother? Don't you agree?" Auntie Bai looked at Xiao Chen with a sincere expression. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Woman, why the need to be so hypocritical? Do you think I do not know that that pirate flag is the legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King's Scarlet Blood War banner?" What? A huge commotion broke out in the surroundings. Xiao Chen's words were startling. The legendary Pirate King's Scarlet Blood War banner. What did this mean? This meant that one could obtain the treasure left by a legendary Pirate King. Even if one did not obtain the legendary Pirate King's treasure, just the value of that Scarlet Blood War banner was worth half a sect's worth. Han Feng's face sank. He looked at Feng Buyu and asked, "Feng Buyu, is what he said true?" Han Feng and Bai Su were already somewhat relaxed. They did not want to clash head-on with Xiao Chen. They feared that even if they killed Xiao Chen, they would have to pay an even greater price. That would not be worth it. If they paid an even greater price and still could not kill Xiao Chen, it would be unimaginable. However, the expressions of the two, who had already decided to give up, changed drastically when they heard about the Scarlet Blood War banner. No matter what, they could not give up. At the same time, the spectators, who were just watching the show, showed greedy expressions in their eyes after the commotion. Several people left quietly. The news of the Scarlet Blood War banner reappearing would spread quickly. Naturally, the ones with the most interesting expressions were the Purple Cloud Pavilion's Anti-Bai and the wind-chasing sects Feng Buyu. The two of them put on the appearance of a savior, thinking that Xiao Chen did not know the value of a pirate flag. He pretended to come over, saying that he was here to help Xiao Chen. In the end, they were ruthlessly slapped in the face, tearing apart their hypocritical masks. Feng Buyu's expression was extremely ugly. Killing intent overflowed from his body as he said coldly, "Xiao Chen, you're really shameless." "Wind Buyu, speak. Is what Xiao Chen said true?" Han Feng and Bai Su, on the other hand, were completely agitated at this moment, aiming their cannon fire at Feng Buyu in unison. Seeing Feng Buyu's conflicted expression, Xiao Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Feng Buyu, tell everyone, is it true?" The beautiful Anti-Bai said coldly, "Xiao Chen, what do you gain by doing this? Why is there a need to force us and make things so ugly for everyone? What a great force! Who is the one forcing whom? I, Xiao Chen, only auctioned off 2 things that I wanted. In the end, I was intercepted by some new talent on the street, wanting to kill and snatch my treasures. The 2 great sects are even more shameless, repeatedly coming to Idle Cloud Restaurant to seek trouble for me. Furthermore, right now, the 2 of you are clearly in cahoots, planning to split the Scarlet Blood War banner equally. Yet, you came before me, pretending to be benevolent and righteous, pretending to be sincere and putting on an act. Is there any meaning to this?" Xiao Chen revealed a cold smile as he looked at the Purple Cloud Pavilion's pretty woman, revealing a disdainful expression. Such people needed to be ruthlessly slapped in the face. "Anti-Bai, we can't care so much anymore. Just kill this brat, search his body, and snatch his spatial ring." A decisive expression flashed on Feng Buyu's face. He prepared to work with the Purple Cloud Pavilion to kill Xiao Chen. "Stop. The 2 of you had better not think about monopolizing it," Han Feng shouted coldly. Clearly, he did not want to see the Scarlet Blood War banner land in the hands of others. When Bai Su and Han Feng stood together, they expressed the same thought. For ordinary benefits, there was no need to mobilize a late-stage Major Primal Core Elder. However, for the Scarlet Blood War banner, everything was worth it. When the distant setting sun shone on the blood-covered Xiao Chen, it looked like scarlet light. The situation immediately entered a stalemate. Feng Buyu hated Xiao Chen to the core. This was great. Now, Feng Buyu's plan fell through. If the Scarlet Blood War banner was exposed, it would definitely startle the entire Purple Sun City. At that time, the difficulty of obtaining the war banner would increase significantly. All the experts in Purple Sun City would move upon hearing the news. A bloody storm would be unavoidable. "Everyone, I feel that this stalemate is not a solution. It is playing into this brat's hands. He must be delaying for time," the Temple Ghost sect Master Shui, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said. These words startled everyone awake from a dream. It was indeed unusual for Xiao Chen to take the initiative to give up the Scarlet Blood War banner. He might really be delaying for time. "I feel that we should kill him first. If there is anything else, we can make plans later." Sect Master Shui revealed a sinister smile. He hated Xiao Chen to the bone and wished that he could kill him now. A light flashed in Feng Buyu's eyes as he said indifferently, "I have no objections." The Purple Cloud Pavilion's Anti-Bai said softly, "I have no objections, either." Han Feng and Bai Su exchanged glances and said, "That's true." I remember that his friend has the Scarlet Blood War banner. Soon, the group reached a consensus. Kill Xiao Chen, enter Idol Cloud Restaurant, and snatch the Scarlet Blood War banner. Han Feng, Bai Su, Sect Master Shui, a wind-chasing sect elder, and the Purple Cloud Pavilion's anti-Bai, a total of 5 early-stage major primal core cultivators, locked their auras on Xiao Chen. This immediately multiplied the pressure on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen glared viciously at Sect Master Shui. This person must die. Even at death's door, you still dare to glare at me? Brat, you are truly reckless, Sect Master Shui replied with a cold snort, feeling extremely upset at Xiao Chen's glare. Die? Even if I die, I will drag you down with me first. Divine Lightning Eye, 4th layer. Suddenly, 4 purple petals appeared in Sect Master Shui's right eye, spinning quickly. Black tribulation clouds immediately appeared in the sky from all directions, quickly gathering and encasing Sect Master Shui's head. Ka-Cie. The instant the 4 petals overlapped, the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness instantly activated. 6 bolts of tribulation lightning overlapped and landed on Sect Master Shui's body under a situation that no one expected. 1 bolt of tribulation lightning was already startling. 6 bolts of tribulation lightning layered over each other. As the electric light shone, the entire Purple Sun City plunged into darkness. Only that bolt of tribulation lightning shone with a dazzling light, resplendent and eye-catching. All this happened in the blink of an eye. After that, the sky returned to normal. Sect Master Shui vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was blasted into a mangled mess, and he flew off somewhere. With one glance, Xiao Chen severely injured an early-stage major primal core cultivator. His heaven-defying magic skills stupefied everyone. Xiao Chen clearly told everyone that anyone who wanted to kill him, Xiao Chen, had to pay the price. Attack together. Han Feng, Bai Su, and the others felt horrified. However, they also knew that Xiao Chen could not execute this strange martial technique a second time within a short period of time. Without much thought, they swarmed over, preparing to attack together and finish off Xiao Chen. Ice Blood Lightning Dragon. Xiao Chen remained calm. A drop of dragon blood dripped from his right hand, and a 3-colored lightning dragon appeared on his palm, flying towards the Purple Cloud Pavilion's anti-Bai. That ice blood lightning dragon grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a ferocious and huge berserk dragon containing ice, lightning, and blue dragon blood. Anti-Bai was startled and retreated in a fluster. Her killing move immediately broke, and the ice blood lightning dragon knocked her into the air. The power of ice and lightning swept through her body at the same time, inflicting immense pain. Major magic skill, Dermic World. Xiao Chen's body trembled, and he suddenly turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. Then, he swung his saber, sending Han Feng and Bai Su flying at the same time. By the time Xiao Chen's body recovered to its original state, that wind-chasing sect elder had already arrived before him. Flawless saber technique, heartbreaking stance. This saber shattered the heart, shattering the self first before shattering the enemy. Xiao Chen's heart shattered, and intense pain spread throughout his body. All the potential in his body burst out amid the intense pain. Xiao Chen used the heartbreaking stance to clash head-on with this major primal core elder of the wind-chasing sect. Pu Ci. The wind-chasing sect elder vomited a mouthful of blood and fell on the steps of Idol Cloud Restaurant. The difference in strength was still too great. However, before that wind-chasing sect elder could reveal a smile, a crack suddenly appeared in his chest, and a boundless saber intent poured out. This startled the wind-chasing sect elder into retreating quickly, doing his best to suppress the saber chi in his body, not daring to take another step forward. A huge battle happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. 5 great experts attacked together, clashing with Xiao Chen. However, in the end, they were all knocked back. They fought with Xiao Chen until both sides suffered severe injuries. This was a humiliation, an absolute humiliation. After all, Xiao Chen was just a Yin essence stage cultivator. After continuously using his trump cards and executing a self-damaging martial technique like the heartbreaking stance, Xiao Chen's injuries worsened. Fortunately, Xiao Chen possessed the Azure Dragon bloodline. His injuries healed very quickly. After a few battles, he recovered from his injuries. After a few battles, Xiao Chen's blood flowed faster, and his heart beat strongly like a dragon. Hu Qi. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and stood up with a somersault. The lunar shadow saber flew out of his hand and stabbed into the ground. He said indifferently, "With me around, no one can even think of getting close." Idle Cloud Restaurant. The tip of the saber stabbed into the ground, and the saber trembled. The wind-chasing sects and the Purple Cloud Pavilion's people were frightened into taking a few steps back. Chapter 1603. Everyone present was frightened silly by Xiao Chen's strength. They clearly knew that Xiao Chen was not in a good state right now, coughing with blood. Xiao Chen's complexion was pale, drained of blood. However, no one caught up to him. Even Feng Buyu, who was in perfect condition, was frightened into taking a few steps back. What exactly is Xiao Chen persevering for? Many people started to feel confused. After seeing Xiao Chen's combat prowess after exposing his trump cards, it was clear that he could leave easily. However, why did he remain in Idle Cloud Restaurant, unwilling to leave Purple Sun City? What was Xiao Chen guarding in the mysterious Idle Cloud Restaurant? This was an unsolved mystery, confusing everyone, inspiring wild and fanciful thoughts. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. When he looked at the western sky again, the sun had already set. The scarlet setting sun dyed the distant horizon red, covering a large patch of clouds. As the scarlet afterglow fell on Xiao Chen's body, it mixed with his scarlet robes, making him look somewhat miserable. An indiscernible confusion and anxiety flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Did I get cheated? The sky is about to turn dark, but the person I'm waiting for still has not appeared. Is Luonan really going to die? I don't want to. I really don't want to see this friend I made after leaving the Kunlun realm fall here. I really don't want to see this pair of lovers part forever. All the more, I don't want to see the kind Fei cry over this. To Xiao Chen, love was somewhat extravagant right now. Perhaps it was because he saw in Fei and Luonan that he once had with Ryue, or perhaps it was because his original heart still existed, but Xiao Chen stubbornly persisted. Even though Xiao Chen was already very weak, he stubbornly stood in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant, not letting anyone near. The saber hummed endlessly. It was like the lunar shadow saber understood Xiao Chen's stubbornness, the perseverance in his heart, and the pride in his heart. At this moment, the lunar shadow saber hummed endlessly, connected to Xiao Chen's thoughts. The humming of the lunar shadow saber filled the entire place. The strong saber intent shook the entire Purple Sun City. Saber, my Dao, my saber. Ka Xie. At this moment, a certain bottleneck in Xiao Chen's saber Dao suddenly shattered. His Dao realm went from initial glimpse to minor success. The halo of light of the great Dao behind Xiao Chen condensed into a point. Then, it continuously rose, surpassing the bottleneck of 3 feet and reaching a height of 3 meters. Hua! For a moment, in everyone's eyes, Xiao Chen's body seemed to have grown several times taller. The shapeless pressure caused everyone present to feel unbearable, and they had no choice but to retreat once more. At the same time, he couldn't understand what kind of existence this was. Saber intent? Saber soul? Or was it the domain of blades? This, when Lan Luo, who was far away, saw this scene, she was stunned. This is the power of the great Dao. He comprehended a type of Dao and even increased his cultivation level by a level. What a surprise! I originally thought that such a genius who could comprehend the Tao would only appear in a third-grade sect. Lan Luo's bodyguard and you, who was hidden in the dark, exclaimed in shock. Breaking through in the face of adversity, improving in the face of despair. But what exactly is he protecting? A confused expression appeared in Lan Luo's eyes. Earlier, in Idle Cloud Restaurant, Xiaochen had lectured her with a cold expression. He said that she did not understand, that there were many things in the world that were more important than her life. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, 3 strong auras suddenly approached from the sky above Purple Sun City. These auras were so strong that they continuously compressed Xiaochen's overwhelming saber intent, forcing it back to a corner of Idle Cloud Restaurant. This was the immense pressure brought by absolute strength. It had nothing to do with saber intent or great Tao energy. The absolute advantage in cultivation brought absolute suppression. Even though Xiaochen's Tao had just advanced, he still suffered from this suppression. 3 people landed in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant. Without exception, these 3 old men were all late-stage major primal core cultivators. However, the Jiao snake was slightly weaker than the Jiao snake. The Jiao snake was a peak major primal core expert that had already touched the edge of the Cloud Sea realm. However, the pressure that the Jiao snake gave the Jiao snake was no less than that of the Jiao snake. It was like an ant facing a lion or an elephant. They were both incredibly huge, but to the ant, there was no difference. Upon seeing the 3 old men arrive, the remaining disciples of the Burning Moon sect, the Wind-Chasing sect, and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor all revealed joy on their faces. Greetings, First Elder. The ones who arrived were all existences second only to the sect masters of their respective sections. The expressions of all the onlookers changed drastically. A late-stage major primal core super expert. Super experts of the late-stage major primal core realm had not appeared in Purple Sun City for many years already. Furthermore, 3 of them appeared at the same time. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's first elder was a white-robed, white-haired old man. As he stood there, he looked like a block of ice. When he swept his gaze around, it felt like he would be sealed in ice. On the other hand, the Burning Moon sect's first elder wore fiery red, crescent moon robes. His entire body exuded a berserk aura, looking like a volcano as he stood there. As for the Wind-Chasing sect's first elder, he wore azure robes. His long hair fluttered continuously like willow catkins. The 3 were very distinct, easily distinguishable. After they landed, they stared at Xiaochen. Move aside, the white-robed old man said indifferently. The white-robed old man said indifferently. The moment his voice rang out, everyone felt a bone-piercing chill. The chill in one's bones felt like needles pricking one's heart. The tone of the Wind-Chasing sect's azure-robed old man turned slightly warmer. Young man, don't hold on anymore. The 3 of us have already lived for hundreds of years. We are ashamed to fight with you. As long as you leave Idle Cloud Restaurant and vanish from Purple Sun City, we will take it as you never appeared. Big brother Xiaochen, let's go. Inside Idle Cloud Restaurant, Luo Nan, Fei and Xiao Suo finally convinced the Jiao snake to come out. Xiaochen looked at the sky. Although the sun was setting, there was still a sliver of sunlight that had not completely set. Shaking his head, Xiaochen said, "The sky is not dark yet. It would be too unfortunate to leave now." Luo Nan said sullenly, "Let's go. Brother Xiaochen, I, Luo Nan, have received your grace and lived until now. I am already very fortunate. I really have no regrets." Fei Er's eyes turned somewhat moist. As she looked at the blood-covered Xiaochen, she felt heartache. Big brother Xiaochen, let's go. That old man must be lying. He will not come. If senior brother dies, I will feel sad. However, if you die, Fei will feel sad as well. Many people came to a sudden realization. Only now did they understand. It turned out that Xiao Chen did not leave, remaining in Idle Cloud Restaurant to save his friend's life, waiting for someone to appear. However, from the looks of it, he seemed to have been deceived. That person would not appear. Is it because of this? In the tall building, Lan Luo felt stifled, feeling strangely flustered. In front of Idle Cloud Restaurant, Xiao Chen was about to say something when the black lotus mark suppressed by the Buddhist pendant on his chest suddenly erupted. He felt a slight heat on his chest. Invisibly, he felt a person with a similar black lotus mark quickly approaching Purple Sun City. That person must have used his trump card when he attacked repeatedly earlier. Then, he accidentally touched the black lotus mark. In the end, the Black Lotus Church's people sensed it. Xiao Chen revealed a bitter smile. He felt somewhat helpless. Unexpectedly, the person he was waiting for did not show up. However, the person he was waiting for was the malefic star that he did not want to meet the most. How reckless. To think that you still dare to delay even at such a cultivation. Xiao Chen, no matter where you come from, this is the Purple Sun region. Quickly hand over the Scarlet Blood War banner and scram out of Purple Sun City. The hot-tempered Burning Moon sect's first elder shouted ferociously. Heat waves surged out, forcing Xiao Chen's group to take a few steps back, unable to block. Interesting. Truly interesting. 3 undying old men are scaring a child, and their faces are not even red. This old man really feels embarrassed for you. Just at this moment, a sloppily dressed old man appeared on a tall building near Idle Cloud Restaurant. This person appeared silently, causing the 3 first elders' pupils to constrict. Their expressions turned strangely grave. Whoosh! The sloppy-looking old man's figure flashed and landed before Xiao Chen. Then, he glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "You said to wait for me for 3 days, and I meant it. I did not misjudge you." Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, "I did not misjudge you either. The sky is not dark yet, and Senior Lu did not stand me up. Sorry, the things that you wanted were too difficult to find. I wasted too much time. However, I did not let you down and found them all." Senior Lu smiled. Then, he turned around and looked at the 3 old men. "You should all recognize me. However, for the sake of the Scarlet Blood War banner, you will still fall out with me. In that case, bring it on. In any case, I will protect Xiao Chen." Xiao Chen felt a strange warmth in his heart. Senior Lu was just a late-stage major primal core cultivator. Facing 3 of them alone would only result in death. However, Senior Lu did not hesitate to step forward and say that he would protect Xiao Chen. No matter who it was, when meeting such a senior who valued friendship, they would feel warmth in their heart. Senior Lu's thoughts were very simple. For the sake of keeping your promise, your white clothes were stained with blood. This old man is older and stronger than you. How can I be inferior to you? That is all. Who does not know the strongest alchemist in the Purple Sun region? However, Senior Lu, why did you do this? The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-clad old man sighed. The Burning Moon sect's red-robed old man said coldly, "You alone cannot protect him." Rumble. Idle Cloud Restaurant suddenly collapsed. The Jiao snake's gargantuan body finally revealed itself, appearing before the 3 old men. "What if you include me?" Chapter 1604. Suddenly, the Jiao snake appeared. With its huge body, it looked up at the 3 first elders. A peak late-stage major primal core ferocious beast. After all, these rank 2 sect elders had seen many things before. The moment they saw the Jiao snake, they did not get frightened. As for the cultivators watching, they fled in fright, no longer daring to remain on this street. Idle Cloud Restaurant was truly a wondrous place. Anything could happen there. Would anyone believe that a late-stage major primal core ferocious beast appeared? It was like a fantasy story, but now it was happening right in front of them. The people who witnessed this scene all felt that their brains were not working well. The Temple Ghost sect was destroyed, a peak Yin essence cultivator defeated an early-stage major primal core cultivator, a Jiao snake leaped out of the restaurant where they ate, and the Scarlet Blood War banner reappeared. The series of events that happened today would be incredible if it happened on any other day. No one expected that the death of the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng would trigger so many things. Old Jiao Snake, you are someone who has lived for more than 1,000 years and know the accumulations of a rank 2 sect. If you are wise, ignore the matter before you. Hand over the Scarlet Blood War banner, and everything can be discussed, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man said with a calm expression. Gagaga. It is just a rank 2 sect. How deep can its accumulations be? What's wrong? You want to call out the Cloud Sea old monsters of the sect? Do you have the courage and boldness to do so? What's wrong? You want to call out the Cloud Sea old monsters of the sect? Do you have the courage and boldness to do so? The Jiao snake was very knowledgeable and did not get frightened at all. Indeed, rank 2 sects had Cloud Sea old monsters. However, to a rank 2 sect, such Cloud Sea existences would definitely be extremely old and in closed-door cultivation. He was definitely very old and in seclusion all year round. Unless the sect was at a critical juncture of life and death, he would never come out. Or perhaps, they would go out adventuring and search for a way to break through. How was it possible for him to appear so casually? If he came out. If they were not careful, other factions might destroy their sect. That would be a great sin. The Scarlet Blood War banner was very tempting. However, they could not bear the risk of a disaster happening to their sect after they left. Unless Senior Jiao Snake sought death and ran to their sect's headquarters to hunt them down. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for those Cloud Sea old monsters to appear. After all, it was not a rank 3 sect. There were several Cloud Sea realm cultivators, which one could casually come and go. The Cloud Sea realm cultivators of rank 2 sects needed to guard the sect and protect the inheritance. The Jiao snake's words made the 3 elders feel stifled. Forget it, let's do it. The Scarlet Blood War banner must remain. The 2 of you delay the Jiao snake and Senior Lu. I will deal with this white-clad brat. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man had not expected the Jiao snake to know the human sect so well. However, he still chose to attack decisively. No matter what, after paying such a huge price, he had to keep Xiaochen. If they could hold on for a while longer, the other reinforcements from the 3 rank 2 sects would arrive. Since they were fighting in their own territory, they did not fear the strength of the Jiao snake. Right after the wind-chasing sect's azure-clad old man spoke, his figure flashed as he charged at the Jiao snake. He was the fastest, so he was the most suitable to deal with the strongest Jiao snake. The Burning Moon sect's red-clad old man fought with Senior Lu. Both of them played with fire. When they faced each other, the fight would definitely be very intense. As for the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a whoosh, he charged at Xiaochen. Xiaochen felt an extremely dangerous aura. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he executed the modified fish-dragon art. Purple flames flowed on the surface of Xiaochen's body as he dodged in the air. He relied on his movement technique to tangle with the white-robed old man. Such a late-stage major primal core realm expert could severely injure or even kill Xiaochen in one exchange. As for Xiaochen, he only had the dragon blood soul-breaking finger, his only trump card. Attack! Capture Xiaochen's group of friends. Auntie Bai, who was injured by Xiaochen, worked together with Feng Buyu to gather the disciples of the Purple Cloud Pavilion and the wind-chasing sect. Then, they charged at Xiao Sua, Fei and Luo Nan. Bastard! Xiao Sua felt incredibly frustrated. After cursing, he said, "Little girl, come behind me with that lover of yours." At this moment, the situation was urgent. There was no time to think too much. Luo Nan was injured, and Fei had yet to mature, so she had no choice but to hide behind Xiao Suo. A chaotic battle quickly unfolded. In the completely dark sky, several experts fought fiercely. Between the sky dome, all kinds of lights flashed and shone. Rumble. The area within 50 kilometers instantly turned into rubble in the aftermath of the battle between the late-stage major primal core experts. Even though most of those buildings had formation supporting them, they still could not withstand the attacks. It was obvious that the person who escaped first had foresight. Amid the chaotic battle, Xiao Chen's side clearly fell into a disadvantageous position. Xiao Chen executed his movement technique to its limits. However, he found it hard to escape the white-robed old man's grasp. The other party's will of ice was incredibly strong with the support of veritable essence energy. Even if Xiao Chen's ice domain was much stronger than the other party's will, it could not make up for the difference. The moment Xiao Chen's will appeared, the other party's will destroyed it like a storm, injuring him instead. Under the influence of the other party's will, Xiao Chen's movement technique was greatly affected, and his speed plummeted. "Brat, unexpectedly, you are quite good at running." The white-robed old man felt somewhat frustrated. Xiao Chen was as slippery as a fish. Several times, Xiao Chen was clearly about to be caught, but he still managed to slip away. Xiao Chen pushed himself to his limits, not daring to let down his guard at all. Despite his fatigue, he thought hard about how to escape. Right now, only the Jiao snake held the upper hand on Xiao Chen's side. However, the wind-chasing sect's azure-clad old man held back the Jiao snake, preventing it from helping. After all, the azure-clad old man was a late-stage major primal core expert. He could not possibly be defeated so quickly. Furthermore, Xiao Chen could sense that mysterious expert from the Black Lotus Church getting closer and closer to the battlefield. The situation grew increasingly chaotic, becoming increasingly disadvantageous to Xiao Chen. "Caught you." Whoosh. Suddenly, countless strands of cold qi wrapped around Xiao Chen's feet like formless tentacles, stopping him. The white-robed old man laughed maniacally and threw a palm strike at Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen looked up from the world that belonged to him, this palm strike seemed to cover the entire sky. Before this palm strike, Xiao Chen appeared extremely insignificant. Cultivation. Cultivation. Compared to this old man, Xiao Chen's cultivation was simply too low. Sharp spirit finger. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen executed the sharp spirit finger. All the energy in his body, 2 cauldron force, veritable essence energy, yin essence energy, and the mental energy in his sea of consciousness, gathered in this finger strike. The tip of Xiao Chen's finger was unstoppable. As he pointed, it struck the white-robed old man's palm. Pu ci. Xiao Chen went flying back and vomited a mouthful of blood. However, a bloody hole appeared in the white-robed old man's palm. Cold qi spread out from the white-robed old man's right palm. The bloody, scarlet hole looked very ghastly. "You really have many trump cards." The white-robed old man was slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen managed to injure him. Taking advantage of the moment the white-robed old man was stunned, Xiao Chen glanced at Xiao Suo's battle. Feng Buyu's group was currently bombarding Xiao Suo with attacks. In just a short while, the wounds and blood on Xiao Suo's body were already very scary. Flawless saber technique, dragon subduing stance. Xiao Chen roared ferociously and swung his saber. The 1,000 dragons gathered into a saber light and chopped down in a berserk manner. When the saber light landed, the sect disciples and Purple Cloud Pavilion cultivators, whose cultivations were not much higher than Xiao Chen's, were all knocked into the air. This immediately alleviated the pressure on Xiao Suo. "How dare you get distracted before me? Brat, it seems like you are not dying fast enough." The white-robed old man snorted coldly and flung his hand. The surrounding cold qi suddenly intensified. Clearly, he had underestimated Xiao Chen earlier. How cold! Xiao Chen's body trembled uncontrollably. A late-stage major primal core cultivator was truly an undefeatable existence. Should I use the dragon blood soul-breaking finger and fight to the death? However, just at this moment, Xiao Chen's heart suddenly thumped even faster. It's over. The Black Lotus Church's experts are already here. Over there, Xiao Chen looked up and saw a black hole suddenly appear in the sky. A beam of black light quickly flew over from the hole towards the rubble of Purple Sun City's idol cloud pavilion. The instant the black shadow appeared, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they felt an indescribable sense of nervousness. Chapter 1605. Xiao Chen could not help feeling disheartened. There was a tiger in front and a wolf in the back. Was he really going to fall here? The main forces of the 3 rank 2 sects were definitely on their way. Since even the first elder made a move, the other elders and elite disciples of the sects would definitely not be idle. However, the 3 first elders were rather fast and arrived early. After all, the Scarlet Blood War banner was too tempting. No one wanted the Scarlet Blood War banner to fall into the hands of another rank 2 sect. They would bring out their strongest combat prowess. There was no doubt about this. After that, there were the sect reinforcements. Now, there were the mysterious experts of the Black Lotus Church chasing after him. Xiao Chen did not care about anything else for now, not thinking about the reinforcements of the 3 sections. Right now, the situation was already bad enough. This Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man already pushed Xiao Chen to a dead end. Just as Xiao Chen hesitated about whether to fight to the death, the pursuer that he worried about the most appeared at this moment. Does heaven want me to die? As that pursuer approached, the black lotus mark suppressed by the Buddhist pendant released continuously, making Xiao Chen feel like his chest was blocked, burning up uncomfortably. To think that you still have a backup plan. However, just at this moment, the expression of the white-robed old man, who was about to attack Xiao Chen, suddenly sank. Then, he turned around and threw a palm strike at the black light heading for Idol Cloud Restaurant. Bang! The newcomer sent out a black swastika and clashed with the white-robed old man, producing an intense explosion. Blood leaked out of a corner of the white-robed old man's lips. He revealed a grave expression as he soared into the air and took a few steps back. Xiao Chen revealed a surprised expression on his face, feeling somewhat confused. Xiao Chen looked at the newcomer. This person wore black monk robes, had a bald head, and held a Buddhist monk staff. His facial features were regular, giving off a solemn and dignified air. However, the heavy hostility in his eyes spoiled this dignified air. Buddhist cultivator, who are you? Why are you interfering in the matters of my Ice Snow Mountain Manor? The white-robed old man shouted coldly. However, that black-clad Arhat did not even look at him. Instead, he shifted his gaze and fixed it on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. His soul seemed to be frozen for a moment, and he felt a deep sense of fear. At the same time, he instantly understood that the black-clothed Arhat wanted to capture him alive. So the person I was looking for, headmaster, is actually you. The black-clothed Arhat revealed a look of disdain. The headmaster actually sent out so many people to deal with this ant-like existence. To think that the 72 Arhats, the 4 protectors, and the holy son Ming Xian were all sent out. For such a character, the headmaster was making a big fuss out of nothing. Come with me to see the headmaster. The black-robed Arhat took a step forward and walked towards Xiao Chen. There seemed to be an illusory Buddha image behind him, and the might of Buddha restrained Xiao Chen. When the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man heard that, he thought, how can this be? How can I let Xiao Chen go? Stop! A long sword appeared in his hand, and with boundless coldness, he immediately attacked. Courting death. The black-clad Arhat raised his eyebrows. They were like 2 sharp swords that instantly gleamed with sharpness. The Buddhist staff in Xiao Chen's hand swept out, giving off a large Buddhist light. The instant it came into contact with the white-robed old man, it sent him flying. This Arhat was merely an early-stage major primal core cultivator, yet he killed the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's first elder without being able to retaliate. Xiao Chen's heart had already started pounding in that instant. The dragon blood soul-breaking finger was already in his hand, ready to be unleashed. The two of them started fighting again, giving Xiao Chen the perfect opportunity to quickly leave. The fish dragon art flashed and arrived beside Xiao Suo. Flawless saber technique, falling moon stance. A silhouette streaked across the sky, the moon falling from the sky. With a flash of saber light, a bright moon fell to the ground, forcing Feng Buyu and the others to retreat once again. "Are you alright?" Xiao Chen glanced at Xiao Suo and asked in a deep voice. Xiao Suo gritted his teeth. "I can hold on. Don't worry. Let's go. It's time to retreat and return to the Pirate Alliance." This was a rare opportunity. If Xiao Chen did not retreat now, he would not be able to leave after a while. "You bald donkey. You are indeed here to protect Xiao Chen." Seeing Xiao Chen and Xiao Suo's group quickly leave the battlefield, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man raged and charged at the black-clad Arhat again. How stubborn! The black-clad Arhat was proud and arrogant, not bothering to explain. When he saw this white-robed old man charging over endlessly, he became truly enraged. Buddhist magic skill, Rage of the World. The white-robed old man roared, and the formless Buddha image behind him suddenly materialized, turning into a huge Buddha that looked like the Gautama Buddha. However, this Gautama Buddha did not have any auspicious aura at all. Instead, it radiated a startling killing chi and gave off a black light that filled the sky. The black-clad Arhat raised his Buddhist staff with both hands and ferociously smashed it down. Immediately, the mountains and rivers trembled, and all things prostrated. An overwhelming Buddhist might descended together with the Buddhist staff. The white-robed old man materialized a sword, sealing everything within 5,000 kilometers in ice. However, when this Buddhist staff struck, it immediately shattered. The white-robed old man vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back again. On the other side, when Senior Hua and the Jiao snake saw that Xiao Chen had already retreated, they both moved back, not wanting to tangle with their opponents. The white-robed old man lay on the ground in a sorry state, finding it difficult to even get up. The black-clad Arhat looked coldly at this person. Then, he raised his head and fixed his cold gaze on Xiao Chen's figure, which was already far away. The black-clad Arhat raised his leg to give chase. "Stop him. He is here to protect Xiao Chen. We must kill him. Otherwise, we will lose the Scarlet Blood War banner." The white-robed old man on the ground coughed and shouted to the first elders of the Burning Moon sect and the Wind-Chasing sect. The expressions of the azure-clad old man and the red-clad old man changed at the same time. After hesitating for a moment, they charged over. Since the other party was an enemy, there was no need to hesitate. The azure-clad old man was very fast. He immediately charged over, leaving behind countless afterimages in front of the black-clad Arhat. The afterimages were like the wind, hiding sabers in the wind. Every strand of wind contained great might. Glaring guardian deity. Suddenly, a fiery light blazed in the black-clad Arhat's eyes. He looked like a guardian deity, and his skin gave off a metallic glow. When the black-clad Arhat's gaze locked on, he instantly saw the azure-clad old man's true body. He allowed the other gusts of wind to strike his body, making crisp sounds. The black-clad Arhat's heavy Buddhist staff gave off a sharp Buddhist light as it swept towards the black-clad Arhat's true body. This startled the azure-clad old man and caused him to retreat in a fluster. However, it was too late. Fortunately, the Burning Moon sect's red-clad old man charged over. His entire body burned with flames as he punched the Buddhist staff. Dang! An intense clash rang out. For the first time, the black-clad Arhat moved back. However, it was only half a step. As for the red-clad old man, he moved back 10 odd steps before he stabilized his body. His fist also felt pain. This monk is somewhat strong. The red-clad old man shouted, and the flames on his body surged up, burning fiercely and continuously illuminating the night sky. The fiery light illuminated half of Purple Sun City. The black-clad Arhat wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at the red-clad old man lunging over. The black-clad Arhat stabbed his Buddhist staff into the ground and executed the golden Arhat body, exchanging 3 punches with the red-clad old man. With each punch, a black swastika burst out of the fist light. After 3 punches, the flames on the red-clad old man's body seemed to be extinguished by cold water. He stopped and fell to the ground. Just as the black-clad Arhat displayed his might, dense footsteps rang out on the dilapidated street. Dong! 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 The experts and elite disciples of the Burning Moon sect, the Wind-Chasing sect, and the Ice-Snow Mountain Manor rushed over at this moment. Although there were no peak late-stage major primal core experts, there were many of them. The 3 sects had more than 100 minor primal core venerates. The number of half-step primal core and yang essence elite disciples was even more uncountable. Form the formation and protect the first elder. Kill this bald monk. Seeing the sorry states of the various sects' first elders, the sect disciples and elders immediately gave the order to surround the black-clad Arhat. The black-clad Arhat calmed down. As he looked at Xiao Chen, who had already gone far away, he trembled in anger. Then, when the black-clad Arhat saw the many primal core venerates surrounding him, he frowned heavily. No matter how strong he was not strong enough to deal with so many people at the same time. More importantly, there were still 3 late-stage major primal core old men currently recovering from their injuries, coldly eyeing the black-clad Arhat. With this, it would be difficult to leave even if I wanted to. Xiao Chen, who had already retreated to the west of the city, executed his heavenly eye. When he saw the heavily surrounded black-clad Arhat in the distance, he relaxed slightly. The black-clad Arhat's strength surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. He was just an early-stage major primal core cultivator, yet he could kill 3 late-stage major primal core cultivators without them being able to retaliate. This strength was probably even stronger than senior Jiao snakes. Are all the experts of the Black Lotus Church this horrifying?